Chapter 1362 Luo Xuanqing's Breakthrough. No, it's not poison. Luo Xuanqing's complexion is improving. Before Zhang Xian could explain himself, Bai Hongyin had spoken up. Her meticulous nature allowed her to immediately notice the slight changes within Luo Xuanqing. Even though Luo Xuanqing still looked as weak as before, unable to draw forth the slightest strength in his body, redness had started returning to his previously ghastly pale face. Seeing that he had misunderstood Zhang Xian, Yuan Shao hurriedly reined in his aura and scratched his head in embarrassment. He had seen how the young man had poisoned the Crimson-Tail Wasp King to death and declared that he would poison Zhang Chun to death, so as soon as Luo Xuanqing said that there was something wrong with the wine, the first thing that came to his mind was that the wine was poisoned. Gudong, Gudong. It did not take long for Luo Xuanqing to down the entire vat of fine wine. Without his zhenqi protecting his body, he swiftly became intoxicated by the high concentration of alcohol in the wine. Nevertheless, his complexion and body seemed to have recovered significantly from before. If he had appeared to be a terminally ill patient who seemed like he was standing at the gates to hell a moment ago, right now, he seemed more like a young man who had just been afflicted with a slight fever or something. Luo Xuanqing looked at Zhang Xian with glazed eyes and asked, "Is there still any more wine?" "Here you go." Zhang Xian took out another vat and passed it over. "Thank you." Taking the vat, Luo Xuanqing began gulping it down in huge mouthfuls. It was an established fact that after the activation of one's bloodline ability, one would be unable to exert any might for an entire month. Yet, just by drinking a vat of wine, he felt the frailty that seemed to plague him right from the depths of his body starting to vanish. This was something that was unbelievable to him. One must know that the frailty after activating one's bloodline ability was a problem that had plagued sage clans for countless years. Much research had been done to alleviate the problem, but there was still no feasible and affordable solution to resolve it. But as he gulped down more and more wine, he could feel his vitality swiftly coming back to him, returning to his peak state. By the time he was done with the second vat of wine, all frailty he felt had already vanished without a trace. Zhang Shi. The astounded Luo Xuanqing turned to look at Zhang Xian, wanting to know how he managed to do it. "Close your eyes and don't resist me." Zhang Xian interrupted Luo Xuanqing's words with a wave of his hand. Then, he flicked his finger, and countless needles flew over. Tzzzzzzzzzz. As soon as the silver needles pierced into his body, Luo Xuanqing immediately felt a unique energy coursing through his body. The meridians that had ended up getting blocked as a result of him activating his bloodline ability slowly opened up once more. To make an analogy, activating one's bloodline ability was like causing a machine to go on overdrive. Once it cooled down, the energy that had gotten into narrow meridians would slowly agglutinate, causing blockages in the area, making it difficult for one to drive one's zhenqi through them. In other words, what was blocking the meridians was not impurities, but one's own zhenqi. However, the energy that flowed through the silver needle melted the agglutinated zhenqi as if ice in the face of boiling water, clearing those meridians swiftly. In just moments, Luo Xuanqing felt refreshed and energized, and strength swiftly returned to his body, surging through his entirety. This, Yuan Shao and the others glanced at one another, flabbergasted. Recovering one's vitality through drinking wine could still be rationalized by the wine being concocted using potent recovery medicinal herbs, but to replenish one's zhenqi just by sticking a few silver needles in, that was a little too exaggerated. Having recovered his zhenqi, Luo Xuanqing no longer felt as withered before. He flicked his wrist, took out a pill, and threw it into his mouth. Jai. As he absorbed the energy harnessed within the pill, the energy in his body grew stronger and stronger. In less than an hour, he had already returned to his peak state. You are really able to resolve the side effects from activating one's bloodline ability. Getting to his feet and feeling the strength coursing through his body, Luo Xuanqing stared at the young man before him with a look of disbelief. Ever since he was young, his clan elders had always warned him against activating his bloodline ability easily, or else he would have to undergo a long period of recuperation. Who knew that the formation master he had coincidentally met would actually be able to resolve his problems so easily? "This is a secret art of mine," and it depletes my energy greatly as well, so I earnestly request for you all not to let this matter out, Zhang Xian said with a pale face as he clasped his fist. Luo Xuanqing's cultivation was simply too much higher than his. He had needed to expend nearly all of his zhenqi before he was able to heal the other party. It would be best for him to avoid doing this in the future, or else he would probably die of overexertion after treating a couple of people. It was apparent that Zhang Xian had also pushed himself a little too much in the recovery process, and the others also understood the significance of this matter. Thus, they swiftly nodded in agreement. After a short moment of rest, Zhang Xian said, "Since Brother Luo has already recovered fully, let's push for a breakthrough to Saint 8 Dan right now then." "All right." Luo Xinqing nodded. Then, with a slightly lost look on his face, he asked, "What should I do now?" Even though he had managed to recover to his full strength, he was still some way off from pushing for a breakthrough to the dimension-sundering realm. Otherwise, he would not have gone through the trouble of looking for the Dongshu gourd either. "You should assimilate this item first." Zhang Xian flicked his wrist and passed a vine over. Although the power of dimension sundering within the vine was slightly inferior to that of the Dongshu gourd, it was apparent that assimilating it would do one much good in pushing for a breakthrough to the dimension-sundering realm. It was due this vine that he dared promise Luo Xinqing that he would help him achieve a breakthrough. "All right." Nodding, Luo Xinqing began pumping his zhenqi into the vine, attempting to assimilate it for his own. This was only a small segment of the entire vine, so it was not too difficult to assimilate it. It took him less than 6 hours to succeed. Within the period of time Luo Xinqing spent assimilating the vine, Zhang Xian had managed to recover fully as well. "All right, store it in your dantia," Zhang Xian instructed. Seeing how slow Luo Xuanqing's movement was, he tapped his finger forward. Tzila. The vine immediately dived right into Luo Xuanqing's dantian. This, Luo Xinqing widened his eyes in disbelief. In his view, the vine was only an ordinary item. Even if he were to assimilate it, there would be nothing that would come out of it. However, when he fused it into his dantian, he realized that the vine actually harnessed countless folded spaces packed together. In fact, it could be said that the effect of the vine was nearly no different from assimilating the Dongshu gourd itself. Seeing that Luo Xinqing finally understood, Zhang Xian casually said, "All right, you can push for a breakthrough now." It was only with the eye of insight that he could discern the power of dimension sundering that was harnessed within the vine. The others lacked the ability to do so, so naturally, they were not able to notice it. All right. With his body back to its peak state and having assimilated the vine, Luo Xinqing knew that it was the ideal opportunity for him to achieve a breakthrough. Thus, he took a seat on the ground and began conditioning his breathing, preparing himself for a breakthrough. Sometime later, with a resounding explosion, a powerful aura flowed forth from his body. His aura abruptly surged, and in just a few moments, he had already overcome his bottleneck. However, as he advanced into the half-dimension sundering realm, his cultivation gradually came to a halt. Seeing as Luo Xuanqing's flow of energy gradually came to a halt, Zhang Xian asked doubtfully, "What's wrong? Are you lacking the strength to push for a breakthrough straight to Saint 8 Dan?" Under normal circumstances, considering that Luo Xinqing was in his peak state and that he had assimilated the vine, he should have been able to push for a breakthrough to Dimension Sundering Realm with ease. Why did he stop at just half-dimension Sundering Realm? As long as I wish to do so, I can push for a breakthrough at any moment. However, at Saint 8 Dan, one's dominion will become imbued with the power of Dimension Sundering, which is equivalent to wrestling power from the surrounding space. However, the space in this folded space is considerably weaker and less stable, so even if I do achieve a breakthrough here, the increase in my fighting prowess will not be as great, Luo Xinqing explained. I see. Zhang Xian nodded in realization. Even though he had already comprehended the third Dan of the heavenly art of Dimension Unravel, he still knew close to nothing about the Dimension Sundering Realm. As such, he was unable to anticipate such a possible pitfall. At the Dimension Sundering Realm, cultivators would seek to sunder the space from the world to strengthen themselves, and naturally, the space sundered from folded spaces would inevitably be weaker than those sundered straight from the natural world. The space of the natural world had come to achieve an exquisite balance over countless years of development, so achieving a breakthrough there would be much more beneficial to one in terms of increment in fighting prowess or future potential. More importantly, when a cultivator achieves a breakthrough to Saint 8 Dan, a lightning tribulation will be drawn in. If I challenge the trial back at the Sanctum of Sages, I'll be less susceptible to the offense of inner demons, making it easier for me to succeed. Zhang Xian nodded in agreement. The Sanctum of Sages carried the aura left behind by Kong Shi and generations of master teachers, and due to the righteous air that lingered in the area, inner demons dared not wreak havoc when one was challenging a tribulation. As such, achieving a breakthrough in the Sanctum of Sages would be much easier than doing so outside. After all, not everyone was like him, capable of talking an inner demon into submission. He really succeeded. How did he manage to do it? Seeing how Luo Xianqing, who had difficulty even standing up not too long ago due to the side effects from activating his bloodline ability, successfully made a breakthrough to half-dimension Sundering Realm, the faces of Bai Hongyin and the others flushed red in agitation. Even though they had not reached Phantasm Space Realm Pinnacle yet, as long as they were to cultivate hard, they should be able to reach it within a few years. If they could engage Zhang Shi's help then and push for a breakthrough to Saint 8 Dan Dimension Sundering Realm, their clans would surely view them with far greater regard and grant them greater authority. Brother Luo, how much has your strength grown after achieving a breakthrough to the half-dimension Sundering Realm? Yun Lianhai asked curiously. How much has my strength grown? Hearing that question, Luo Xianqing laughed heartily and grabbed the space in front of him. Kacha! He tore off a fragment of space, creating a rift ahead of him. Everyone widened their eyes in shock. Even though they were in a folded space and Luo Xianqing had always possessed exceptional control over space, this was still an astounding feat. Even Dimension, Sundering Realm Intermediate Stage experts would have incredible trouble achieving such a feat. There's no need to worry. There's no problem in the breakthrough method that Zhang Shi has imparted to me. If I meet with that bastard Zhang Chun again, I'll be able to beat him up to the point where even his own father won't be able to recognize him, Luo Xianqing said in excitement. He had been competing with Zhang Chun for many years, and each time he achieved a breakthrough, the latter would swiftly follow suit as well. Neither of them was able to shake the other off. It was for this reason that he was determined to find the Dongshu gourd, so as to surpass the latter once and for all. Who would have thought that, even though the Dongshu gourd did not recognize him, he would still be able to successfully make a breakthrough. With his newfound strength, he would make sure to put that fellow through a round of suffering when he returned to the Sanctum of Sages. That's a relief. Everyone first heaved a sigh of relief before they slowly directed heated gazes toward Zhang Xian. Facing everyone's passionate gazes, Zhang Xian scratched his head in embarrassment and said, "Since we have resolved the matter concerning the Dongshu gourd, shall we return to the Sanctum of Sages now?" "Wait a moment first," Luo Xianqing said with a smile. "I don't think that there's only the Dongshu gourd in this ancient domain. In fact, the reason I invited Yun Lianhai over is to borrow his ability to scan the surroundings. Perhaps we might be able to find much more valuable treasures in here." Chapter 1363 Looped Space. A spirit vein was torn out of the mountain valley and placed into this folded space in order to supply it with energy. Surely the person who had left behind this folded space would not have conducted this huge operation just to nourish a mere Dongshu gourd, right? There had to be something more to it. At this moment, Zhang Xian also came to the same conclusion. He shot a glance at Bai Hongyin and the others and noticed the lack of surprise on their faces. From the look of it, it seemed like they had known this in advance as well, which was also the reason they were willing to lend their strength to help Luo Xianqing obtain the Dongshu gourd despite the danger involved. "Yun Lianhai, we'll be counting on you," Luo Xianqing said with a solemn nod. "Leave it to me," Yun Lianhai replied. Without any hesitation, he executed his secret art once more, and a series of ripples diffused from his glabella into the surroundings. The folded space expanded far beyond the spatial seal where they had previously been. The ripples diffused for a very long time, to the point where Yun Lianhai's body was beginning to tremble, before they finally came to a halt. "How is it?" Yun Lianhai had to gasp for air for quite a while before he managed to recover enough to reply. I have sensed some ancient objects, but I'm not too sure if they are treasures. Lead the way, Luo Xinqing said. As soon as the order was given, Yun Lianhai began making his way forward. After a roughly 10 minutes journey, the crowd suddenly came to a halt with perplexed frowns on their faces. Judging from the river and the sky, it doesn't seem like we are getting anywhere. Could we possibly be trapped within a confinement formation? Bai Hongyin asked with a slightly perturbed voice. Throughout their journey, she could not help but realize that no matter where they traveled to, the river of spiritual energy still appeared to be at the exact same relative position to them in the sky. It was almost as if they had not advanced a single step forward. Facing such a situation, Luo Xinqing lowered his head and pondered for a moment before saying, "It isn't a confinement formation, but the effects of the distortion in space." Achieving a breakthrough to half-dimension sundering realm had granted him a deeper understanding of space, allowing him to swiftly notice what was amiss with the surroundings. Distortion in space? Bai Hongyin asked doubtfully. The scenery around them appeared to completely normal, devoid of the bizarre warps similar to the cone-shaped vortex they had seen prior to entering this folded space. As such, she could not help but harbor some doubts toward Luo Xuanqing's judgment. The distortion in space here spans across the entire folded space, so it isn't visible to the eye. The space that we commonly see is three-dimensional in nature, and it stretches endlessly into the surroundings. On the other hand, the space within this folded space seems to take the form of a ring. Traveling in a straight line will result in us walking in a loop, bringing us back to the point that we started from, Luo Xinqing explained. On top of that, a distortion in space will cause light to distort as well, and this creates the illusion that we are walking in a straight line even though we are effectively walking in circles. If we could jump out of this folded space and look at ourselves from above, we should see that our bodies are distorted instead of upright. Hearing those words, Zhang Xian nodded in agreement. Distorted spaces were not apparent to those who were standing within them. In a sense, this was similar to how it was not apparent to an individual that the Earth was round just by looking at their immediate surroundings. The situation they were currently facing was similar to two endpoints in space connecting with one another, forming a closed loop that resulted in them walking in endless circles. If that's the case, how do we leave this folded space? Yuan Shao asked apprehensively. Luo Xinqing hesitated for a moment before replying, "Shatter the folded space." Hearing that, Bai Hongyin shook her head and said, "Folded spaces aren't stable. If anything goes wrong while shattering the folded space, there's a good chance that we might be trapped here for life." Folded spaces were not as stable as spaces in the natural world, and they were incapable of regenerating on their own. So, if someone exerted too much strength, it could result in its complete collapse, and all of them would be reduced to dust. It was also for this reason that it would be unsafe for them to bring the Saint 8 Dan Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast in. This, Luo Xinqing frowned. He also understood this much, or else he would have made a move immediately instead of wasting his breath on words. Zhang Xian suddenly spoke up. "Actually, there's no need to shatter this space." "Oh." The crowd quickly turned their sights over. "Look at the flow of the spiritual energy above us. No matter where we walk, it remains right above us. This only means that the space around the river is stable, or in other words, it isn't within the folded space we are in," Zhang Xian explained. Looks of realization dawned upon the crowd. Indeed, if the river was within the looped folded space as well, its relative position to them should change along with their movement. It did not make sense for it to remain fixed in position. If we wish to escape from here, we just have to find a way to delve into the river and move against its current, Zhang Xian said. That's right. Luo Xuanqing's eyes lit up upon hearing those words, and he quickly nodded in agreement as well. Since that's the case, let's make a move. Without any hesitation, the crowd immediately flew toward the river. The river was actually a spirit vein. As soon as the crowd made their way into it, they felt overwhelming spiritual energy pouring toward them at an incredible speed, causing their breathing to hasten. Luo Xinqing waved his hand and formed a massive spatial bubble around the crowd, alleviating the pressure resulting from the strong currents in the river. With that, the discomfort was reduced significantly, and they began to make their way forward slowly. This spirit vein could have been passed off as pinnacle spirit stones, but it has expended itself too much in order to sustain this space. What a pity, Zhang Xian thought in lamentation. If this massive spirit vein had still been in the mountain valley, it surely would have developed into a spirit mine filled with plenty of pinnacle spirit stones. However, in order to allow the space to remain operating normally, the spiritual energy within it had been slowly depleting, to the point where even producing high-tier spirit stones was a problem for it now. But again, if this spirit vein had actually produced pinnacle spirit stones, it would have long been harvested by the other powers. There was no way they would have gotten a chance to obtain the Dongshu gourd. Right. I should try and see if I can communicate with that fellow. Knowing that he would not be in any danger with Luo Xinqing around, Zhang Xian turned his consciousness into his body, toward his dantian. He swiftly saw the fellow who had willfully dived into his body lying leisurely on the ground, exuding vibes similar to a lazy Sunday morning. Seeing how the gourd was able to remain completely unfazed after all the trouble it had caused him, displeasure swiftly filled Zhang Xian's mind. Since that fellow has absorbed my blood and acknowledged me, I should be considered as its master now. Thus, he began trying to establish control over the Dongshu gourd. Tzzzzzz. Under the drive of his power, the Dongshu gourd began revolving in the air. The power of space contained within the Dongshu gourd began flowing through his body. Voila! Wherever the power of space swept by, the heaven's path Zhunqi in the area of his dantian would suddenly collapse inward, as if it had fallen into a depression. What's going on? Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes in alarm. He had spent a great deal of effort to recover his Zhenqi, so how could the Dongshu gourd make it disappear just by emanating a bit of power? No, that's not it. It's not that my Zhenqi has disappeared. The space within my dantian has been changed. I can store much more Zhenqi in here now. After a swift scan, Zhang Xian was stunned. It was not that his Zhenqi had vanished into thin air. The surrounding space had been distorted, allowing him to store much more Zhenqi had before. Wait a moment. A thought suddenly emerged in Zhang Xian's mind. If I could set up a closed loop within my dantian as well and keep my Zhenqi in perpetual revolution, not only will I be able to store more Zhenqi, I'll be able to draw it swifter than before as well, granting me more explosive power. As perplexing as the idea of a looped space might have sounded to one who was encountering it for the first time, it was actually a rather simple concept, and it was not too difficult for him to implement. If I could exert all of my Zhenqi in an instant, I might just be able to execute the Ocean Cataclysm Sword. With that thought, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Even though the Ocean Cataclysm Sword still had a few flaws here and there, the main reason he could not execute it yet was mainly due to his output of Zhenqi being too low. No matter how huge a tank was, the amount of water it could pump out was still limited by the width of its pipes. The Ocean Cataclysm Sword required far greater outburst of Zhenqi compared to the Sea-Severing Sword, but if he could set up such a looped space within his dantian, he might just be able to draw forth sufficient Zhenqi instantaneously to execute the technique. Let me give a try. Tzzzzzz. Sensing his strength, the Dongshu gourd began to revolve slowly, gradually releasing the power of space around Zhang Xian's dantian. It was a little similar to a bee constructing its beehive. It seems like it'll take a while before the construction is complete. Owing to the limitations in his cultivation, Zhang Xian knew that it would take him a lot of effort to construct a looped space within his dantian even with the help of the Dongshu gourd. Nevertheless, it was a relief to see that he was able to drive the Dongshu gourd without it resisting him. This meant that he had really managed to assimilate the latter. Watching the construction of the folded space in his dantian, Zhang Xian sighed helplessly. It'll be fine as long as it doesn't cause any trouble. Just that, I'll need quite a bit of spiritual energy to complete the construction. So I need to start looking for spirit stones once more. Due to his cultivation of the Saint Ascension Decipher, his Zhenqi capacity far exceeded that of an ordinary cultivator. However, with the setting up of a looped space, he would require a lot more Zhenqi in order to fill it up. Making a rough calculation, he would require 10 times as much as what he had at the moment. This meant that he would have to gather spirit stones, absorb the spiritual energy within them, convert that into Zhenqi, and deposit it into his looped space. But given how poor he was at the moment, where was he supposed to look for more spirit stones? If it really comes down to it, Perhaps I should get Sun Chong to compile a list of cultivators who are on the verge of a breakthrough in the sanctum of sages and share their lightning tribulation when it comes. Zhang Xian contemplated seriously. He had benefited greatly from absorbing energy from the lightning tribulation during his previous breakthrough to leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle. Since he was able to do that for his lightning tribulation, there should not be any reason he could not do the same for the other lightning tribulations. With that, he should be able to fill up his Dantian easily without any trouble. I should have a discussion with Brother Luo later on and request to observe his lightning tribulation. Zhang Xian nodded as he made up his mind on the matter. After the previous absorption, the energy harnessed within ordinary lightning tribulations would not have much use to him anymore. However, the lightning tribulation that Luo Xianqing would have to face when he pushed for a breakthrough to the dimension-sundering realm should be able to meet his standards. Look, what's that? While Zhang Xian was deep in thought, a sudden exclamation from the group pulled him back to reality. Raising his head to take a look, he realized that they had already reached the end of the river flow. A mountain range filled with peaks that rose right above the clouds appeared before his eyes. However, on second look, he realized that the mountain was not real. It felt fleeting and beyond reach, a little like a painting someone had hung at the horizon of the world, or perhaps just a mere mirage, a product of one's imagination. That's the highest level of painting, world composition, Luo Xianqing remarked grimly. World composition? A painting at the level of world composition far exceeds the realm evocative vividness, reaching a level where even humans can enter and live within the painting, Luo Xianqing said. Hearing those words, Zhang Xian nodded. He took a closer look at the painting, and suddenly, a feeling of déjà vu came to him. He racked his brain in an attempt to capture the source of this feeling of familiarity when his eyes narrowed in astonishment. This mountain range, isn't it the same as the one in the painting that the Qingtian Emperor made me decipher? Chapter 1364 You again. Back in the Qingyuan Empire, the Qingtian Emperor visited the Painter Guild with a copper mask in hand, seeking help to remove the seal on a painting he had. In the end, Zhang Xian was the one who managed to remove the seal, and beneath it, he found an illusory image of Kong Shi. And for him to see a higher-level painting that depicted the identical mountain range to the one he had seen before. Could they be depicting the same location? Kong Shi's image isn't on the painting, though. Did the painter intentionally choose not to draw it, or did he not notice Kong Shi's presence? Zhang Xian frowned. Flicking his wrist, Zhang Xian took out the painting he had acquired from the Qingtian Emperor and compared it to the mountain range on the 9th-level painting before him. The features were completely identical to one another, well, with the exception of the Lake of Bathing Ladies. That's the White Creek Mountain of the Empire Alliance. It's located at a place very far away from the Sanctum of Sages, such that even a Saint Seven Dan beast would require a flight of 3 months in order to reach there. Taking a glance at the painting in Zhang Xian's hand, Luo Xianqing said. He was slightly surprised initially to see that Zhang Xian had a painting of the same scenery as the 9th-level painting before them, but he didn't think too much into it. After all, due to the splendid scenery at the White Creek Mountain, there were quite a few paintings of it circulating out there in the world. White Creek Mountain, Zhang Xian muttered beneath his breath as he tightened his fists. While the painting you have can't compete with the 9th-level painting up there, it's still a commendable work of art. It has managed to bring out the splendor and beauty of the mountain range in full. Luo Xianqing complimented. This was a painting that could astound all painters in the Qingyuan Empire, but to Luo Xuanqing's eyes, it could only be considered to be commendable. Indeed, Zhang Xian replied perfunctorily as he kept the painting back to his storage ring with his mind wandering somewhere else. Now that he knew that the mountain range depicted in the painting was the White Creek Mountain, he would have to make a trip over there to take a look. Since Kong Shi's apparition was spotted there was a good chance that he might find Kong Shi's ancient domain over there too. While the two of them were chatting, the spatial bubble rose up from the river and arrived before the massive 9th-level painting. Are we able to enter this painting too? Looking at the lifelike painting before him, Zhang Xian asked in curiosity. There was bound to be a reason as to why the elder who had left the Dongshu Gourd here would leave a 9th-level painting here as well. If they could enter the painting, they might just be able to unravel the secrets behind this folded space. It should be possible. Luo Xinqing pondered for a moment before nodding. I'll head in to take a look then, Zhang Xian said with a smile before heading in. This painting was not drawn on a paper, but on top of the folded space. It consisted of multiple layers stitched together by the fabric of space, so Zhang Xian had to fly for quite some time before he finally arrived before the massive mountain range. The sheer expanse the mountain range took granted it an imposing and grand aura. Flying upward, Zhang Xian soon arrived at where he had replaced Kong Shi's image with the bathing ladies, and he swiftly scanned the area. A moment later, he shook his head in disappointment. There was nothing special to be seen here. There was no apparition of Kong Shi or any hidden folded spaces and the such. Nevertheless, there should still be some reason why the elder chose to leave this 9th-level painting in here. Zhang Xian mumbled contemplatively beneath his breath. If this ancient domain was really left behind by ancient sage Qiu Wu, everything would make perfect sense. He was Kong Shi's servant, and the reason why he left behind this painting was likely to remind future generations that there was something lying in the White Creek Mountain. Zhang Xian continued scanning through the mountain range, but he was unable to find anything or note. Eventually, he could only return with empty hands. When he finally returned back to Luo Xinqing and the other side, the mountain range suddenly shuddered slightly before dissipating silently. This painting has been around for too long. It's likely that time had already left it tattered throughout, and the only reason why it's still able to maintain its original appearance is likely only because no one has touched it yet. Your act of entering the painting had placed too much stress on the painting, thus inevitably resulting in its dissipation. Luo Xinqing explained. The slightly stunned Zhang Xian nodded in realization. In a sense, this was similar to how even if old possessions were able to retain their beautiful outer appearances, their worn-out within would only cause them to crumble to dust upon touch. Zhang Xian took one last glance at the dissipated painting before turning his gaze back forward. A rather wide passageway had appeared before them. Following behind Luo Xinqing and the others' footsteps, he landed on top of the passageway. After all of the spatial distortion he had been through, it felt reassuring to have his feet planted onto solid ground. The artifact that I sensed is in there, Yun Lianhai said with eyes gleaming with excitement. As soon as he stepped onto the passageway, the fuzzy feeling he had received from the treasure before suddenly turned extremely distinct. As long as they were to walk down this path, they should be able to find quite a few good stuff. Great! Hearing that the treasure was located not too far away from them, the crowd immediately felt energized, and they began making their way forward. Before long, a palace unfolded before their eyes. While it was called a palace, it wasn't too big or extravagant. Instead, its ancient design seemed to be communicating the long history behind it. It's likely that there might be danger in here. Let me head in to take a look first, Luo Xinqing said before taking the lead forward. The gates of the palace were carved from stone, and it was densely filled with inscriptions. These are spatial inscriptions, unique characters which ancient sage Qiu Wu has created. Through studying these characters, one could comprehend the essence of space. Our clan has a detailed interpretation of these words. Luo Xinqing exclaimed in astonishment. Spatial inscriptions? Zhang Xian looked at those characters contemplatively for a moment before nodding. He had seen those words at the Qiu Wu Palace as well. The heavenly demon Great Sorrow Palm was written using these words. Back then, he had no idea what those words meant, but he still managed to learn the battle technique through emulating the form of those words. If that's the case, does that mean that the ancient domain is really left behind by ancient sage Qiu Wu? Bai Hongyin asked in agitation. Even though ancient sage Qiu Wu was Kong Shi's servant, his true strength was no weaker than the founder of the Sanctum of Sages, ancient sage Bo Shang. More importantly, his comprehension of space had reached an extremely high level. If they could obtain his heritage, it would only be a matter of time before they achieved a breakthrough to Saint 8 Dan, or even Saint 9 Dan. That's most likely to be the case. But it's a little weird though. My clan has a huge collection of books detailing the life of ancient sage Qiu Wu, but we have never heard that he has left behind such an ancient domain before, Luo Xinqing said with a bewildered frown. As complicated as this ancient domain appears to be, to experts of the caliber of an ancient sage, it's something that they can create on a whim. I think it's likely that not even ancient sage Qiu remembered about this ancient domain he had left behind, Yun Lianhai said. Coming from a clan of treasure hunters, he had come into contact with simply too many treasures in the world. There were many ancient domains which appeared to be mystifyingly profound to those of the later generations, and the treasures within them were incredibly valuable too. However, to those who had left them behind, those might not bear much significance at all. The difference in realms inevitably led to a huge difference in how they assessed the value of things. That's true. Zhang Xian nodded in agreement. Take him for example. He wouldn't even blink an eye if someone were to throw 1,000,000 high-tier spirit stones before him. However, in the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, just the possession of a single high-tier spirit stone could already be considered as a great wealth. Similarly, while the Dongshu gourd might seem to be incomparably valuable to them, it might just be something that an ancient sage would just toss away casually. Luo Xianqing, since you recognize those characters, what is written on there? Yun Lianhai asked. It's a message intended for the later generations who discover this ancient domain. The general meaning is that those who are able to come this far are bound to have a deep understanding of space and are qualified to obtain his heritage. The way to open the door is also detailed on it, Luo Xianqing said as he examined the inscriptions on the wall closely. After many years of studying these spatial inscriptions, the Luo clan had already compiled a book that allowed others to interpret the meaning behind these characters. Heritage? Does this mean to say that the heritage of ancient sage Qiu Wu lies in the palace? That seems so. Luo Xianqing nodded. Taking a deep breath, he said, I'm going to open the door now, so be careful. It isn't easy for us to come to this point, so nothing must go wrong at this moment. After saying those words, he took a step backward before he raised his hand and tapped his finger forward. A surge of zhenqi poured forth and struck the gates. He sent out a total of 3 such surges of zhenqi in a formation, and energy began rippling across the surface of the gates. Jiaya. It began to slowly open. Luo Xianqing immediately drove his zhenqi to create a protective barrier around him in preparation for what would appear. Ancient sage Qiu Wu was a respected and celebrated figure, but since he had left his heritage behind here, he must have set up all kinds of trials in order to assess the qualification of those who sought his heritage. It would be better for them to proceed carefully. Luo Xianqing stepped into the palace, and some time later, he waved his hand to beckon for the others and said, There's no danger. Come in. The crowd quickly swarmed in and found themselves standing within a hall. It was completely empty, except for a sculpture erected not too far away. It's ancient sage Qiu Wu. Upon seeing the face on the sculpture, Zhang Xian exclaimed. He had seen ancient sage Qiu Wu back in the Qiu Wu palace, so naturally, he could recognize the sculpture here too. This is ancient sage Qiu Wu? Despite coming from illustrious backgrounds, this was the first time they were seeing ancient sage Qiu Wu's sculpture. I have seen before ancient sage Qiu Wu's painting. That's indeed him. Luo Xianqing replied before directing a perplexed glance at Zhang Xian. Zhang Shi, how did you know it's him? Ancient sage Qiu Wu had maintained a low profile in his lifetime, so there weren't too many records on him. The Luo clan was only able to recognize the other party through a painting they had in their possession. So how was the young man before him able to recognize it with a look? You said earlier that those words were left behind by ancient sage Qiu Wu, so I thought that the sculpture must be him as well. Zhang Xian replied sheepishly. The Qiu Wu palace carried the secret of the heavenly art of dimension unravel, so it was best for him to avoid talking about it for the time being. On the other hand, seeing that Zhang Xian was unwilling to speak about the matter, Luo Xianqing also didn't push him for a response either. Everyone had their own private encounters and secrets, and there was no purpose in insistently dredging them up. Instead, he walked over to the sculpture, kneeled onto the ground, and respectfully kowtowed a few times before standing up once more. Our Luo clan's understanding of spatial laws originated from ancient sage Qiu Wu's heritage, so our ancestor has made a rule that if any member of the Luo clan were to encounter ancient sage Qiu Wu's sculpture or will, we must kowtow to him to honor him as our grand teacher. Luo Xianqing explained. The Luo clan's understanding of spatial laws originated from ancient sage Qiu Wu's heritage? Zhang Xian was astonished. He turned to look at Yuan Shao and the others, but they seemed to already be aware of this matter. Space is an intrinsic nature of the world, so unlike swordsmanship and the others, which can be developed into many different quintessences, it has only one true path. As such, their heritages are more unified. Zhang Xian came to a realization. He should have known this earlier. It was no wonder why the annal of bedstead disquisition sage Luo had left behind was able to perfect the heavenly art of dimension unravel. It turned out that the both of them had originated from the same source. Junior Luo Xianqing pays respect to ancient sage Qiu Wu. After saying those words, Luo Xianqing reached out his hand and placed it on the lower pedestal of the sculpture. Wong. A light buzz echoed in the air for a moment before brilliant light burst forth from the sculpture. The unmoving sculpture slowly opened its eyes. The will of ancient sage Qiu Wu, by Hong Yin, Yuan Shao, and the others widened their eyes in shock, and without any hesitation, they kneeled to the ground. One must know that ancient sage Qiu Wu was an expert which was even older than the founder of their respective heritages, such that even those founders would have to kneel down and address him as senior. Back then, while I was passing by here, I happened to chance upon the seed of the Dongshu gourd, so I decided to plant it, hoping that it would be of some help to the later generations. The fact that you are able to come this far shows that you have achieved a deep comprehension of space and is qualified to obtain my heritage. The sculpture began speaking. Thank you, ancient sage Qiu Wu. Everyone felt agitated to receive ancient sage Qiu Wu's recognition. Luo Xianqing was just about to utter some words of gratitude when he suddenly realized that not too far away, Zhang Xian was still standing. A frown emerged on his forehead as he berated, Zhang Shi, why are you not paying your respects to ancient sage Qiu Wu? But barely after those words were spoken, ancient sage Qiu Wu's sculpture had also turned his head over, and a horrified look appeared on his face. You again. Chapter 1365 Collapse of the Ancient Domain. You recognize me? Zhang Xian was taken aback. You made me come to see the flaws in my cultivation, so you can be considered half a teacher to me. How could I not recognize you? The sculpture replied, flaws in ancient sage Qiu Wu's cultivation? Half a teacher. Does this mean that Zhang Shi has actually offered pointers to ancient sage Qiu Wu? The teeth of Luo Xianqing, by Hong Yin, and the others clattered from shock upon hearing those words. The significance of this matter was truly big, to the point that knowing too much might even cost them their lives. But aren't you a fragmented soul? Zhang Xian asked in intrigue. Even though they had met once another in the Qiu Wu Palace, each fragmented soul should have been an independent existence. Normally, it should have been impossible for any of ancient sage Qiu Wu's fragmented souls outside of the Qiu Wu Palace to share memories with those within. So how did the one before him recognize him? Each fragmented soul is an independent existence, but the order in which they are created is significant, too. It'll be nigh impossible for fragmented souls that are created earlier to read into the memories of those who are created later, but as for fragmented souls that are created later, through some special means, it isn't too difficult for them to share the memories of those that were created earlier. Not to mention, you are even carrying my heritage along with you. So it's even easier for me to do so, the sculpture explained. Zhang Xian nodded in realization. He had been carrying the Qiu Wu Palace with him wherever he went, and while it was currently stored in his storage ring, considering ancient sage Qiu Wu's unfathomable mastery over space, it was not too difficult for him to figure out what had happened within. It's no wonder you tamed the Dongshu gourd and got here so quickly. Your presence here explains everything. Ahem, I still have some things to attend to, so, goodbye. With a sudden kacha, a crack ran through the sculpture, following which, the imposing aura that was compelling subservience in the crowd receded like an ebbing tide. Boom. Following which, the sculpture abruptly exploded into countless fragments amid a cloud of dust, and it took a long while before everything settled on the ground. This, ancient sage Qiu Wu's will, has dissipated, but he hasn't told us what the heritage is yet. With twitching eyebrows, Luo Xianqing and the others clawed at their hair, unable to believe the situation unfolding right before them. They had traveled far to get there, and after a great deal of hard work, they had finally been just a step away from obtaining the heritage when the sculpture abruptly exploded before their eyes, and the will harnessed within it dissipated. What the heck was this? They slowly turned toward Zhang Xian and said, Zhang Shi. Facing the glares of the crowd, Zhang Xian was completely dumbfounded as well. Was that ancient sage Qiu Wu not a little too unreliable? He had also dissipated the previous time before saying what the heritage was. In fact, this time around, he had barely said anything at all. He had seen so many wills, but in terms of speed, that fellow was surely the first. It was no wonder he could come up with battle techniques such as the unbounded voyager. It turned out to be completely aligned with his innate nature. But thinking of it again, Kang Shi was rather fast as well. They had met 2 times so far, but each time, he did not manage to get the solution for the innate fetal poison out of him. This master and servant pair. No wonder the 2 of them managed to click with one another. Under the murderous glares that were intensifying by the moment, Zhang Xian replied with twitching lips, ahem. Maybe this is a test posed to us by ancient sage Qiu Wu? He might have hidden the heritage somewhere in this folded space and want us to find it ourselves? That had been the case in the Qiu Wu palace too. After ancient sage Qiu Wu's will dissipated, he had managed to find the heavenly art of dimension unravel through studying the 3 words Qiu Wu Palace at the entrance. Considering that it was the same ancient sage Qiu Wu they were talking about, he was likely to go by the same pattern. Hearing those words, the crowd traded doubtful gazes, seemingly trying to ascertain the likelihood of Zhang Xian's words being true. Luo Xianqing pondered for a moment before saying, back then, before our old ancestor obtained ancient sage Qiu Wu's heritage and comprehended the spatial laws, he also seemed to have gone through a similar experience. Zhang Shi is right. A person like ancient sage Qiu Wu would only pass down his heritage to those who have undergone his careful selection. It wouldn't make sense for him to give his all to someone he has only met once. Let's comb through the area. We might just be able to find something. Seeing that Luo Xianqing had covered up for him, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Bai Hongyin and the others nodded before getting to their feet to search the area. The walls of the palace were also made of some kind of mysterious stone, and just like the gates, there were characters inscribed on them as well. Bai Hongyin and the others could not interpret those characters, so they could only turn to Luo Xianqing for help. These characters aren't a cultivation technique, but just inscriptions to fortify the defenses of the palace. Even though this is a folded space, thus, there are no storms to weather. This fortification played a crucial role in allowing the palace to remain standing even after the passing of many millenniums, Luo Xianqing explained. Regardless of weather conditions, all structures would still eventually wear down with time. Without the fortification inscriptions, the palace would have long collapsed from the accrued damage. Seeing that these characters meant nothing at all, the crowd was a little disappointed. At this point, Bai Hongyin suddenly thought of something and turned to Yun Lianhai. The heritage should also be considered a treasure, too. Yun Lianhai, do you sense anything in the area? Since Yun Lianhai had been able to lead them there was a chance he would be able to lead them to the heritage left behind by ancient sage Qiu Wu as well. I'll give it a try. Yun Lianhai nodded before activating his unique ability. This ability of his could only be considered to be tapping into his bloodline rather than activating it. So while it would cause some damage to him, it was not to the point where he would be incapacitated for an entire month. Opening the third eye in between his eyebrows, he swept the area swiftly before suddenly coming to a halt. I sensed something weird in that direction. He pointed in a direction as he said those words. The crowd quickly turned their gazes over. It was directed toward the area just beneath the sculpture. Rummaging through the shattered stone fragments, they soon found traces of a folded space. Wonderful. The eyes of the crowd lit up, and Luo Xianqing raised his finger and tapped on the folded space. Wong. With a brilliant burst of light, a line of words surged out of the folded space and appeared before the crowd. Heavenly Demon Great Sorrow Fist. Zhang Xian read out. He had thought that ancient sage Qiu Wu had just said those words on a whim, but who would have thought that he had really left his heritage behind? Legend has it that ancient sage Qiu Wu's strongest battle techniques involve his finger, sword, fist, and palm. and they carry the prefix Heavenly Demon Great Sorrow. The palm art is at Saint Intermediate tier, the fist art is at Saint High tier, and the sword art is at Saint Pinnacle. Even the old ancestor of my Luo clan was unable to find those battle techniques. But to think that we would actually stumble on one of them here. Luo Xianqing was so agitated that his eyes were glowing. Finger, sword, fist, and palm? Zhang Xian was taken aback. He had learned the Heavenly Demon Great Sorrow palm before, and it was indeed a Saint Intermediate tier battle technique. He had thought that it was just an independent battle technique, but to think that it would actually be part of an entire series. He quickly looked at the words in the sky and commanded in his mind, "Flaws, voila." A book materialized in the library of Heaven's Path. Placing his finger on it, a constipated look swiftly appeared on Zhang Xian's face. There are even more flaws with it, Zhang Xian thought with a shake of his head. Just the 27 flaws in the Heavenly Demon Great Sorrow palm had left him feeling deeply uncomfortable within, but this one actually had 31 flaws. To be fair, it was a decent battle technique with formidable strength, but how could he bring himself to cultivate such a flawed technique? Ever since he started cultivating the Heaven's Path divine art, he had already grown accustomed to practicing skills that were devoid of flaws. Like a germaphobe, even the slightest hint of a fault would leave him feeling deeply uncomfortable, as if bugs were crawling over his skin. And there were actually 31 of them in this manual. Zhang Xian swiftly gathered all of the fist art manuals that he had practiced so far and compiled them together with it. Compile. There are still 28 flaws. Even though Zhang Xian had seen quite a number of fist art manuals in the past, their tier was simply too low. They were still sorely lacking to complement the faults found in a Saint high-tier fist art. Several 100,000 books, but they only managed to remove 3 flaws in total. Zhang Xian shook his head and consoled himself. Forget it. I'll just have to find more fist art manuals when I return to the Sanctum of Sages to perfect the Heavenly Demon Great Sorrow fist. In any case, there were plenty of secret manuals in the Sanctum of Sages. As long as he could clear the examination for them, he should be able to gather quite a number of fist art manuals. With time, he would surely be able to perfect it. At this moment, the ground beneath their feet suddenly began trembling, and the space around them began distorting. Crap, this is bad. The dissipation of ancient sage Qiu Wu's will and the taking away of the Dongshu gourd have led to instability within the space. At this rate, it'll soon collapse, Luo Xianqing exclaimed in shock. Similar to the mountain gate of the Sanctum of Sages, the structure of this folded space was simply too complicated. Without someone to sustain its operations, it would swiftly collapse at the slightest hint of impact. And clearly, this was what was happening at the moment. Collapse? Everyone's face paled. As powerful as they were still limited by the space they were in. If the folded space were to collapse, there was a good chance that they would be crushed between dimension rifts and die, unless they could achieve a level that surpassed this folded space. But that would require them to be at St. Nine Dan at the very minimum. We need to leave right now, or else we might just die in here, Luo Xianqing exclaimed anxiously. But I have only remembered 2 lines of the entire fist art. Bai Hongyin exclaimed with a reddened face. I have also only managed to remember 2 lines, Yuan Shao said. There were countless cultivators who dream of obtaining ancient sage Qiu Wu's battle technique, and it was a stroke of luck that they had managed to find it. Yet, to have to leave without memorizing its entirety, they just could not get over the indignation in their hearts. Your lives are more important. No matter how powerful the battle technique is, it'll be futile if you don't have the life to practice it. I have also only managed to memorize 4 lines myself. Hurry up, let's go. Luo Xianqing urged with a wave of his hand. This battle technique had been created by ancient sage Qiu Wu, and it harnessed the essence of his wisdom. All in all, it contained more than several hundred lines, and despite their superior memory as cultivators, it would still take them at least an hour to memorize everything. Barely a minute had passed so far, and it was already a formidable feat for them to have been able to memorize 2 to 4 lines. But again, between a battle technique and their lives, it was clear which was more important. All right. Seeing that the surrounding space was shaking more and more intensely, such that dimension rift cracks had started appearing around the area. Bai Hongyin and the others realized that they could not afford to waste any more time. They quickly followed behind Luo Xianqing to dash out of the folded space. Naturally, Zhang Xian followed suit. They had proceeded slowly to carefully scan the area so as to ensure that they did not miss anything important when they were walking through the passageway toward the palace earlier, but with danger right behind them, they could not afford to do that. They flitted forward desperately as if their lives were on the line, and it took merely 2 breaths before they returned to the top of the river flow. Luo Xianqing swiftly summoned a spatial bubble once more and wrapped it around the entire group before driving it forward with all his might. 10 breaths later, they returned to the bottom of the river, where they had first encountered the Dongshu gourd. Pacha! Pacha! Barely after they returned there, they saw a huge dimension rift swiftly devouring the palace and the river behind them. That was a close shave. Cold sweat trickled down the crowd's backs. It was fortunate that they did not hesitate for too long there, or else they might have died. "Let's quickly get out of here," Luo Xianqing said as he used a secret art of the Luo clan to forcefully tear open an exit in the folded space. Everyone quickly leaped up and headed out. Hoo-hoo! A deafening gale whistled by their ears, and intense vertigo swallowed them, leaving them in a deeply disoriented state. Fortunately, this only lasted for a moment. When they opened their eyes once more, they were already back at the cavern. Barely after they managed to find their footing once more, the sesame-sized spatial distortion suddenly emanated a blinding burst of light before vanishing from view. The ancient domain had really fully collapsed. Chapter 1366 Let Me Teach You, the Heavenly Demon Great Sorrow Fist. The disappearance of the folded space meant that the ancient domain had become nothing more than a part of history. Even though they were relieved that they had managed to survive the collapse, they still could not help but feel dismay regarding the loss of ancient sage Qiuwu's heritage. An unparalleled battle technique was right before them, and they missed it just like that. Even though I only managed to memorize a few lines, it's still a battle technique left behind by ancient sage Qiuwu. If I can internalize it well, I should be able to raise my fighting prowess significantly, Yuan Shao said. Why don't we do this? Let's regurgitate the content that we memorized, put it all together, and analyze it. This way, we can at least make the best out of what we know of the Heavenly Demon Great Sorrow Fist. I guess that's all we can do now. Bai Hongyin and the others quickly nodded in agreement. A battle technique of the Heavenly Demon Great Sorrow Fist's tier was extremely difficult to comprehend. Every single line carried a deep conception and great significance. Even though they had only managed to memorize a couple of lines, if they could just study it thoroughly, they should still be able to benefit greatly from it. Luo Xianqing, you have the best memory of us all. Why don't you go first? Luo Xianqing nodded. The 4 lines that I have memorized are, as one of the top geniuses of the Luo clan, he possessed superb memory. In just a short 1 to 2 minutes, he actually managed to memorize more than 100 words. Hearing that what they had memorized was the exact same as what Luo Xianqing had said, Yuan Shao and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Just as they were about to start analyzing what those 4 lines meant, Yun Lianhai suddenly spoke up. I think I got the 5th line. Everyone quickly turned their gazes over with their bodies trembling in agitation. You memorized the 5th line? I think so. Yun Lianhai nodded as he quickly regurgitated the 5th line. As a treasure hunter, possessing a good memory was of vital importance in order to be able to put clues together. As good as Luo Xuanqing's memory was, it was still slightly lacking compared to Yun Lianhai's. Amazing. Even though it's only 5 lines, it seems to have already opened up a new world to me, Luo Xianqing remarked in awe as he ruminated over the words for a moment. At this point, a thought suddenly flashed across his mind, and he turned to the silent Zhang Xian. Zhang Shi, what about you? How many lines have you remembered? Me. Zhang Xian had been too preoccupied lamenting over the destruction of the folded space that he had not really heard what the others were saying. He felt that if he could have gotten the myriad ant hive queen to swallow the space, he would have been able to increase the space in the myriad ant hive nest significantly. He was slightly startled by the abrupt question before responding, Oh, I managed to memorize everything. You memorized everything? flabbergasted. They were all Saint 7 Dan and half Saint 8 Dan experts, possessing superior analytical abilities, but even so, they only managed to memorize 5 lines in total. But he actually memorized everything? Indeed. Zhang Xian nodded. Then, can you recite the content for us? Luo Xinqing asked in agitation. Sure. Actually, why don't I just write it down for you? This way, you can refer to it whenever you want to. With a tap of his finger, a surge of zhenqi shot forth from Zhang Xian's fingers before abruptly bursting apart in the sky, forming a massive screen of light. Slowly, words began surfacing on the light screen. It was the cultivation method for the heavenly demon Great Sorrow Fist. He just had to use the Library of Heaven's Path to collect the entire manual, so it did not even take him half a breath to memorize everything. All he had to do now was bring it out word for word, so it was no trouble at all. Looking at the screen filled with words before them, everyone gulped as they shot glances of disbelief at Zhang Xian. To memorize so many words within just a minute or two, just how in the world did he manage to do it? At this moment, Yun Lianhai suddenly exclaimed, Wait a moment, Zhang Shi. There are a few words in your manual that are different from what I memorized. Everyone turned their gazes over and saw Yun Lianhai pointing toward the third line. Indeed, there were 3 words in the third line that were different from what they had discussed and agreed on earlier. Even though it was only a difference of 3 words, this alteration gave a completely different direction and conception to the battle technique. Could it be that, even though that fellow did manage to memorize the entire manual, his memory on certain portions was flawed? If that was the case, they should not practice this version of the Heavenly Demon Great Sorrow Fist even if it formed a complete manual. It was still fine if one failed to memorize a cultivation technique or battle technique. What was truly dangerous was if one had remembered it incorrectly. Even the slightest mistake in cultivation could possibly lead to one treading down the wrong path, possibly resulting in one's cultivation going berserk. Oh, after I was done memorizing the Heavenly Demon Great Sorrow Fist, I had some time to examine it closely. I realized that the cultivation technique had quite a few problems, so I made some alterations to it. However, due to the limitations of my knowledge, I was only able to correct a couple of the flaws. Zhang Xian sighed, and his head reddened in embarrassment. If he had more Saint high-tier fist art manuals to refer to, he would have been able to correct more of the flaws. So far, of the 31 flaws, he had only managed to correct 3 of them, which was not even a tenth of the total. This was truly a huge failure on his part. Alterations? The crowd nearly spurted a mouthful of blood. While we were struggling to memorize 2 to 5 lines of the manual, you managed to memorize everything and even alter it. Their faces flushed red, and they felt as if they were about to explode from the sheer frustration bubbling within them. Quick at setting up formations? Fine, we'll tolerate that. Quick at deciphering poison? All right, we'll accept that too. Quick at helping others achieving a breakthrough? Fine, we'll take that grudgingly as well. But to be able to memorize a manual that quickly and even have time to alter it, don't you think that you are showing off a bit too much? Why don't you just give me a while first? If I can refer to the fist art manuals back at the Sanctum of Sages, I should be able to perfect it further, thus bringing its might up to a new height, Zhang Xian said. It would not be nice for him to pass down such a disgustingly flawed battle technique to others. It would be best if he could perfect it before imparting it to them. Yuan Shao pondered for a moment before replying. It's fine. I'll just memorize the original version. I think I'll go with the original version. Zhang Shi, may I trouble you to pin down the battle technique prior to your alterations? Bai Hongyin asked as well. Even their old ancestors would dare not alter a battle technique from an expert of that caliber easily. Despite the extraordinary feats that Zhang Xian had achieved so far, they were hesitant to put themselves on the line to cultivate a battle technique that he had altered. All right then. Knowing what the crowd was worried about, Zhang Xian did not insist on the matter. With a wave of his hand, he reverted the portions that he had altered to their original version. Seeing that the content had been changed to its original state, the crowd hurriedly took out some paper and brushes to copy the content down. It would be disastrous if they memorized the content incorrectly, so it would be much safer for them to copy everything down instead. An hour later, they were finally done copying the manual. Zhang Shi, earlier, Ancient Sage Qiu Wu said that he knows you. Have the both of you met one another before? Luo Xianqing asked curiously. I happened to stumble into one of his ancient domain once, and after clearing his tests, I obtained his heavenly demon Great Sorrow Palm, Zhang Xian said without going into detail or revealing the existence of the Qiuwu Palace. I see. The crowd nodded in realization. Then, what about when ancient sage Qiuwu talked about you seeing through the flaws in his cultivation? Yuan Shao asked. How could that possibly be true? The truth is that I happened to chance upon a book that detailed the flaws in the heavenly demon Great Sorrow Palm, so I spoke about it casually before ancient sage Qiuwu's will. Who would have thought that he would think so highly of me after the matter? Zhang Xian said. Offering pointers to an ancient sage was simply too shocking a matter. Having something like that pinned to his reputation was not necessarily something good, especially considering how well-respected ancient sage Qiuwu was. In any case, he was determined to deny this matter to the end. As for whether the others would believe him or not, that was not his problem anymore. Luo Xianqing and the others felt that Zhang Xian was not being completely honest to them, but his explanation was something that they could accept, so they decided to probe no further. Let's return. Even though Luo Xianqing had failed to obtain the Dongshu Gore this time around, he did manage to achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation. As for the others, they also managed to obtain the heavenly demon Great Sorrow Fist, so it was not a wasted trip for them either. Shortly after walking out of the cavern, they were met with the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast. From it, they learned that Zhang Chun and the others had already regained consciousness 2 hours ago and left the area immediately. Toward this matter, Luo Xianqing could not help but feel a tinge of disappointment. He had been hoping to try my newfound strength on that fellow so as to vent his many years of frustration, but who knew that the fellow would actually flee? The Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast was not an aerial saint beast. While it was capable of moving at an incredible speed due to its superior cultivation, in terms of endurance, it still came nowhere near the 7-colored divine crane. So, Zhang Xian moved the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast into the myriad ant hive nest before leaving the valley with the others on the back of the 7-colored divine crane. Here are your formation flags. Zhang Xian walked up to Bai Hongyin and passed a huge stack of flags over. He had borrowed them from the other party for the mission, and since the mission had come to an end, it was only right for him to return them. Otherwise, how would he be any different from bandits? My understanding of formations is still deeply lacking, so you can keep the flags. I think you will be able to do much more with them, Bai Hongyin said with a wave of her hand. In the view of others, she was not just a talented demonic tunist. She was also a proficient formation master, a true genius. However, after meeting the young man standing before her, she realized that her skills were still sorely lacking. After witnessing what the young man was capable of, she was embarrassed to even tell others that she was a formation master. This won't do. How can I simply take your stuff like that? Zhang Xian quickly shook his hands. Those were grade 8 formation flags, capable of setting up even grade 8 pinnacle formations. Even a single one of those was worth a huge fortune, let alone an entire bunch of them. He did not want to owe a debt to others over material possessions. Not to mention that the other party was a lady, and they were currently before his future brother-in-law. He had to make sure to conduct himself well. If you think it's too much as a gift, it'll do as long as you offer me some pointers when I'm ready to push for a breakthrough to Saint 8 Dan. That way, I will be the one who has gotten a good deal instead, Bai Hongyin said. Of course, it was not because she was too rich that she gave so many valuable formation flags away for free. She was intending to make use of this opportunity to win Zhang Xian's goodwill so that she would be able to engage his help in the future, especially when she needed to push for a breakthrough to Saint 8 Dan. Zhang Xian frowned. He did not think that he would have much trouble helping Bai Hongyin achieve a breakthrough to Saint 8 Dan, but the main problem was that how long would she take? Beyond the 3rd month of the next year, he probably would not have time to attend to such miscellaneous matters anymore. With this thought in mind, he turned to Bai Hongyin and asked, How long will you need before you are ready to push for a breakthrough to Saint 8 Dan? How long? A confident smile emerged on Bai Hongyin's lips as she replied, I'm currently at Saint 7 Dan advanced stage, ready to achieve a breakthrough soon. As long as I cultivate diligently, I should be able to successfully make a breakthrough within 3 years. After reaching Saint 7 Dan Pinnacle, I will have to slowly reinforce my cultivation in order to build up a strong foundation for Saint 8 Dan. I will require 10 to 20 years for that. 3 years and 10 years? That is to say that you will need at least 13 years before you can push for a breakthrough to Saint 8 Dan? Zhang Xian asked. That's right. Bai Hongyin nodded. My rate of cultivation can already be considered to be faster compared to the others in the Sanctum of Sages. You might not feel it that much at the moment, but every step forward beyond the leaving aperture realm gets increasingly arduous, and the time and effort one has to put in increases exponentially. Zhang Xian nodded in response to those words. He could relate to that. Ever since he reached the leaving aperture realm, he could sense that the quantity of spiritual energy he needed to push for a breakthrough was much greater than before, and the time he took to achieve a breakthrough had increased from 2 hours to 4 hours. Really, the difficulty was so great that it left a numbing sensation on his scalp. If not for that, he would not have been so troubled by the matter. Seeing the awful complexion on the young man's face, Bai Hongyin asked, Zhang Shi, is my rate of cultivation too fast or too slow? Zhang Xian hesitated for a moment before replying. 13 years is a little too long for me. I don't think I can wait till then. Why don't we do this instead? You should try to achieve a breakthrough to Saint 7 Dan Pinnacle on the spot and reinforce your cultivation, and when we finally reach the Sanctum of Sages, I'll help you push for a breakthrough to Saint 8 Dan straight. Achieve a breakthrough on the spot? Bai Hongyin's face twitched upon hearing those words. Zhang Shi, you must be messing with me. If I could really achieve a breakthrough as and when I like, I would have already done so. I'm not messing with you. Zhang Xian chuckled. It's just a breakthrough to Saint 7 Dan Pinnacle. No problem at all. Here, I'll impart a method to you. 20 minutes, no, that's too long. 5 minutes. I'll have you achieve a breakthrough within 5 minutes. Chapter 1367, I'll take you there. 5 minutes? Bai Hongyin's eyelids twitched. She forcefully suppressed the disbelief that was rising in her heart and asked, What should I do? If anyone else had said those words to her, she definitely would have had the other party thrown off the back of the crane. However, it was different with the young man before her. Through his guidance, he was able to make Luo Xinqing achieve a breakthrough within just a short span of time. That was more than enough to prove that he was a man of great abilities. Achieving a breakthrough to Saint 7 Dan Pinnacle was not a small matter, but compared to a breakthrough to Saint 8 Dan, it was indeed a walk in the park. Let me take a look at the cultivation technique manual you are practicing. I need to know the nature of your cultivation technique in order to determine a feasible direction to work in, Zhang Xian said. All right. Bai Hongyin flicked her wrist and passed a book over. Zhang Xian took the book and casually flipped it open. 7 strings music forging art. The cultivation technique that Bai Hongyin practiced was the strongest technique of the demonic tunists. With her body as the zither and her breaths as strings, she was able to produce music on thought. Even a simple word or hum from her was imbued with great power, drawing others under her control. After looking through the other party's cultivation technique, Zhang Xian took out the book he had compiled on Bai Hongyin when she executed her battle technique earlier and studied both of them together. Sometime later, he finally arrived at a solution. Cultivators of the 7 strings music forging art are able to temper their jinqi into the 7 strings of a zither, and upon breaking through to the phantasmal space realm, they are able to form the 7 strings dominion. Enemies who step into the 7 strings dominion will feel as if they have fallen into a world filled with demonic tunes. The slightest lapse in one's guard against it could result in the injuring of one's primordial spirit and the breeding of inner demons within one's mind. It's indeed not too easy to achieve a breakthrough with this cultivation technique. However, you have already accumulated a strong enough foundation for a breakthrough, just that you are currently lacking one last thing, Zhang Xian analyzed with a frown. May I know what it is? Bai Hongyin asked anxiously. Your 7 strings dominion isn't sharp enough yet. If an equally skilled demonic tunist could put you under great pressure through attacking your openings, it should be possible to trigger your potential, allowing you to push for a breakthrough, Zhang Xian said. There were quite a few major flaws in Bai Hongyin's cultivation technique, but considering how far she had come cultivating it, it was already too late to change it. If she wanted to surpass her current bottleneck, There was only one way to do it, to use music to stimulate her music. By attacking the biggest openings in her body would be placed under immense stress, and this would force her body to achieve a breakthrough. Put me under great pressure? Bai Hongyin was stunned for a moment before a bitter smile broke on her face. Suppression by demonic tunes requires one to achieve a very high level of mastery in demonic tunes. The only person I know who can achieve this feat is my teacher, but it's a pity that she's not here. As simple as the idea is, it won't be easy to carry it out in practice. I happen to have some experience in demonic tunes as well. If you trust me, we can give it a shot, Zhang Xian said with a smile. You are a demonic tunist too? Bai Hongyin could hardly believe what she was hearing. I did learn it for a while. Right, do you have any books regarding demonic tunes? Let me take a look through them. I need as many books as possible so as to find a detailed way as to how I can help you achieve a breakthrough, Zhang Xian said. All right. Bai Hongyin nodded. She flicked her wrist, and a huge pile of books immediately appeared on the back of the crane. She turned her gaze to Zhang Xian and said, These are all of the books relating to demonic tunes that I have with me at the moment. There are around 2,000 of them here. Responding with a nod, Zhang Xian swiftly scanned through the books with his eyes and collected them all into the library of Heaven's Path. After which, he picked up a book and began flipping through, but meanwhile, his consciousness was immersed in his library of Heaven's Path, studying these books. Even though he had the 7-star demonic tunist emblem, he had only browsed through 6-star demonic tune manuals before, so effectively, his comprehension of demonic tunes was only on par with 7-star primary demonic tunists. Such a level of proficiency was still far from enough for him to resolve the problems Bai Hongyin was facing. Compile. After some commotion, a book materialized in the air. Fortunately, a Heaven's Path demonic tune art was compiled. With just a simple tap, he assimilated the knowledge contained within it. Thus, he opened his eyes once more and said, All right, I have found a solution to the problem. Bai Hongyin glanced at the discourse on sheet music in Zhang Xian's hand and asked in disbelief, So fast? She had read the book when she had just become a 7-star demonic tunist. It simply introduced some of the simpler grade 7 demonic tunes and playing techniques. To make an analogy, it was somewhat similar to a collection of nursery rhymes. Was the young man really going to induce a breakthrough in her using such a book? Without explaining the matter, Zhang Xian instructed, Sit down and take out your zither. Despite harboring an ocean of doubts in her mind, Bai Hongyin still sat down, took out her zither, and gently stroked it with her fingers. Ting-tring. The melody of a zither began sounded in the air. As soon as Bai Hongyin started playing, her disposition changed. It grew towering and imposing, reminiscent of a tall tsunami that threatened to drown one within it. Meanwhile, Zhang Xian flicked his wrist and took out a zither as well. This was the zither that school head Jiang had made for him, using a unique branch procured from his own residence. Even with his current level of proficiency in demonic tunes, it could still be considered a decent zither. Stroking on the zither lightly, a melody drifted gently into the surroundings. His zither playing did not harness too much offensive power. Instead, it carried a fleeting and distant feeling that seemed to gradually draw one deeper into the melody, putting one in a trance. Even though he had managed to compile the 7-star Heaven's Path demonic tune art, he had not had a chance to cultivate it yet, so his prowess in demonic tunes was still only comparable to a 7-star primary demonic tunist. Nevertheless, every note played was impeccably timed in between Bai Hongyin's playing, messing up her tempo. In terms of prowess, Bai Hongyin felt as if she was facing a 7-star pinnacle demonic tunist head-on. Trang tring ting trang. In just moments, Bai Hongyin's face had turned crimson, and she nearly spurted blood on the spot. He's really powerful. Initially, Bai Hongyin still had some reservations about Zhang Xian's proficiency as a demonic tunist, but just from this short encounter, she found that the other party's grasp of demonic tunes had reached a level far above hers. This was truly frightening. Formations, medicine, beast taming. It was already formidable that he possessed such astounding mastery in those occupations, but to think that he would possess such superb talent in demonic tunes as well. Just how in the world did he study? While Zhang Xian was stimulating by Hong Yin's potential to help her push for a breakthrough to Phantasmal Space Realm Pinnacle, Yuan Shao and the others were looking on with envy on their faces. However, their envy did not last for too long before Yun Lianhai remarked, "Is it just me? Or is the divine crane moving downward?" Luo Xianqing and the others lowered their heads and saw that the seven-colored divine crane, which had been flying steadily a moment ago, was suddenly going on a downward trajectory. It's indeed moving downward. However, at the speed it's moving, this shouldn't pose any trouble, Luo Xianqing replied. Not even a second after saying those words, the divine crane's neck suddenly arched backward, and its eyes were bulging so much that it seemed as if they would pop out at any moment. Who? It fainted on the spot. This? The mouths of Luo Xianqing and the others twitched. They were all Saint Realm experts, so even if their aerial Saint Beast were to plummet, they would still be able to maintain their flight. But, can't the two of you calm down a bit? Look, even the seven-colored crane can't tolerate you two anymore. If something really happens to it, how do you plan on returning to the Sanctum of Sages? Luo Xianqing hurriedly waved his hands to support the divine crane and the others, slowly guiding the group to the ground. All the while, Zhang Xian and Bai Hongyin remained oblivious to the suffering of the divine crane, and they were still completely engrossed into playing against one another. As such, despite having lost consciousness and landed on the ground, the divine crane's body continued convulsing endlessly, and white foam flowed out from the edges of its mouth. It was almost as if whipping a corpse. Boom. Just as Luo Xianqing and the others were hesitating over whether they should stop those two so as to save the divine crane from its agony, a resounding buzz reverberated from Bai Hongyin's direction. Her aura surged, breaking straight through the clouds and into the heavens. The bottleneck that had confined her at Phantasmal Space Realm Advanced Stage had been broken. Phantasmal Space Realm Pinnacle? She really achieved a breakthrough. And it's just been 5 minutes. Yuan Shao and Yun Lianhai glanced at one another with widened eyes. Previously, Zhang Xian had said that he could help Bai Hongyin achieve a breakthrough within 5 minutes, and putting together the time he had spent on reading through a book and playing the zither, it just happened that 5 minutes had passed. Wasn't his calculation a little too precise? All right, it's done. Playing the very last note, Zhang Xian put his zither back into his storage ring before exhaling deeply. He stood up and stretched his back lazily. It was only at this moment that he finally recovered his trance, and after a short moment of confusion, a frown emerged on his forehead. Why are we on the ground? With his limited proficiency in demonic tunes, he had needed to focus his attention fully on his playing, so he did not notice the falling of the crane. As such, he could not help but be perplexed by the situation before him. Logically speaking, they should still have been some distance away from reaching the Sanctum of Sages, so why would they suddenly land on the ground? Why don't you take a look for yourself? Seeing the confused look on Zhang Xian's face, the veins on Luo Xuanqing's temples bulged as he pointed to the side. Zhang Xian hurriedly turned his head and saw the divine crane lying unconscious on the ground. Its tongue was stretched out, and its slender legs were twitching every now and then. Amazingly, he realized that its spasms were in tempo with the melody he had been playing before. It must have truly enjoyed the music I have played earlier to be dancing along to my melody even in its sleep. Zhang Xian remarked in awe. It sure has fine taste in music. The crowd. Zhang Shi, I happen to have reached a bottleneck in my cultivation as well. Can you give me some guidance too? I'm just a step short of a breakthrough, too. Bai Hongyin's breakthrough had left Yuan Shao and Yun Lianhai deeply moved. They realized that this was a good opportunity for them as well. Zhang Xian had initially planned to turn down their requests, but in view of the great sincerity they were showing him, neither of their sincerity was worth any less than the grade 8 formation flags that Bai Hongyin had gifted him. He solemnly pondered over the matter for a split second before reluctantly agreeing to help them as well. Yun Lianhai's cultivation was the lowest of the group, and his fighting prowess was not too strong, so helping him achieve a breakthrough was much easier. On the other hand, due to his powerful defensive prowess and strong foundation in cultivation, it was much more difficult for Yuan Shao to achieve a breakthrough. Nevertheless, that did not pose much of a problem for Zhang Xian. He summoned the netherworld azure dragon beast and commanded it to give Yuan Shao a beating he would never forget. And not too long later, the latter successfully achieved a breakthrough. The group rested on that spot for an entire day and reinforced their cultivation before continue their journey back. By then, the seven-colored divine crane had already recovered from its previous trauma. Well, it would still make abrupt halts and plummet several hundred meters from time to time in the midst of its flight, but all was still well. However, due to that, their journey ended up being much longer than expected. What that should have been a 5-day flight ended up taking them 10 whole days. Fortunately, this time could not be said to have been wasted. The crowd managed to reinforce their cultivation, thus increasing their fighting prowess significantly. This was especially so for Luo Xianqing. At half-dimension sundering realm and ready to achieve a breakthrough at any moment, he was already standing at the very top of the inner sanctum. Zhang Shi, are you interested in accompanying me to look for Zhang Chun? Luo Xianqing suddenly asked while he was leaping down the back of the divine crane after landing in a vast courtyard. Look for Zhang Chun? Indeed. It isn't easy for me to one-up him, so it goes without saying that I should make use of this opportunity to vent my many years of pent-up frustration. Otherwise, wouldn't my breakthrough have been in vain? Luo Xianqing said as he licked his lips savagely. This? Zhang Xian hesitated for a moment before saying, actually, I'm planning to take the 8-star examinations for my other supporting occupations, so as to push for a breakthrough to 8-star master teacher. It had been quite some time since he had obtained the Sanctum Head token, and time was rather tight for him too. It was about time for him to at least clear the 8-star master teacher examination and unlock one of the seals. Otherwise, he might not be able to make it in time for Luo Ruoxin's marriage. You want to take the 8-star examinations for your supporting occupations? Luo Xianqing looked at Zhang Xian contemplatively. Which examinations are you planning to take first? Spirit Awakener, Apothecary, Physician, Painter, Beast Tamer, Celestial Designer, Terpsichore, and Appraiser. Any of these should be fine, Zhang Xian replied. In order to qualify for the 8-star Master Teacher examination, he would need to have 8 8-star supporting occupations, and so far, he had only cleared his 8-star Formation Master examination. He really needed to work much harder. I have cleared those examinations before, so I am quite close with the personnel there. Why don't you follow me to pummel Zhang Chun, and I'll take you on a walk through all of them right after, Luo Xianqing said with a grand wave of his hand. Chapter 1368 Shrine of Seers. I'll be counting on you then, Brother Luo. Zhang Xian was unfamiliar with the Sanctum of Sages, which made it difficult for him to find his way around. Hearing Luo Xuanqing's confident declaration, Zhang Xian's eyes immediately lit up. If he could have someone show him around, he would be spared from a great deal of trouble. Besides, he was more than willing to pummel Zhang Chun, not to mention the fact that the fellow still owed him quite a few pinnacle spirit stones. A few days had passed since then, so it was about time for him to collect the debt. There's no need for formalities with me. Luo Xianqing laughed heartily as he took the lead forward. Even though the cultivation of the young man before him was ordinary, he had shown extraordinary expertise in setting up formations and guiding others to achieving a breakthrough. Even for him and the Luo clan, there were many benefits that could be derived from befriending such a person. Not to mention, the young man's personality happened to be to his liking as well. While proceeding ahead, Luo Xianqing sent out a few messages with his communication jade token, and a moment later, he turned to Zhang Xian with a smile and said, "That fellow isn't in the inner sanctum but the Shrine of Seers. Let's corner him there." Shrine of Seers? Zhang Xian frowned. It's a branch of the Seer Guild, similar to the place where you took the 8-star Formation Master back then, Luo Xianqing explained. You mean there's a branch of the Seer Guild here? Zhang Xian's eyes lit up in excitement. He had heard of this occupation in the past. It was an upper 9 paths occupation that was shrouded with mystery. Seers were known to be able to use mysterious methods to foresee the events of the near future and use this knowledge to harness fortune and ward off bad luck. Most sage clans would have a few seers serving as their honorary elders, assisting them in making important decisions. All along, Zhang Xian had only heard rumors about the occupation, but so far, he had not met a single seer in real life. Who would have thought that there would actually be a branch of the Seer Guild in the Sanctum of Sages? Of course. Where do you think the Sanctum of Sages is? Most likely, Zhang Chun is trying to get a seer to look into your background after getting done in by your tamed beast, Luo Xianqing said with a chuckle. The fact that Luo Xianqing was able to find out that Zhang Chun was in the Shrine of Seers so quickly could only mean that he had many pair of eyes in the Sanctum of Sages. He's getting a seer just to look into my background? Wouldn't it be far more efficient for him to just ask around? Zhang Xian shook his head. In his view, engaging the help of a seer for something so trivial was truly meaningless. After all, his background was stated in detail in his records, so all it would take was for Zhang Chun to tap into his connections to access it. Furthermore, there was likely a certain degree of error in the ability of any seer. It felt counterintuitive to go through so much trouble just to obtain possibly inaccurate information. The Zhang clan has always been rather superstitious, and they regard seers and their ability of divination very well. The current clan head, Sword Saint Xingming, has even invited all the 9 star seers to the Zhang clan over the past few years, Luo Xianqing said with a disdainful sneer. Why would he invite so many 9 star seers over to the Zhang clan? Zhang Xian asked in bewilderment. As the number 1 clan in the Master Teacher continent, the Zhang clan's position was extremely stable, and it was blessed with many talented offspring as well. Just what were they so dissatisfied about that they needed to engage the help of seers to look into? Who knows what's going through the minds of those lunatics? Luo Xianqing shrugged. The Shrine of Seers was located in the Hall of Erudition, just like the other examination grounds. Flitting swiftly forward, it did not take them too long to arrive at their destination. Even though the Shrine of Seers was located within the Hall of Erudition, it emanated a completely different vibe from the examination grounds of other occupations. The building was extremely old, carrying the slight scent of the primordial ages. The entire building felt like an upside-down tortoiseshell, covered with all kinds of bizarre cracks on its surface. It was a rather mysterious feeling that was hard to describe, but it seemed like the building was infused with the will of the heavens, serving as a window to peer into the secrets of the world. The doors to the other examination halls were all wide open, but this particular building had its gates tightly shut. This is the Shrine of Seers? I tried picking up the seer occupation at one point in time too, but despite studying it for several days, I wasn't even able to qualify as an apprentice, so I chose to give up on it in the end. Well, it's really quite an enigmatic occupation. It's not right to say that they are a bunch of frauds, as their prophecies and insights do turn out to be astoundingly accurate from time to time. Then again, the notion of using just a few tortoise shells or copper coins to predict one's fate is just plain ridiculous to me. Luo Xianqing shook his head. Every established occupation has a reason for its existence. The fact that the seer occupation has been able to survive several dozen millenniums without being phased out shows that it has its own meaning of existence, Zhang Xian replied. Survival of the fittest. Those that were inept and useless would eventually be phased out with time. The fact that the seer occupation was able to be passed down for such a long period of time meant that it was not as simple as it seemed. You really talk like my younger sister. The last time I spoke with her about this matter, she said those words to me as well. Luo Xianqing glanced at Zhang Xian with a displeased look. It's my honor to share the same thoughts with the little princess. Zhang Xian chuckled softly in response. Don't even bother trying to bootlick me. Luo Xianqing shot a glance at Zhang Xian before continuing. It's only because I have a good impression of you that I'm giving you this advice right here. Don't harbor any thoughts toward my younger sister. Firstly, there's no way you'll be able to catch her eye with your strength, and secondly, an outsider like you can't possibly go against the will of the Zhang clan and the Luo clan. This might sound a little harsh, but you do well to sever any wishful thinking you have toward her. Hidden within Luo Xuanqing's blunt exterior was a meticulous heart. After spending several days with one another, he could not help but notice that the young man had an unnatural interest in the affairs of his younger sister. If anyone else had been so nosy, he would have simply resorted straight to his fists. After all, his title as the King of Destruction was not for show. However, the young man had helped him greatly and even aided him in achieving a breakthrough. In view of that, he decided to persuade the young man instead. It was not that he was resistant to the idea of having the young man become his brother-in-law, but he knew that such a matter was absolutely impossible. Even he, one of the core members of the Luo clan, was unable to change his younger sister's fate. So what could a mere leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle fellow do? Thus, it was better to sever all wishful thinking right from the start, or else it would only hurt more as time went by. It was not easy for him to meet a person whom he could get along with, and he would hate to see the other party falling into danger over the matter concerning his younger sister. There's no way I'll be able to catch her eye? That's hard to say. After all, who could fathom the capriciousness of life? Zhang Xian remarked deeply. It was a sheer coincidence that he stumbled upon Luo Ruoxin in the midst of the verdant mountain back then, and it was also a sheer coincidence that those spirit beasts had gathered around her then, prompting him to make a move to save her. Without all of those coincidences, their fates probably would have never intersected, and they would not have gotten to know one another. It was truly a marvel how fate was able to bring about a meeting of two people from two completely different worlds. Half of those who harbored those thoughts have been crippled by me, and the other half have been crippled by Zhang Chun. Luo Xinqing harumphed coldly. Jia. Just as he was about to continue speaking, the doors to the Shrine of Seers suddenly opened, following which, a young man wearing a long robe walked out from within. Seniors, my teacher invites you in. The young man clasped his fist to greet Luo Xinqing and Zhang Xian before displaying an inviting gesture to usher them into the Shrine of Sages. Is your teacher Master Feng Zhongquan? Luo Xinqing assessed the young man before him intently before his eyes suddenly lit up. Indeed. The young man nodded quietly, but he was not able to fully conceal the glee that was beaming on his face. Master Feng Zhongquan has always been an elusive figure in the Sanctum of Sages. I heard that Zhang Chun has paid a visit to him 7 times, only to be shut out each time around. Are you sure that your teacher really wants to meet me? Luo Xinqing could hardly control his body from trembling in agitation. Those of the Zhang clan had a deep respect for seers, and Master Feng Zhongquan could be said to be the most formidable seer in the Sanctum of Sages. Zhang Chun had visited him on many occasions, only to be turned away before he could even pass over his name scroll. Yet, for Master Feng Zhongquan to send his student to invite him in, didn't that mean that he was far more respected and esteemed than Zhang Chun? With this, he would be able to give Zhang Chun a good mocking later on. Hearing those words, the young man shot a nonchalant glance at Luo Xinqing and said, My apologies, I should have been clearer in my words. The one whom my teacher wishes to meet is the young friend beside you. Your teacher wants to meet me? Zhang Xian was stunned. Why? He had only recently arrived at the Sanctum of Sages, and he did not even know who Master Feng Zhongquan was. Why would the latter suddenly request to meet him? I'm afraid that I don't have the answer to your question. You'll have to head in to find out. In truth, the young man also found the matter inconceivable. His teacher was a deeply esteemed figure on the master-teacher continent, such that he could even afford to snub the deputy sanctum head and the other elders if he wanted to, and there would be nothing they could do to him. Yet, he was actually requesting to meet a 20-year-old freshman who had no particularly noteworthy background, and he had even instructed him to personally invite the other party in. This was truly perplexing. It would have been understandable if the other party was like the little princess, wielding formidable prowess, but he was only a humble leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle cultivator. He might have been considered a genius anywhere else on the master-teacher continent, but in the Sanctum of Sages, there were plenty of students who could rival or even surpass him. Even at the very most, his talents could only be considered average. Master Feng Zhongquan wants to meet Zhang Shi? Luo Xinqing widened his eyes in disbelief. He had thought that this was a good opportunity for him to mock Zhang Chun, but who would have thought that the person whom Master Feng Zhongquan wanted to meet with was the person beside him? All right then. Zhang Xian was bewildered by the abnormal situation, but seeing that the young man before him really knew nothing at all, he decided to head in to take a look. After all, he had been intrigued by the mysterious abilities that seers wielded for a long time, and this would be a good opportunity for him to see what they were capable of. So, under the young man's lead, he walked into the Shrine of Seers. The interior of the Shrine of Seers seemed to be even older than how it appeared outside. There were many bizarre flags planted on the ground, and they divided the main hall into many narrow sectors. There were several dozen young men sitting in a circle in each of these narrow sectors. Some were holding onto a copper coin, whereas others were holding onto a tortoiseshell. Their eyes were firmly shut, and the tight contemplative frown between their brows suggested that they were trying to fathom something. At the middle of the circle was a reddish-green beetle placed on top of searing flames, and it looked so withered that it seemed like it was just a push away from falling into the embrace of death. Is that the light-shelled beetle, renowned for being able to survive amid lightning? Zhang Xian wondered doubtfully. He had never seen a light-shelled beetle before, but he had read records on them. According to the rumors, these life forms neither ate nor drank. Only on stormy days where the rain poured and lightning raged would they rise from their hiding places and dash into the sky, taking in the power of the lightning to sustain their existence. Light-shelled beetles were extremely elusive, and their numbers were severely limited as well, such that it was viewed as one of the hardest beasts to find in the world by the beast tamers. Yet, to think that they would be roasting it on the flames, this was really perplexing. He had never heard of the light-shelled beetles being edible, and even if they were edible, how were they going to split it among the several dozen young men? It would not even be enough to stuff the gap between their teeth. Noticing the doubtful look on Zhang Xian's face, Luo Xianqing sent a telepathic message over to fill him in. This is one of the daily training that seers have to undergo. The crux behind this exercise is to seal all of their senses and use their will to fathom the will of the heavens to predict whether the light-shelled beetle has been burned to death or whether it'll climb out from somewhere. He might not be a seer himself, but he had spent a few days of his life attempting to learn divination, so he had some idea of what was going on within the Shrine of Seers. This, Luo Xuanqing's explanation, only served to plunge Zhang Xian deeper into confusion. Placed upon flames, there was a chance that the light-shelled beetle could be burned to death at any moment. But similarly, there was also a chance that it would manage to rise from the searing heat and flee. In a sense, was this not the same as Schrödinger's cat? Until the outcome was determined, all guesses would be naught but guesses. Seemingly noticing the communication behind him, the young man turned around and explained to them, the light-shelled beetle's ability to resist lightning is, in truth, a struggle against the heavens. For this reason, it's known as the seer beetle. Through predicting the life and death of such a life form, one is able to better grasp the elusive and capricious nature of the will of the heavens. I see. Zhang Xian nodded, but it was difficult to tell whether he truly understood those words or not. He shot a glance at the beetle on the charcoal and asked with a frown, given the intense heat of the charcoal there, that light-shelled beetle should already be on the verge of death? No? On the verge of death? Hearing those words, the young man shook his head with a chuckle. I've divined that beetle before. It'll live up to 100 years. But before he could finish his words, the sound reminiscent to a balloon popping echoed in the air. The light-shelled beetle that was lying on the charcoal a while ago abruptly swelled up and exploded into dust. Pong. Zhang Xian shot a bizarre look at the young man and asked, could it be that today is its 100th birthday? Chapter 1369 Voyeur. Instead of replying to Zhang Xian's words, the young man walked up to the light-shelled beetle and examined it closely in disbelief. His divination ability as a seer had reached the level of 8-star, allowing him to foresee many events with a high level of accuracy. He had divined the beetle before him multiple times, and the result he got each time was that it would die of old age. Why would it suddenly blow up now? Of course, saying that it would be able to live up to 100 years old was just a metaphor. It wouldn't just literally live to its 100th birthday. Furthermore, even if that was the case, it didn't make sense for it to explode into dust right after those words were spoken. The young man stared at the beetle with a conflicted look on his face for quite a while, but he was still unable to make sense out of the situation. In the end, he decided not to think too much into it and continued leading the duo forward. Not too long later, they arrived before a room. Before he could even knock, a voice already sounded from within, "Come in," following which, the room to the door slowly cracked open. Taking a look within, Zhang Xian saw an elder seated at the center of the hall. The young man standing beside him was no other than the person they were looking for, Zhang Chun. At this moment, he had already recovered from the injuries he had sustained, and his aura felt a little sharper and purer than before. It seemed like the vicious pummeling he had received previously had helped to beat out the impurities in his body, bringing about a considerable rise in his fighting prowess. A blessing in disguise indeed. It's you. Upon seeing Zhang Xian walking through the door, Zhang Chun's face immediately turned livid. As a genius of the Zhang clan, he never thought that he would be pummeled by the tamed beast of a nobody in the Sanctum of Sages, nearly losing his life in the valley. Recalling the embarrassment and humiliation he had been put through, his face swiftly reddened in fury. However, he swiftly remembered something and turned to look at the old man beside him in astonishment. Elder Feng, is the esteemed guest you spoke of him? Previously, in the midst of their conversation, Elder Feng suddenly tasked his student to head out and usher an esteemed guest in. Back then, he had thought that it would be a top-notch expert or a respected elder of the Sanctum of Sages. Never in his mind had he even fathomed that it would actually be this fellow. That fellow only managed to overwhelm him by lucking out and taming the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast. Otherwise, there was no way a mere leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle would possibly be able to face him straight on. Surely there was no need for Master Feng, whom even their clan head would have to show deep respect to view him so highly? That's right. Elder Feng stood up and assessed Zhang Xian intently. The more he looked, the brighter the gleam in his eyes became, and a while later, he couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, "It's indeed the discarnate constitution of divination." Discarnate constitution of divination? Zhang Xian frowned in bewilderment. Even though he was unable to determine his own condition through the Library of Heaven's Path, he did possess a deep knowledge of the various unique constitutions there were out there from the books he had assimilated so far, and there was none that corresponded to his own condition. In other words, he was an ordinary man who couldn't be any more ordinary. So, what in the world was the discarnate constitution of divination? Why hadn't he heard it before? If he really possessed such a unique constitution, why would his cultivation still advance so slowly, such that he wouldn't even be able to catch up with his student and his girlfriend? The number of grand divination, 49 with a discarnate one. And you happen to possess that discarnate physique? Elder Feng stroked his beard and explained, to use conventional terms, it means that it's impossible to use the means of divination to determine your fate and thus future. The number of grand divination is a terminology from Zhou-Yi, which is the core of I Ching or I Ching, an ancient Chinese divination text. However, there is no clear grasp as to what grand divination truly means, and so, the number of grand divination remains an enigma to the world. Before Zhang Xian could make sense of what was being said, the young man beside him had already widened his eyes in disbelief. Teacher, that legendary unique constitution really exists? I also thought that it was a legend until that incident, which made me understand that not only does such a unique constitution exists, there are even a couple of them out there in the world. Elder Feng shook his head and said, seemingly unwilling to linger too long on this matter. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try. This? All right then. The young man was stunned for a few seconds before taking out 3 copper coins. He held them tightly in his grasp and mused for a moment before tossing them into the air. The copper coins swiftly dropped onto the ground and spun non-stop, but before a divination could appear, resounding "Kacha, Kacha, Kacha" sounded, and cracks appeared on the coins. And soon after, just like with the light-shelled beetle, pong, the copper coins exploded into dust. The young man's face immediately turned pale, and as if having sustained a heavy blow, he was forced to retreat several steps back. A trail of blood seeped down the corner of his lips as stupefaction rippled across his face. The young man was clearly right before his eyes, but for some inexplicable reason, his divination was unable to work on the young man. Or to be more exact, it felt as if he was attempting to divine something that didn't exist in the world at all, a discarnate entity. How could the concepts of karma and history possibly apply to a discarnate entity? How is it? Having known this outcome, Elder Feng looked at his disciple and said. The young man took in a deep to suppress his injuries before replying in resignation, I really can't divine anything at all. Of course, he's a void in the world. Not only his fate, even everything he has done and is going to do will be veiled from the eyes of the world. Elder Feng said. In this moment, the young man could finally understand why his teacher wanted to meet this fellow. Discarnate constitution of divination, this was the constitution that was most suited to become a seer. There weren't any records of anyone possessing such a constitution, but even in the entire history of mankind, there should only be several dozen of them existent in this world. He could have never thought that the ordinary-looking man before him would actually possess it as well. Everything I have done and am going to do will be veiled from the eyes of the world? Zhang Xian frowned upon hearing the words exchanged between the duo. It took him a while before he could fully grasp that notion. Most likely, the reason why divination didn't work on him was due to the Library of Heaven's Path. The Library of Heaven's Path could probably be considered as the very manifestation of the heavens, so naturally, concealing the will of the heavens and impeding others from looking in was probably just a walk in the park for it. In other words, he didn't possess the discarnate constitution of divination at all. Indeed, in other words, you are a fault in the world. If you were to become a seer, no matter how you peer into the secrets of the heavens, you still wouldn't suffer any backlash at all. Elder Feng exclaimed with glowing eyes. The act of divining the future was equivalent to revealing the secrets of the heavens, and naturally, seers would have to suffer the retribution of the heavens for their actions. For this reason, high-ranking seers usually didn't end well. When one looks into the abyss looks back at one. If one were to just divine smaller affairs, one might still be able to avoid the notice of the heavens. However, if one were to attempt to divine something that would affect the trajectory of the world, they would soon find the very ill will of the heavens directed against them. Eventually, most of them would meet their ends while undergoing the tribulation of the heavens. Despite the seemingly glamorous exterior of seers, they were, in essence, voyeurs who sought to peer into the secrets of the heavens, and thus, the dangers they faced were greater than any other occupation. However, there was one exception to the rule, the discarnate constitution of divination. Those who possessed such a constitution were existences who weren't even within the calculations in the heavens, and no matter how they peered at the secrets of the heavens, they wouldn't face any punishment from the heavens. A constitution that allowed others to flout the rules openly without being punished. It was as if it was made just for seers. I was only able to notice it when Zhang Chun requested me to divine your background and your teacher, Elder Feng explained. Hearing those words, Zhang Chun's face turned crimson. He felt so stifled that he could explode on the spot. After the pummeling he had received, he had been wanting to get even with Zhang Xian. For this reason, he spent a heavy price to request for Elder Feng's help, wanting the latter to help him divine Zhang Xian's background. Yet, his efforts only seemed to have placed Zhang Xian on a higher pedestal. Not only had he not found out anything more about Zhang Xian, the latter even became Elder Feng's esteemed guest. It was as if even the world was on his side. Your discarnate constitution of divination is most suited for seers. Elder Feng looked at Zhang Xian with pulsating excitement in his eyes. So, what do you think about becoming my direct disciple? Elder Feng, you want to take that fellow in as your direct disciple? But you have never taken in any direct disciples before. Zhang Chun's face twitched in shock. While seers might not possess exceptional fighting prowess, due to the unique nature of their occupation, they were respected as one of the upper 9 paths occupations. This was especially so for Elder Feng, who was considered to be one of the greatest seers in the world. Just the fact the polite attitude their clan head maintained before Elder Feng showed his standing on the master-teacher continent. If Zhang Xian were to really become Elder Feng's direct disciple, all his hopes of vengeance would be dashed. Direct disciple? The young man by the side showed a face full of envy and admiration. He was only Elder Feng's ordinary student, which meant that he wasn't entitled to inheriting the crux of Elder Feng's heritage. Most likely, he would only remain an 8-star seer for life, unable to take a step forward anymore. But again, there was nothing he could do. The discarnate constitution of divination was something one was born with, and no amount of hard work would change that. On the other hand, Zhang Xian didn't expect Elder Feng to request him to become his direct disciple on their first meeting. Instead of responding to that question straight, he looked at Elder Feng with a doubtful look and asked, "Is the discarnate constitution of divination very rare?" "Very much so. I only know of 4 people in the Master-Teacher continent who possesses that constitution, and that's including you." Elder Feng replied. "For people? May I know who are they?" Not expecting that there would be 3 people who would possess that constitution, Zhang Xian couldn't help but be a little curious. At the same time, Zhang Chun also quickly stemmed the thoughts in his mind and turned his attention over. "You must be the Luo clan's Luo Xianqing, right?" Instead of replying Zhang Xian's question, Elder Feng suddenly turned to Luo Xianqing and asked. Xianqing pays respect to Elder Feng. Luo Xianqing clasped his fist and said, There's no need to stand on ceremony. Back then, when your younger sister sealed her cultivation and left the Luo clan, your clan head paid me a visit and requested my help in divining her location. However, I was unable to divine her exact whereabouts, and if my guess fails me not, it's like that she possesses the discarnate constitution of divination too. Elder Feng said, "My younger sister possesses the discarnate constitution of divination?" Luo Xianqing was surprised by the revelation before nodding in realization. Previously, he had been wondering why despite the many seers there were in the Luo clan, they were still unable to find his younger sister's whereabouts for such a long period of time. It was due to this incident that he had a biased view toward seers, thinking that they were just fraudsters out to dupe money and prestige out of others. However, if his younger sister possessed the discarnate constitution of divination, that would explain everything. Elder Feng nodded in response. "What about the other 2? Zhang Chun asked. "The first person I have found to have possessed that constitution is the young prodigy of your Zhang clan. No matter how I attempt to divine his whereabouts, I was simply unable to find any trace of him anywhere. It's as if he has never existed in the world at all." Elder Feng said, "The young prodigy?" Zhang Chun heaved a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that the young prodigy possessed such a constitution as well, or else he would be spending the next few years hearing the gleeful Luo Xianqing harping on this matter. "The last person is a mysterious young lady I met a few months back. She is roughly Zhang Shi's age, and she possesses extraordinary strength, unlike anything I have seen before. However, it's a pity that she disappeared before I could catch a word with her." Elder Feng shook her head and sighed. "I see." Zhang Xian nodded. All along, he had been hearing about how formidable the young prodigy was, and after hearing what Elder Feng had said, he was really starting to catch a glimpse into what kind of figure he was going up against. He was only able to avoid the divination of seers due to his possession of the Library of Heaven's Path, but to think that the young prodigy would actually possess the discarnate constitution of divination, it was no wonder why he was able to remain hidden for so long. It turned out that not even the Luo clan had any way to figure out where he was. "Wait a moment. You said that it's impossible to fathom my fate and my history due to my discarnate constitution of divination. If that's the case, how did you know that Brother Luo and I have just arrived before your doorstep previously, even sending out your student to receive us?" Zhang Xian suddenly thought of something, and he couldn't help but frown in confusion. Since it was impossible to divine his whereabouts, there should be no way Elder Feng should have known that he would be coming by today. Furthermore, thinking back, the door to the room also opened right when they have just arrived outside it. Seemingly not expecting to hear such a question, Elder Feng was visibly taken aback for a moment before directing a bizarre look at Zhang Xian. "Have you never used your spiritual perception before? This room isn't located too far away from the entrance, so it's very easy to extend one's spiritual perception over." Zhang Xian. Chapter 1370 Sage She's Tortoiseshell, but who could have thought that it would just be a simple spiritual perception scan? Perhaps it was due to the awareness that he was at the Shrine of Seers. Everything that had happened seemed to be veiled with a layer of mystery in his head. For this reason, he thought that it was due to the unique abilities of a seer that Elder Feng was able to divine his arrival and dispatch a student to receive them. But who could have thought that it would just be a simple spiritual perception scan? That was an ability that all cultivators would unlock upon reaching St. Tu Dan. Once activated, one would be able to perceive everything within a given radius. With this ability, It was indeed not too difficult for Elder Feng to notice their arrival. How is it? Are you willing to become my direct disciple? After explaining the matter, Elder Feng continued directing his heated gaze upon Zhang Xian. There was no way he would be able to take in the little princess of the Luo clan, the young prodigy of the Zhang clan, or the mysterious young lady as his students, but as for Zhang Xian, he felt that he stood quite a huge chance. If he could take Zhang Xian in as his direct disciple, with the latter's tremendous potential in the occupation, they would be able to make seers great again. Pardon me, but I already have my own teacher and heritage, so it wouldn't really be convenient for me to acknowledge anyone else as my own teacher. Zhang Xian shook his head. I have the fortune of meeting your teacher, Yang Xian, once before. While he does have an eccentric temperament, he wouldn't have any qualms about you acknowledging someone else as your teacher for other supporting occupations. Instead of getting mad at Zhang Xian's rejection, Elder Feng reasoned calmly. Before Zhang Xian could say anything, Zhang Chun's body jolted, and he exclaimed in disbelief, Yang Xian? Elder Feng means to say that Zhang Xian's teacher is Yang Shi of the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters? Even Luo Xianqing also widened his eyes upon hearing those words. They did mention Yang Xian's name during the journey to obtain the Dongshu gourd, but Zhang Xian didn't say anything about him then. Why would he suddenly turn out to be Yang Xian's student? If that was really the case, it would be understandable why Zhang Xian would have no fear about the repercussions from pummeling Zhang Chun. Even though the Zhang clan was the #1 sage clan on the Master Teacher continent, it still paled far in comparison to the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters. As the first Grand Elder, other than the seat of the Pavilion Master, which had been empty for several millenniums now, Yang Xian's standing was second to none in the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters. Due to your constitution, I am unable to divine anything relating to your lineage. Nevertheless, through using my authority in the Sanctum of Sages, I'm still able to access your record files. To rise through the ranks from the humble Tianxian kingdom and reach such a height, not to mention that you have always identified yourself as Yang Shi's student, I really can't imagine any other master teacher who is capable of grooming a student as talented as you. Elder Feng said with a chuckle. While he was unable to divine Zhang Xian's profile, he was still able to access the latter's records. Considering how often Zhang Xian had identified his teacher as Yang Xian before others, it wasn't too difficult to dig that up too. Zhang Xian immediately broke out in cold sweat. The only reason why he identified himself as Yang Xian's student was because he thought that it was just a made-up name, so he used it as he pleased. How was he supposed to know that that fellow really existed, and even possessed such a high standing at that? This was really a huge headache. If Yang Xian were to drop by the Sanctum of Sages and say that he didn't have such a student, his lie would be immediately exposed. Without this protective umbrella, it wouldn't take long before greedy individuals turned their eyes to him, wanting to uncover the secrets behind the swift rise in his cultivation and supporting occupation. How is it? Noticing the changes on Zhang Xian's face, Elder Feng thought that the other party was seriously contemplating over the issue, so he chuckled softly and said, If you still harbor some reservations regarding the matter, I can send a message into the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters and seek his opinion on this matter on your behalf. Regarding that, Zhang Xian's eyebrows leaped up upon hearing those words, and he immediately spoke up anxiously. I am very thankful to Elder Feng's high opinion of me. However, I have never come into contact with anything relating to seers, so if possible, I would like to access the books relating to it. If I do possess some talent in the art of divination, I would be more than delighted to take up your offer. Otherwise, I would feel guilt-ridden if my lack of talent in the field were to blemish your reputation. This sure was a difficult position he was in. He had only come here with Luo Xianqing to get a go at Zhang Chun, but who could have thought that he would end up getting such a passionate offer by someone else to become his student, and that person was even threatening to tell on him to Yang Xian if he were to reject his offer. Being too outstanding sure was troublesome. Was his simple wish of living an ordinary life really that difficult to achieve? Since that was the case, he decided to first take a look through all of the seer-related books first. By then, let's see who would become whose student. You want to access our library of books? Seeing that Zhang Xian wasn't resistant to the idea of becoming his student, Elder Feng heaved a sigh of relief. With a look that said, "There's no way you can't possibly not be a genius," he chuckled. "There are simply too many things to learn as a seer for you to master the art within just a day or two. Actually, there's no need to go through so much trouble. There's a far simpler way to gauge your talent as a seer." "Gauge my talent as a seer?" Zhang Xian frowned. Yu-chun, bring the tortoiseshell over here," Elder Feng instructed with a wave of his hand. "Yes." The young man turned around and left, and not too long later, he returned with an ancient tortoiseshell carefully held between his hands. The ancient tortoiseshell was slightly grayish in color, and its surface was densely filled with slight cracks. Even before coming close to it, Zhang Xian could already feel a slight quivering in the space surrounding it, as if the secrets of the world were sealed within it, awaiting curious minds to peer into it. Could this be Sage Shi's tortoiseshell? Zhang Chun widened his eyes in astonishment. Stroking his beard, Elder Feng turned to confused Zhang Xian and explained with a smile. "Sage Shi is a renowned expert whose time predates even that of Kong Shi. Through observing the patterns on the back of the long-living tortoise, he managed to grasp the will of the heavens and founded the seer occupation. He has passed down many divination-related artifacts, and the most famous of them all is a tortoiseshell. That tortoiseshell is known to be the #1 treasure of the Seer Guild, and it's stored in the deepest and most secure region of the guild. It's used to divine the trajectory of the continent's fate and the rise and fall of the world. Of course, not even I have the rights to use it. The one before you is a replica which a 9-star pinnacle seer, Elder Ji Chan, created many years ago. However, don't underestimate it just because it's a replica. It's through the divination of this tortoiseshell that ancient sage Bo Shang found that several dozen millenniums' worth of fortune was gathered in this land, allowing it to survive the trial of time, thus leading to him establishing the sanctum of sages on this land. That should be more than enough to verify its prowess." Hearing those words, Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up in astonishment. It wasn't too difficult to gather spiritual energy and fortune within a land. High-ranked formation masters were capable of doing that too. However, to retain spiritual energy and fortune within a land for several millenniums, or even several dozen millenniums, especially amidst an ever-changing world and environment, this was not something that they were capable of. To do that would require one to not only foresee the changes in the land itself, but those surrounding it as well. To be able to divine it accurately, the tortoiseshell could definitely be considered as a priceless treasure. This tortoiseshell has been passed down 121 generations so far, and all 102 9-star pinnacle seers who have appeared within this time frame have all used it at some point in their life. As a result of that, their wills are all infused within the tortoiseshell as well. So, just by placing your hand on top of it, they will be able to assess whether you possess talent as a seer or not," Elder Feng said as he lightly stroked the ancient tortoiseshell in front of him. Zhang Xian didn't expect the other party to take out such a valuable artifact to assess his talent. At this point, it would only be disrespectful of him if he were to turn down the other party any more than this. So he asked, "I just have to place my hand on it?" If you still harbor some doubts toward its effects, I can have others showcase it to you." Elder Feng turned his gaze to Zhang Chun before continuing on. "You have been wanting to learn divination from me for many years, only to be turned away each time around. It's not that I'm intentionally making things difficult for you or trying to test your patience, but you are simply unsuited for this occupation. Place your hand on this tortoiseshell and see for yourself." This? Zhang Chun's face twitched. He would have never thought that a day would come where he would actually be used as a counterexample. As displeased as he was, he still walked forward and slowly placed his hand on the tortoiseshell. Seemingly sensing the touch of a living being, a slight radiance emanated from in between the many cracks on the tortoiseshell. Kacha! Kacha! It was a rather bizarre sight. The light seemed to be weaving across the many cracks on the tortoiseshell, and as if playing an instrument, a crackling sound echoed in the air. Very soon, 2 ancient runes surfaced before everyone's eyes. Elder Feng glanced at the runes and shook his head. "Yu-chun, explain these 2 runes to the others." "Yes." The young man stepped forward and said, "What these runes over here mean is that the individual tested is of ordinary aptitude and is unfated with the art of divination." "Ordinary aptitude?" Then what would the runes for the talented be like? Zhang Chun asked with a hint of indignance in his voice. The current clan head and elders of the Zhang clan held seers in high esteem. If he could achieve a high level of mastery in the art of divination, it was likely that he would be regarded highly in them, and perhaps he might even be brought into the circle of the upper echelon of the clan. It was for this reason that he persistently visited Elder Feng despite being rejected time and time again. He was still harboring hope that the rejection might just Elder Feng's way of testing him, but who could have thought that the real problem lay in his lack of talent? The aptitude of a seer can basically be divided into 6 tiers, namely inferior, ordinary, fair, superior, and pinnacle, the young man explained. For those who are unable to read the runes, there's a far easier to interpret them. The greater the number of runes, the higher one's aptitude toward divination is. A single rune would mean inferior, 2 runes would mean ordinary, so on and so forth. If 6 runes were to appear, it would mean that the individual possesses unparalleled aptitude in divination. After saying those words, the young man placed his palm on the tortoiseshell. Pacha, 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 pacha. Brilliant light weaved across the cracks of the tortoiseshell, and the same crackling sound echoed in the air once more, but this time it was more numerous. Slowly, 5 runes surfaced from the tortoiseshell. Superior? Zhang Chun gulped down a mouthful of saliva in shock. He had met Yu Chun many times around, and he thought that the latter only caught Elder Feng's sight by sheer luck. He had never thought that the latter would actually possess such a high aptitude toward divination. Given that Yu Chun was only an ordinary student despite his superior aptitude, as a mere ordinary, he really didn't stand a chance at all. I would like to give it a try too. Stepping forward, Luo Xianqing placed his palm on it, and 2 runes appeared. Just like Zhang Chun, his aptitude was ordinary too. Luo Xianqing was initially a little disappointed, but he consoled himself by telling himself that his aptitude was at least not any beneath Zhang Chun. Afterward, he turned to Zhang Xian and said, "Zhang Shi, you should give it a try too." All right. Knowing there's no way for him to back out of this, Zhang Xian stepped forward. Previously, he had said that he would take Elder Feng as his teacher if he showed aptitude toward divination. Was he really going to have to acknowledge another person as his teacher? This was really a little difficult for him to accept. Perhaps he could try using the Heaven's Pathshanchi to conceal the results? On the other hand, watching as Zhang Xian stepped forward, an excited gleam surfaced in Elder Feng's eyes. The discarnate constitution of divination was a legendary physique that all seers sought for. There were no precedents which he could use as a reference to fathom how many runes the young man would be able to induce, but most likely it would be beyond 6. Who? Before his expectant eyes, Zhang Xian placed his palm on the tortoiseshell. Wong. A light buzz sounded in the air, and a blinding light began streaming across the cracks in the tortoiseshell. Pacha, pacha, pacha. Crackling sounds echoed one after another in high frequency, almost as if one was stir-frying beans. With so many crackling sounds echoing, I wonder how many runes would appear? Zhang Chun clenched his fists tightly as he looked at the sight before him with reddened eyes. Previously, when he placed his hand on the tortoiseshell and it crackled twice, 2 runes appeared. Following which, when Yu Qin placed his hand on the tortoiseshell and it crackled 5 times, 5 runes appeared. And now, the tortoiseshell had already crackled for several dozen times in response to Zhang Xian's touch. It couldn't be that several dozen runes were going to appear, right? If that's the case, just how immense of a talent did he possess? In his state of shock, he suddenly saw Elder Feng's face warping into horror, and the latter dashed forward furiously. However, it was already too late. With a particularly conspicuous Hong Long, the ancient tortoiseshell exploded into dust. Chapter 1371, The Tragic Elder Feng. Zhang Xian was completely dumbstruck, not knowing whether he should retract his hand from the tortoiseshell or not. Whether I am talented or not, it'd do for you to just reflect it accordingly. Why the heck did you explode on the spot for? All I had done was to use a bit of my Heaven's Pathshanchi and the power of the Library of Heaven's Path to disguise myself. Do you really have to do this to me? Previously, when Elder Feng took out the tortoiseshell, He had treated it extremely carefully, as if it was his child. For it to explode just like that, wouldn't the other party pit his life against him? Just as Zhang Xian was at a complete loss as to what to do, he saw the old man who was still smiling a second ago suddenly standing before him, staring at the remains of the tortoise shell on the ground with a twitching face, seemingly on the verge of going berserk. Teacher, not expecting such a situation to occur either, Yu Chun was shocked beyond words too. While others might not understand the significance of the tortoise shell, he knew how important it was to his teacher. Having it reduced to dust like that was no different from claiming his teacher's life. My tortoise shell. The trembling elder Feng reached out to stroke the remains on the ground, and in just an instant, he looked as if he had withered many years. Elder Feng, he didn't do it on purpose. Why don't I have a new one forged out for you? Your tortoise shell was already old and decrepit prior to this, filled with many cracks. It was only a matter of time before it broke. Just last year, I came to know an extremely skilled craftsman at the Chen village. His handicraft is truly exquisite, and the price he charged is fair as well. Shall I introduce him to you? Luo Xinqing consoled. Pooh! Unable to take it anymore, Elder Feng spurted a mouthful of blood. Cough, cough. Zhang Xian rolled his eyes at his future brother-in-law before shaking his head speechlessly. You shouldn't try to console others if you don't know how to go around doing it. You are only making things worse. A tortoiseshell of this tier was incredibly valuable. Do you think that you would be able to replace it just by forging a close replica? Seeing that Luo Xinqing couldn't be relied on, Zhang Xian could only make a move himself. He pondered for a moment before speaking up earnestly, Elder Feng, what is done cannot be undone, so there's no use remaining upset about the matter. It's just a tortoiseshell anyway. Why don't I capture a few over tomorrow so that you can make as many of it as you want? If you like, you could even boil a pot of fine soup with their flesh too. Pooh, pooh. Elder Feng spurted even more blood. Or else, why don't I make a new one for you then? Seeing that the situation seemed to only be getting worse with his consolation, Zhang Xian was really at a loss as to what to do. While he was touching the tortoiseshell previously, he managed to compile a book on it in the Library of Heaven's Path. Despite the long heritage behind it and its high tier, it was plagued with many flaws too. As long as Zhang Xian was willing to set his mind to it and managed to gather sufficient books on it, he should be able to forge another tortoiseshell that was of the same tier or even higher. With this thought in mind, Zhang Xian decided to immerse his consciousness into the Library of Heaven's Path to study the book so as to analyze the feasibility of creating an exact replica of the tortoiseshell when Yu Qin's anxious voice suddenly sounded. Teacher. His voice was quivering, carrying deep fear towards something. Sensing the anxiety in the voice, the depressed Elder Feng turned his head over. Look at that. Yu Qin pointed to the roof above them. Elder Feng hurriedly raised his head, and what he saw caused his eyes to narrow in fear. At the same time, noticing the peculiar reaction of the duo, Zhang Xian and the others raised their heads as well, and in the next instant, they froze on the spot. A huge crack had appeared on the tortoiseshell-shaped building above them, and it was swiftly creeping its way across the area. The inscriptions that were used to fortify the building seemed to have been rendered useless in this very moment, as if they had encountered a force which even they were helpless before. How could this be? Elder Feng clawed his head in horror. The explosion of the sage, Shi's tortoiseshell could still be attributed to its old age and wear and tear, thus resulting in retribution from the heavens. On the other hand, the tortoiseshell building had a huge investment in manpower and resources to construct it, and in terms of durability, not even a Saint 8 Dan Pinnacle expert's full-strength attack would be able to cause the slightest damage to it. Why would it collapse all of a sudden? Stop! Bellowing furiously, Elder Feng rushed forward in an attempt to stop the destruction. No matter what, he couldn't allow the Shrine of Seers to collapse just like that. However, despite his furious output of Zhenqi, he was still unable to stop the collapse of the building. It was as if an inexplicable force that no man could rival was acting upon the building, forcing the collapse to occur. And before this force, even Saint 9 Dan experts were nothing more than ants, not even worth a mention. Kacha! Kacha! Finally, the roof reached the limits of its durability, and with a series of explosions, rubble began plummeting from above. Many of the seers were immediately jolted out of their focused state, and they anxiously opened their eyes and darted out. As for Zhang Xian and the rest, it somehow felt wrong if they were to run away in this moment, so they could only drive their Jinqi and form a barrier above them to fend off the falling rubble. Walala! Even amidst a cloud of dust, it took just a mere glance to see that the ancient tortoiseshell building was no more, replaced by a mere lump of rubble. All of the formations and the sort that it harnessed had also been completely destroyed as well. Zhang Xian blinked his eyes in a daze as he remarked, "Isn't this building a little too poorly built? Just who is the architect behind it? If any ordinary humans had been in here, they would have been crushed to death." The building still appeared rather sturdy when he looked at it from the outside, but it turned out to be just a false sense of security. It was fortunate that he was strong. Otherwise, he would have never been able to survive the collapsing rubble no matter how many lives he had. Pooh! Once again, Elder Feng spurted a mouthful of blood. "Teacher, what's going on?" Yuchen rushed over to Elder Feng's side and asked anxiously. It took a while before Elder Feng managed to calm down the stifled sensation in his heart. He looked at the rubble all around him with a desolated look and sighed deeply. It must be the retribution of the heavens. Retribution of the heavens? Hearing that phrase, Zhang Xian asked in incomprehension. Seers sought to peer into the secrets of the heavens in order to receive insights into what the future holds, which is a violation of the natural laws of the world. For that reason, our occupation is deeply abhorred by the heavens. As such, we have to use unique means in order to conceal our presence from the will of the heavens, thus leaving the retribution of the heavens nowhere to strike. However, even such means aren't completely infallible. After all, the heavens possess means which none of us can fathom. Take the situation just now, for example. It seems that the will of the heavens have somehow slipped past the barriers we have put up and destroyed the entire place from within, thus resulting in the current state of affairs. Elder Feng hesitated for a moment before explaining slowly. As a 9-star seer, even though everything had happened abruptly, he was still able to fathom roughly what had just happened with a swift divination. Those who had reached the top in a certain field were bound to catch the envy of the heavens, and this envy would often manifest in a physical form such as the leaving aperture ordeal and the dimension sundering ordeal. In a sense, this could be considered to be the heavens' retribution toward those who dared to vie power from it. And this was even more so for seers, who sought to peer into the secrets of the heavens. The only reason why they were able to survive so long was due to the elaborate preparations they had made to guard against the will of the heavens. Using the language of Zhang Xian's world, it would be similar to how illegal gambling dens would swiftly hide all traces of their activities as soon their sentries caught sight of the arrival of the police, leaving the policemen completely helpless against them. And of course, when seers dared to peer into the secrets of the heavens, they didn't just rely on their courage and bravado either. They would have made ample preparations in advance. However, they just didn't expect that despite the tight guard they had put up against it, they were still noticed. Not only was the tortoiseshell destroyed, even the Sanctum of Sages' several dozen millenniums-old Shrine of Seers was destroyed as well. Elder Feng clutched his chest as a stabbing pain assaulted his heart. On the other hand, upon hearing those words, Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up in astonishment. He had previously attributed the incident to the lack of durability of the tortoiseshell and the building, but it turned out to be related to the will of the heavens instead. When he used the Library of Heaven's Path to examine the tortoiseshell broke. When he used it to help him assess whether he would be able to create an exact replica, the entire shrine collapsed on them. Could the will of the heavens slipping past the barriers which Elder Feng had spoken about possibly be related to the Library of Heaven's Path? If that was the case, he would have a huge responsibility to play in the destruction. Zhang Xian's face turned crimson red, and he had no idea how he could explain this matter to Elder Feng at all. But at this moment, Elder Feng shook his head bitterly and patted Zhang Xian's shoulder consolingly. "Zhang Shi, you need no blame yourself for this matter. This has nothing to do with you. Our Shrine of Seers probably got complacent and slacked off in maintaining the defensive barriers, thus resulting in the current circumstances. I know that it might seem that our occupation might seem quite dangerous after everything that has happened, but I can assure you that this is an anomaly. As long as one were to speak prudently and make proper preparations beforehand, one wouldn't face with any danger at all, not to mention that you possess the discarnate constitution of divination. Safe. Seeing that Elder Feng didn't blame him for the matter, Zhang Xian internally heaved a sigh of relief. There was no way he could mention the Library of Heaven's Path before the other party. Since the other party didn't realize a thing, it would be foolish for him to speak up and give himself away. As for the damage he had caused, he would just have to find another way to compensate them. Indeed, this is just a freak accident. Usually, it wouldn't even happen once in 10,000 years. Fearing that the genius he had set his eyes on would back out due to this matter, Elder Feng hurriedly explained. If you are still feeling a little skeptical about the matter, you can take a look at our library over there. We maintain another layer of defensive barrier around it, so it was able to avoid the retribution of the heavens. As such, despite the collapse of the Shrine of Seers, it's still able to remain standing. As long as sufficient defensive measures are made in advance, it's really extremely safe. As he spoke, he gestured over in a direction. Looking at where Elder Feng was pointing at, Zhang Xian saw a building standing not too far away. It was connected directly to the Shrine of Seers, but the destruction of the Shrine of Seers didn't seem to have fazed it in the least. Through its open entrance, he could see shelves and shelves of books stacked neatly within. Despite the cloud of dust drifting in the area, the interiors of the library remained perfectly clean. "That's your library?" Zhang Xian asked as his eyes lit up. The destruction of the Shrine of Seers had already left him a little panicked, causing him to rack his brain desperately to find a way for him to compensate them. However, if he could access the library and compile a complete Heaven's Path divination art, he would be able to make it up to them in full. "That's right." Elder Feng nodded with a hint of pride in his voice. "Even though the members of our Shrine of Seers branch number much less than the other occupations in the Sanctum of Sages, our collection of books doesn't pale in comparison at all. Sage Shi's tortoiseshell might have been destroyed due to the little accident we had previously, but you can still assess your talent through browsing through the books." Previously, when the other party said that he wanted to browse through the books to determine whether he was suited for the occupation or not, he proposed using Sage Shi's tortoiseshell instead only because he thought that it would be too troublesome and too long. But with the destruction of Sage Shi's tortoiseshell, there was no other way around it anymore. They could only rely on the most primitive method now. "All right then, I'll go take a look." Hearing that he was free to browse through the books, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He instinctively began walking over to the library when warning bells suddenly rang inside his head, and he quickly halted in his footsteps. If I were to use to the Library of Heaven's Path in there, would the library collapse as well? Zhang Xian's heart jolted in trepidation. But thinking again, the reason why the Shrine of Seers collapsed was probably because the will of the heavens sensed someone attempting to peer into its secrets, so perhaps it might not work on books? Besides, it wasn't certain that the collapse of the Shrine of Seers was due to him using the Library of Heaven's Path either. Nevertheless, just to be safe, Zhang Xian decided to activate his Library of Heaven's Path from where he stood so that even if his guess was wrong, the defensive barrier would still be able to defend the library. Thus, he muttered lightly in his mind, "Flaws? Honglong." In the next moment, a wild inferno swept across the books, burning them down into ashes in an instant, following which a massive crack crept across the entire library, similar to what that had happened to the tortoiseshell previously. And in just a few breaths, the building collapsed into a pile of rubble. "My library!" Elder Feng's eyes widened to their brim, and a mouthful of fresh blood spurted from his mouth. Frenzy consumed his mind. Just what in the world was happening? Why would multiple calamities strike the Shrine of Seers in such short succession? If it was just once, it could still be reasoned as them failing to conceal their presence well, resulting in the notice of the will of the heavens. However, for it to happen thrice, at this point, even he was unable to find any reason to justify it anymore. On the other hand, Zhang Xian's lips twitched in horror at that sight as well. Even books aren't spared either? He wasn't too certain before, but this around, watching with his own eyes the inferno spreading across the library, there was no way for him to deny it anymore. He quickly turned to look at the dazed elder beside him and called out, "Elder Feng." Elder Feng? Elder Feng. Zhang Xian called out thrice, but the other party didn't respond at all. Alarmed by the unnatural state that Elder Feng was in, he began worrying whether the other party had ended up sustained grievous internal injuries due to the multiple shocks he had suffered, so he immediately walked toward the other party to take a closer look. But in the next moment, a thick streak of lightning suddenly appeared from nowhere and fell right on top of Elder Feng. Gotcha! Elder Feng collapsed to the ground. Elder Feng, you? Horrified, Zhang Xian hastened his footsteps. Hong Long, Hong Long, Hong Long, Hong Long. Multiple streaks of lightning drowned the old man, leaving only a pair of spasming legs outside. Chapter 1372. How can a man say that he's unable to do I? Sometime later, the lightning finally receded, and Elder Feng climbed out from the ditch. He was in an unkempt state. The expression on his face looked as if he had been ravaged by countless savage beasts, wretched and disconsolate. It was one thing for the shrine of seers and library to be completely destroyed, but to be struck relentlessly by lightning when an azure-clear sky stood right above him. What was he supposed to make of this situation? All he wanted to do was to take in a student. It was not as if he had violated some heavenly rules or something. Did his actions really warranted being struck by lightning? It was fortunate that the lightning only sought to punish and not to kill, or else even a Saint Nine Dan pinnacle expert like him would have been reduced to ashes too. Teacher. Yu Qin hurriedly pulled Elder Feng out of the ditch. At this moment, he had no idea what he could and should say in this situation either. This was the first time he had seen his teacher in such a state after coming under his tutelage 200 years ago. It's all my fault. Seeing how the lively and energetic old man being reduced to such a state within just a short span of 10 minutes, Zhang Xian lowered his head apologetically. After all that had happened, it was apparent that the situation was just as what the other party put it out to be. It was retribution from the heavens. Peering into the secrets of the heavens was something forbidden by the heavens. It would still be fine if they weren't caught in the act, but once they were, as the master of the Library of Heaven's Path, unless he were to seal off the Library of Heaven's Path, coming into proximity with the seers would cause the will of the heavens to swiftly notice the existence of such desecrating actions. In a sense, it was similar to how students cheating in the examination would be able to get away scot-free if they weren't caught. But once they were, there was no way they could be let away lightly. Otherwise, how could the school uphold the integrity of the examinations? The authority of the heavens mustn't be challenged. If it were to allow everyone to just peer into its secrets as when they liked, what would become of the world? Initially, Zhang Xian was planning to compile a book on Elder Feng to see if he could help the latter treat his injuries. But who could have known that this simple action would result in the will of the heavens noticing the nature of Elder Feng's occupation and sending a streak of lightning down on him? And for every time he tried to check, another streak of lightning would fall. After multiple tries, it was finally absolutely clear to him that he was the one who had brought the lightning here. His primary intention was to save Elder Feng, but his goodwill had only ended up causing even more damage. Just the thought of it left him feeling deeply embarrassed. Given that I'm unable to look at the books of seers or even examine those of the seer occupation, there's really no way for me to learn the art of divination then. Zhang Xian shook his head in disappointment. No matter what, as an upper nine paths occupation, seers were deeply respected in the society. If he could master the art of divination, his standing would surely rise to greater heights, thus giving him more chips to win Luo Ruoxin's marriage in hand. But not only was the Library of Heaven's Path unwilling to help him compile a Heaven's Path divination art, it was even bent on destroying every single book relating to divination that he lay his eyes upon. From the looks of it, it seemed like he was completely unfaded with this occupation. Elder Feng, I'm truly apologetic about what have happened here today. If I hadn't come here, such a situation wouldn't have happened either. Zhang Xian walked up to the dazed-looking Elder Feng, clasped his fist, and apologized earnestly. As one who possessed the Library of Heaven's Path, it could be said that he carried the will of the heavens along with him. And to enter a place where others were peering into the secrets of the heavens with the will of the heavens with him. To be honest, It was already a huge blessing that none of the seers had died in this calamity. Even though it was completely unintentional, he still couldn't shirk off responsibility for what that had happened here, so he could only admit to it candidly. This has nothing with you. With lifeless eyes, Elder Feng shook his head and sighed deeply. In his view, their occupation had simply revealed too many secrets of the world that the retribution of the heavens was falling upon them. No matter how talented the young man before him was, there was no way he could dictate the will of the heavens to attack them. So ultimately, the fault still lay in them. Elder Feng, with all that had happened, I think that you might want some time to yourself, so I won't impose on you any longer. Knowing that there was no way for him to explain the matter, Zhang Xian decided to say no more. All right, you should return first. I'll come and look for you after I make sense out of what had happened here. Elder Feng nodded. After witnessing what had happened to the Shrine of Seers, the young man should be filled with apprehension for the seer occupation at the moment. It would be best for him to first figure out the root of the problem before approaching the young man to alleviate his fears and talk him into becoming his direct disciple. Otherwise, who in the world would be willing to join an occupation which would put one at risk of being struck by lightning at any moment? Farewell then. Zhang Xian clasped his fist once more toward Elder Feng before leaving the area. Luo Xianqing took one last look at the surroundings before quickly leaving together with Zhang Xian. As soon as he was in a safe distance away from where Elder Feng's spiritual perception could reach, he finally couldn't hold back his curiosity any longer. He walked up to Zhang Xian and asked with a hushed voice, Zhang Shi, what exactly happened back there? I'm not too sure either. Zhang Xian shook his head. It wouldn't be safe for him to talk too much about this matter, even if the other party was his future brother-in-law. After all, there were simply too much at stakes here. You aren't sure? Hearing Zhang Xian's response, a displeased frown appeared on Luo Xuanqing's forehead. But eventually, he still decided against probing any further. He wasn't too sure about what had happened either, but without a doubt, it must have something to do with the young man before him. Otherwise, why would the Shrine of Seers remain perfectly intact for several dozen millenniums, only to collapse completely as soon as he appeared? Everyone had been saying that he was the king of destruction, causing devastation and ruination everywhere he went. But within this short period of time that he came to know this young man, somehow, he felt that the young man was far more fearsome than he was. At the very least, the destruction he caused was explicable, caused mainly by excessive use of strength or failure to rein in his cultivation properly. On the other hand, the young man managed to tear the entire Shrine of Seers down, and no one knew how he did it at all. This must be the highest realm in the art of destruction. It seemed like he still had much to work on. I really should interact more with him, so as to learn the art of causing destruction inconspicuously. Luo Xianqing thought as he stroked his lower jaw contemplatively. Right. I have been too preoccupied with all that was going on that I forgot about Zhang Chun. Luo Xianqing suddenly recalled something at this moment and smacked his forehead regretfully. He had been too caught up in trying to figure out if what had happened to the Shrine of Seers was related to the young man before him that he forgot his primary motive there. Zhang Chun was still within the Shrine of Seers, and he hadn't found an opportunity to beat up that fellow yet. It wasn't easy for him to achieve a breakthrough, so how could he let Zhang Chun off without giving him a huge gift? It would reflect poorly on you if you were to simply run over to pummel him. In my opinion, there's no need for you to go to him at all. You should make him come and find you instead. Zhang Xian said. Oh. Luo Xianqing looked over in interest and asked, how should I go about doing that? Simple. Of the many occupations in the Sanctum of Sages, are there any which the offspring of the Zhang clan particularly excels in? Zhang Xian asked. Upon speaking of the Zhang clan, Luo Xianqing immediately harumphed in disdain. While there's nothing good that can be said about the personality of those of the Zhang clan, I have to admit that their reputation isn't just for show. There are plenty of experts amongst them, and their names are often brought up when speaking of the top geniuses of most supporting occupation as well. The talents of the Zhang clan's offspring didn't just manifest in their fighting prowess, they also had outstanding accomplishments in other occupations too. It was due to this reason that they were able to enjoy such a lofty reputation as the indubitable number one influence in the Sanctum of Sages, both feared and respected by the masses. That's good. other than Zhang Chun, who is the next most renowned offspring of the Zhang clan. Bring me to him, and I'll challenge him in his field of speciality, Zhang Xian declared. As long as we do a sweep of all members of the Zhang clan, it should only be a matter of time before Zhang Chun comes to us personally. It was only a matter of time before the matter that had happened at the Shrine of Seers was traced to him. On top of that, the fact that Yang Xian was a real figure amongst the top echelons of the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters was also a ticking time bomb threatening to explode on him at any moment. It would be one thing if Yang Xian were to never appear, but once the other party did and denied the teacher-student relationship that Zhang Xian claimed, it wouldn't take long before greedy individuals would set their eyes upon him, determined to uncover the secrets behind his swift rise. While the Master Teacher Pavilion had rules against such actions, it didn't necessarily have the resources to enforce it. Furthermore, it also had many other strategic goals as well, such as uniting the various powers of the Master Teacher continent to fend against the otherworldly demonic tribe. If it had to choose between maintaining friendly relations with a powerful organization and protecting an individual Master Teacher, even if a talented one, it would indubitably choose the former. Sometimes, for the sake of more important objectives, one had no choice but to compromise and turn a blind eye to other matters. The only reason why Zhang Xian was able to remain safe so far was due to his lineage, and this was also an important factor to preventing the top echelons of the Master Teacher continent from falling into utter chaos. Kill a disciple, and his teacher would come knocking for vengeance. This was actually just a gross simplification of the effects of a lineage. One had to be extremely careful when dealing with lineages because it was extremely difficult to say for sure just who was connected to whom. For this reason, unless it was a truly irreconcilable grudge, most powers would avoid making a move on one another. There was an incident in the past where a Tier 3 sage clan casually sentenced a transcendent mortal cultivator from a minor clan to death for crossing them. But as luck would have it, a 9-star blacksmith turned out to be their great-great-great-grandfather. In the end, the Tier 3 sage clan was nearly entirely wiped out from the face of the world. As such, most cultivators and powers would avoid making a move a person who could have possibly come from a powerful heritage. It was also for this reason that Zhang Xian was able to rise through the ranks safely, such that there wasn't even any attempted assassination on his life. The protection he had received from the name Yang Xian had truly been invaluable. If not for the fact that Yang Xian really existed, given how he had succeeded in crashing 2 Master Teacher Pavilions, the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters would have long since summoned men down to investigate his secrets. In other words, he was currently in a very precarious position. He had to become an 8-star Master Teacher and remove the seal on the Sanctum Head token or raise his cultivation to a level where he would be able to protect himself before Yang Xian came knocking. If he could become the next head of the Sanctum of Sages, even the Master Teacher Pavilion headquarters would have to think twice before making a move on him. Just as what Fei Shi had said previously, generations of Sanctum heads would challenge the students of powerful clans and organizations while they were students themselves in order to build up prestige, and this would allow them would swiftly gain control of the Sanctum of Sages after their inauguration. Since he was going to be the next Sanctum head anyway, there was no need for him to hesitate about the matter either. It just happened that he had the poorest relationship with the Zhang clan, so it went without saying that he should start from challenging them. If he couldn't flip the entire Sanctum of Sages upside down, his surname shan't be Zhang. You want to challenge the Zhang clan offspring in their field of specialty? Luo Xinqing asked with a frown. I know that you possess incredible means in the field of formations and beast taming, but it won't be easy for you to defeat them in the other supporting occupations. Are you certain that you'll be able to emerge victorious? It wasn't that Luo Xinqing didn't trust Zhang Xian, but it was impossible for even the most talented master teacher to be skilled in everything. While the young man before him possessed exceptional prowess in the field of formations and beast taming, such that he didn't think that there would be anyone in the Sanctum of Sages who could rival the young man, he couldn't say the same for the other supporting occupations too. Just recalling the various unbelievable records that the Zhang clan's offspring had set in some of the supporting occupations was enough to send shivers down his spines. It was one thing if they managed to succeed, but if they were to fail in their challenge, things would get really embarrassing for them. Don't worry. As long as I can receive an ample amount of books, it won't be easy for me to lose. Zhang Xian said confidently. If you are really confident about it, I guess it should be fine. It happens that I have some business at the Spirit Awakener Guild. Do you want to come along with me? Recalling the various miracles that the young man had produced, Luo Xinqing hesitated for a moment before saying, Spirit Awakener Guild? Zhang Xian turned to Luo Xinqing. Are there any offspring of the Zhang clan there? Zhang Chun's younger brother, Zhang Feng, is the inceptive sage there. However, his proficiency of spirit enchantment has already reached the level of 8-star. Are you sure that you're able to do it? Luo Xinqing asked worriedly. Chuckling softly, Zhang Xian replied, Don't worry, how can a man say that he's unable to do it? If he's still of decent character, I'll let him off after a quick challenge. Otherwise, I won't be standing on ceremony then. Promoting my Discord here. https://discord. gg/atijvex. Chapter 1373 Changes in the Library of Heaven's Path. Even though Zhang Xian carried some prejudice against the Zhang clan, he did not intend to make things difficult for every single one of them indiscriminately. As long as the other party's personality was not too bad, he would not go overboard. As for Zhang Chun, as a shameless toad lusting for the flesh of a swan, he definitely had to be punished. After making up his mind, Zhang Xian turned a confused look toward Luo Xinqing. You mentioned inceptive sage earlier. What does that mean? There are many occupations in the sanctum of sages, and as long as a student achieves proficiency superior to all other students and becomes the indubitable number one in a specific occupation, they will receive the esteemed title of inceptive sage. This title isn't merely honorary. More importantly, it is a symbol of power and standing. As long as one is able to become an inceptive sage, they will be considered as the representative of all students in that specific occupation, as well as their senior. Luo Xinqing explained. Zhang Feng successfully enchanted the guardian golem in the Spirit Awakener Hall and made it move 7 whole steps, thus breaking the record for the last 3,000 years. Due to that, he became the inceptive sage of the Spirit Awakener Hall. Guardian golem? Zhang Xian frowned. Enchanting a guardian golem should not have been too difficult a task. After all, he was someone who had even successfully enchanted a whole guild before. You'll know how difficult it is once you see it with your own eyes. Seeing how Zhang Xian thought little of that matter, Luo Xinqing shook his head with a bitter smile. Naturally, the guardian golem was no ordinary statue, or else Zhang Feng would not have been the only one to have successfully enchanted it in the past 3,000 years. The Spirit Awakener Hall was also located in the Hall of Erudition, so it did not take them too long to arrive at their destination. When Zhang Xian saw the guardian golem standing at the entrance of the guild, he immediately understood why Luo Xinqing would say such words. Standing at more than a dozen zhang tall and 6 to 7 zhang wide, it towered like a massive building before the Spirit Awakener Hall. On top of that, it was made of some kind of bizarre black stone that wielded the ability to absorb one's will, making it difficult to light up the spark of enchantment within it. There would indeed be some difficulty in enchanting it, Zhang Xian remarked grimly. Even he would require a lengthy period of time and deplete himself greatly in order to enchant this golem. The biggest issue was not the golem's size, but the material it was made of. The material was not particularly suited for harnessing a spirit, causing any spirit enchanted into it to dissipate swiftly. In a sense, attempting to enchant it was like pouring a pail of water into a basket. The faster one poured the water, the quicker the water just seemed to flow away, making it seem like an impossible feat to achieve. As long as the rate one enchanted the golem was beneath the rate at which the spirit infused into the golem was dissipating, it would be impossible to succeed. For Zhang Feng to not only succeed but even get it to move 7 steps, he was indeed a formidable figure. With such thoughts in mind, Zhang Xian stepped forward, placed his hand on the golem, and sent his consciousness into it. In an instant, he felt as if he had been plunged into a domain of complete darkness, devoid of any hint of light. He could not see the slightest trace of the outstretched hand he had placed before him, and to make things worse, he found that he could not extend his spiritual perception outward either. With a light tap of his finger, he conjured a brilliant spark that illuminated the surroundings. However, before the light could even diffuse around, a powerful suction force suddenly devoured the light. This reminded him deeply of the Starluster Stone. Under the suppression of the surrounding suction force, the spark could only coil around his fingertip, unable to illuminate any further than that. Who? Zhang Xian brought his consciousness back into his body and opened his eyes once more. Enchanting the golem would indeed be a huge challenge to him, even greater than the challenge of enchanting the entire Spirit Awakener Hall. Even with his current strength, it would not be too easy for him to succeed. How is it? Luo Xinqing asked. Zhang Xian hesitated for a moment before replying. Can you bring me to where the 8-star Spirit Awakener books are located? I have some doubts concerning spirit enchantment, and I'll need to browse through some books in order to resolve them. He had only accessed 7-star Spirit Awakener books before, so his understanding of spirit enchantment was still a little lacking at the moment. As long as he could gather sufficient books to compile the 8-star Heaven's Path Spirit Enchantment Art, he would be able to easily clear whatever test there was to become an inceptive sage. You want to browse through 8-star Spirit Awakener books? Luo Xinqing nodded. You'll have to clear the 8-star Spirit Awakener examination first for that. The examination hall is right ahead. I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving for now. All right. Zhang Xian nodded in response before heading into the Spirit Awakener Hall. Similar to the place where he had taken the Formation Master examination previously, there was hardly anyone in sight in the relatively big Spirit Awakener Hall, making the area appear exceptionally empty and cold in contrast. Zhang Xian quickly made his way over to the front receptionist and passed his emblem over. Zhang Shi, this way please. The receptionist was a young lady who appeared to be in her early 20s. After learning of Zhang Xian's identity, her attitude became exceptionally friendly, and she quickly led him over to the library. All 7-star Spirit Awakener books are within. There are quite a lot of books here, so if you need help finding any, feel free to approach me, and I'll find it for you. The female receptionist said. It's fine. I think I can manage by myself. Thank you. Zhang Xian replied with a smile before walking into the library. The number of high-tier Spirit Awakener books in the Qingyuan Empire Spirit Awakener Hall was rather lacking, so it would be best for him to browse through more 7-star Spirit Awakener books prior to taking the 8-star Spirit Awakener examination just to be safe. The library here did not disappoint. As soon as he stepped in, a massive collection of books immediately unfolded before him, causing his eyes to light up in excitement. Without any hesitation, he dived straight into collecting them into the library of Heaven's Path. Flaws. Walala. Books were swiftly replicated in his library of Heaven's Path at a swift speed. Zhang Xian swiftly noticed that something was different. Why does it seem like the speed at which I am collecting the books has improved? It was true that he could collect the books just by looking at them directly with his eyes, but there was still a slight lag between his sight and the materialization of the books in the library of Heaven's Path. Usually, while he was already done sweeping across the third shelf, the library of Heaven's Path would still be materializing the second. But this time around, it felt as if the library of Heaven's Path was running right behind his back. Just as his eyes reached the third shelf, the library of Heaven's Path reached the third shelf. There hasn't been anything peculiar with the library of Heaven's Path recently, though, and I haven't fallen into a coma either. Zhang Xian began racking his brain to make sense of the peculiar situation he was facing. The only time the library of Heaven's Path had undergone a metamorphosis was when he met Luo Ruoxin once more in the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. That metamorphosis had allowed him to collect books with not just his touch, but with just a look from his eyes. However, that metamorphosis knocked him out for 3 whole days. This time, nothing of the sort had happened, but the book collecting rate had grown much faster than before. What was going on? A thought flashed across Zhang Xian's mind, and he widened his eyes in disbelief. Could it be? It was a little hard for him to believe, but that was the only reason he could come up with no matter how he racked his mind. And that was destroying the Shrine of Seers. In the view of the heavens, destroying a Seer Guild branch was probably equivalent to successfully raiding a den of criminals, ridding the world of a poisonous tumor. Could the changes in his library of Heaven's Path be related to that? Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Could it be that there is a reward for me bringing ruination upon the seers, something like a bounty? As powerful as the Library of Heaven's Path already was, he would not hesitate to grab an opportunity to evolve it further. After all, it was the strongest trump card that he had in his possession as well as the foundation of his growth. Without a doubt, its metamorphosis would grant him great benefits one way or another. I guess I should go out and destroy a few more seer guilds when I have some free time on my hands. Zhang Xian nodded affirmatively. Of course, all of this was just his conjecture at the moment, so it would require further verification in order to determine whether his hypothesis was true or not. In any case, with the enhanced speed at which he could collect books into the Library of Heaven's Path, he managed to collect all of the books in the library and assimilate them into his mind within 4 hours. In the past, it would have taken him 6 hours. Once he was done, he returned to the main hall to find the female receptionist. I wish to take the 8-star Spirit Awakener examination. May I know what the processes for that are? Zhang Xian inquired. In order to read the books of 8-star Spirit Awakeners, he would have to clear the 8-star Spirit Awakener examination first. You wish to take the 8-star Spirit Awakener examination? A slight hint of astonishment could be seen in the female receptionist's eyes for a brief moment before she nodded. The Spirit Awakener examination is actually rather simple. Unlike those for apothecaries and blacksmiths, all you have to do is successfully enchant a grade 8 puppet before an elder of our Spirit Awakener Hall branch, and you'll be considered to have cleared the examination. I'll be troubling you to bring me over to the examination hall then. Zhang Xian nodded. After which, under the lead of the young lady, Zhang Xian arrived at a relatively spacious hall. The elder invigilating his examination was an old man who appeared to be in his 60s. The 8 brilliant stars on the emblem pinned in front of his robe indicated that he was an 8-star Spirit Awakener. The internal structure of the puppet was extremely simple, somewhat similar to the ones he had seen at the Qingyuan Empire Spirit Awakener Guild. Its purpose was to gauge one's mastery of spirit enchantment, so there was no need for excessive complexity. Stepping forward, Zhang Xian placed his palm on the puppet. A sliver of his consciousness slipped from his primordial spirit into the puppet, and it did not take him long to light up the latter's consciousness. In truth, the puppet had only barely met the basic requirements to be considered a grade 8 puppet. Anyone who had met the minimum requirement to become an 8-star Spirit Awakener would be able to clear it with ease. Here is your 8-star emblem. Not expecting the young man to clear the examination in a single try, the elder was visibly surprised. He quickly helped the young man apply for an emblem and passed it over. Seeing that he had managed to clear the examination without any unfortunate accidents occurring, Zhang Xian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Taking his new 8-star Spirit Awakener emblem, he headed for the section containing the 8-star Spirit Awakener books in the library and continued his studying session. 6 hours later, he finally walked out of the library. It was exhausting going through so many books at once, but he did manage to master the 8-star Heaven's Path Spirit Enchantment art, thus raising his mastery of the art up to the level of 8-star pinnacle. Zhang Shi, how is it going? Barely after taking a step out of the library, Zhang Xian encountered Luo Xianqing. I think I should have. Zhang Xian nodded as he replied, but halfway through his words, he suddenly stopped. He stared at the sight before him with utter shock, and it took a while before he managed to find his voice once more. What is going on? The majestic building that he had been in just 6 hours ago had collapsed, and white smoke was rising here and there. Oh, I was intending to get Elder Zhao of the Spirit Awakener Hall to help me reinforce my primordial spirit, but that fellow was simply too incompetent. He ended up ejecting my primordial spirit out of my body, and in a moment of carelessness, well, it just became like that. Luo Xianqing scratched his head in embarrassment. You were able to cause such a mess just by fortifying your primordial spirit? Zhang Xian was stunned. Previously, when Luo Xianqing said that he had some business at the Spirit Awakener Hall, he had already guessed that the other party was intending to find someone to help him reinforce his primordial spirit in preparation to facing the dimension-sundering ordeal. He thought that a matter as simple as this should not have been too much of a problem, but such a mishap still ended up happening. Honestly, can you stop causing destruction wherever you go? You are a huge embarrassment, you know? Someone must have cut corners while building this Spirit Awakener hall, or else how could it possibly be so fragile? Luo Xianqing harumphed unabashedly. Before Luo Xianqing could finish his words, a furious bellow suddenly sounded. Luo Xianqing, can you be any more shameful than that? Following which, a group of men rushed out angrily. The one leading the group was a young man in his late 30s. Taking a closer look, the young man's facial features bore some resemblance to Zhang Chun's. Zhang Feng, what do you mean by that? You have barged into our Spirit Awakener hall a total of 2 times, and each time around, you somehow managed to leave it in complete shambles. From today onward, our Spirit Awakener hall no longer welcomes you. If you dare to take even the slightest step into here, don't blame us for getting nasty with you. Zhang Feng roared with gritted teeth. Humph, how is it my concern that your Spirit Awakener hall's building is so fragile? If you have the time to be roaring at me, why don't you spend it finding better bricklayers instead? Luo Xianqing snapped coldly. You still have the cheek to be saying those words. If you hadn't lost control of your own primordial spirit, would such a thing have happened? You really are a piece of work, you know? With a grand wave of his hand, Zhang Feng stepped forward and loudly declared, with my authority as the Inceptive Sage of the Spirit Awakener Hall, I hereby pass an Inceptive Sage decree. As long as Luo Xianqing steps into the perimeter of our Spirit Awakener Hall, all Spirit Awakeners are allowed to attack him without any qualms over injuring him or even killing him. Chapter 1374 Luo Xianqing runs amok. Luo Xuanqing's expression turned livid upon hearing Zhang Feng's words. A frightening aura lingered around him, reminiscent of a crouching tiger prepared to pounce forth at any moment. Do you really think that I dare not cripple you? Ever since he entered the Sanctum of Sages, he had always stood unchallenged by others, stepping over those who had dared stand in his way. When had anyone dared speak to him in such a manner before? Not even his elder brother, Zhang Chun, would dare talk to him like that. You want to cripple me? Sure, do it then. You might be stronger than me, but you'd better not forget that we are in the Spirit Awakener Hall right now. As the Inceptive Sage, I can control the countless puppets that are in here to subdue you with ease. Zhang Feng sneered coldly. The Spirit Awakener Hall was filled with puppets here and there. Once enchanted, all of these would be weapons at Zhang Feng's disposal. With these soldiers to fight in his stead, what would Luo Xuanqing's strength count for? As long as he retained his identity as the Inceptive Sage of the Spirit Awakener Hall, he would be an invincible existence here. Not even Saint 8 Dan experts would dare to pull their weight before him. You. Luo Xianqing gritted his teeth in fury as his breathing hastened. What's wrong with that? Unlike you, causing trouble and expecting others to pardon you just because you are a member of the Luo clan. I forged a place for myself in the Spirit Awakener Hall through my own capability. If you weren't the brother of the little princess, do you think that our Zhang clan, or even the Sanctum of Sages, would have tolerated you for so long? You would have long been minced into countless bits and fed to the fish. Zhang Xian harumphed coldly with a haughty swing of his sleeves. Also, tell your little princess that it's her honor that the young prodigy of our Zhang clan is willing to wed her. If she dares to flee once more, don't blame us for resorting to extreme measures. Honor? Extreme measures? Ha 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 ha. Before Luo Xianqing could even say a word, Zhang Xian had already interjected. Come, why don't you tell me in detail just how much of an honor it is to marry the young prodigy of the Zhang clan, and how extreme the measures you plan to use will be? That young prodigy of the Zhang clan must have accrued several generations of fortune for him to be engaged to be Luo Ruoxin at birth, and yet, he still dared to put on a disappearing act. And as if that was not enough, the rest of them still had the cheek to spout such words. You are really challenging the limits of my tolerance. To be honest, Zhang Xian also thought that Luo Xianqing had gone overboard with the damage, and the haughty attitude he put on after that only further worsened the situation. I can understand why you are mad at Luo Xianqing and want to get back at him, and I won't stop you from doing it either. But how dare you speak of Luo Ruoxin in such a manner? You are really asking for a beating. Who the hell do you think you are? Is this any place for you to speak up? Zhang Feng did not think that he would be bellowed at by Luo Xuanqing's lackey, and he narrowed his eyes menacingly. Regardless of who I am, I just want to ask you a simple question. If the little princess of the Luo clan were to turn down the engagement with your Zhang clan, what kind of extreme measures do you intend to resort to? Zhang Xian asked. His attitude was seemingly casual, but the frostiness in his eyes was unconcealable. Humph, do you think that she has any place in turning our Zhang clan down? Little princess is a mere title she upholds before others. To our Zhang clan, she's nothing at all. Zhang Feng sneered coldly. You bastard. Try saying those words once more, and I'll rip you to shreds. A powerful aura instantaneously burst forth from Luo Xuanqing, surging right into the clouds, seemingly threatening to tear the sky apart. It was one thing for someone to insult him, but he would never forgive anyone insulting his younger sister. Sure, I'll say it as many times as you like. Pure and innocent little princess, my ass. Despite having an engagement with our young prodigy, she still ran out to hook up with some other guy. She has really sullied every last bit of honor that we sage clans have. Zhang Feng spat out disdainfully. You scum. With a furious bellow, Luo Xuanqing dashed out like a cannonball, and it took only an instant for him to appear right before Zhang Feng. Boom. The abrupt outburst of overwhelming might compress the surrounding air so much that a deafening cacophony of sonic booms resounded here and there. Humph, could there still be any mistake about it? Your Luo clan should have received the news, and just a few days ago, they sent a few elders over to our Zhang clan to explain the matter to us. Most likely, that little princess of yours that you hold so dearly should still be under house arrest. Zhang Feng mocked coldly as he dodged Luo Xuanqing's attack and retreated. Since she dared to do it, why can't we say it out loud? Only that fool of an elder brother I have would think of that disgraceful woman as a treasure. If it was me, I would have marched right up to her to confront her over the issue. You are courting death. With eyes crimson with frenzy, Luo Xuanqing dashed forward with astounding speed. At the same time, he clasped his fists together, and the surrounding air suddenly seemed to have frozen in place, leaving Zhang Feng with nowhere to escape. Pong. Overwhelming might punctured Zhang Feng's chest. Pooh. With a spurt of fresh blood, Zhang Feng was sent flying into the distance. He was by no means weak, but even so, he was only at the same level as Bai Hongyin and the others, still a distance away from matching up to the half-dimension sundering realm Luo Xuanqing. Just a single strike, and he was already severely wounded. Luo Xuanqing, you've asked for it. After crashing heavily to the ground, the unkempt Zhang Feng forcefully pushed himself back to his feet and glared at Luo Xuanqing with scarlet eyes. Raising his hand, he commanded, beat him down into his grave. Hula. As soon as that command was issued, a dozen puppets immediately leaped out from the surroundings. These puppets were neither works of celestial designers or blacksmiths. Rather, they were enchanted artifacts. At first glance, it might appear that there was no specific grade to them, but their prowess was not to be underestimated. This was especially so with the Inferno Giant among them. Standing at 4 meters tall, its presence caused the surrounding air to distort from overwhelming heat. Besides the Inferno Giant, there was a metal giant as well. Zhang Xian could not tell with just a normal look what it was made of, but it was extraordinarily resilient. In terms of defensive prowess, it was probably on par with Saint high-tier artifacts. It would really take a great deal of effort to deal with it. It would not be too much trouble for Luo Xuanqing to deal with Zhang Feng ordinarily, but the appearance of the dozen puppets immediately placed him out of tempo, causing him to fumble around a bit. Damn it! Luo Xuanqing roared with rage bubbling within him, releasing all of the strength he harnessed in his body. Sila, releasing the entirety of his half-dimension sundering realm cultivation, the surrounding space began to distort under the rampaging outpour of his Zhenqi. Under his immense might, the settled dust and rubble rose into the sky once more, bringing greater chaos upon the world. His original intention was to conceal his cultivation and spring a surprise on Zhang Chun, but Zhang Feng's words had exceeded his bottom line. At this point, he did not care that much either. Pong 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 pong. It might have seemed as if there was only a small step of difference between the dimension-sundering realm and the phantasmal space realm, But just like between a cocoon and a butterfly, there was a world of a difference between them. With his full might as a half-dimension sundering realm expert released, the puppets swiftly found their movements sealed, as if they had fallen into a bog. As much as they struggled, they were unable to escape from whatever was holding them in place. Kacha, with a downward press of his hand, the dozen puppets did not even last another breath before being suppressed forcefully into a lying position on the ground. Indignant roars blared from their mouths, but as if the weight of an entire mountain was upon them, even getting to their feet seemed to be a daunting task. Zhang Feng never thought that Luo Xianqing would have already reached such a level. His eyes narrowed as he hurriedly retreated. You aren't going anywhere until you make things clear today. With a deep bellow, Luo Xianqing dashed forth with the momentum of a human-sized massive dragon. His movement caused countless ripples to appear in the surrounding space, reminiscent of a water surface disturbed by a pebble thrown into it. Pong! These seemingly light ripples struck Zhang Feng as if massive clubs hammering down on his body, causing fresh blood to spurt from his mouth once more. The impact of the blows forcefully pulled him down from the sky. Hula! After striking Zhang Feng down, Luo Xianqing took another step forward, appearing before Zhang Feng in an instant. Then, he raised his leg and stomped toward Zhang Feng's face. With the speed and the strength of the stomp, if the attack were to really land on Zhang Feng, he would be crippled for good even if he did survive this ordeal. It seemed like hearing his younger sister being insulted right before him had truly enraged Luo Xianqing, and that snapped the last bit of rationality in his mind, causing him to disregard all rules and consequences of his actions. Those who dared touch the inverted scale of a dragon would meet with swift deaths. Formidable, Zhang Xian muttered. For a moment there, rage had consumed his mind as well, and he had been planning to dash forward as well. However, seeing that his future brother-in-law had already made a move, he eventually forced himself to remain still. It simply was not the right time for him to express his identity yet. Of course, if Luo Xianqing were to be placed in a disadvantageous position in the battle, he would step in and intervene. Zhang Feng was justified in confronting Luo Xianqing over the destruction of the Spirit Awakener Hall and passing the Inceptive Sage Decree. After all, Luo Xianqing did go overboard in that matter. However, he did one thing that he never should have done: insult Luo Ruoxin. Based on that alone, he was deserving of dying 100 times over. Seeing the prowess behind the stomp heading for his face, Zhang Feng quivered in fear. Not daring to hold back anymore, he swiftly triggered the bloodline ability in his body. Boom! The surrounding time seemed to have slowed, but at the same time, it felt like Zhang Feng had gotten faster compared to the rest of the world. With a powerful push of his hand against the ground, he rolled several meters away, dodging the stomp by just a hair's breadth. Boom! The stomp imprinted a depression of 30 meters right beneath the floating Luo Xianqing's feet, raising countless stone fragments into the sky. Luo Xianqing, you are insane! Zhang Feng exclaimed as he cowered in fear at that sight, not daring to imagine what would have happened if that attack had landed on him. Even though the Spirit Awakener Hall had collapsed, as long as they gathered sufficient workers, they should be able to get it rebuilt swiftly. However, now that even the ground beneath was devastated, how were they supposed to rebuild their base? Boom! Not bothering to respond to Zhang Feng, Luo Xianqing's figure flickered, and he appeared before Zhang Feng once more with a palm flying right for the ladder. This palm strike seemed to have forcefully dragged Zhang Feng into a sundered dimension, leaving him completely cornered and with nowhere to escape. In the face of the might of the palm, Zhang Feng only felt a numbing sensation rising all over his body as his aura was suppressed to the point where it felt as if he would explode from within. Even before the palm strike could land, the unbearable pressure weighing down on him had already drawn a spurt of blood from his mouth. Even after activating the power of his bloodline ability, it was still far from sufficient to bridge the disparity in the strength of the two of them. Just when did you achieve a breakthrough? How can you possibly be so powerful? Zhang Feng exclaimed as he felt a prickling sensation run through his scalp. At this point, he was filled with regret. He had known from the start that this fellow would lose all sanity when his younger sister was mentioned. So why in the world did he have to use those words to trigger him? Wasn't that just asking for trouble? Driving his bloodline ability to the maximum, Zhang Feng barely managed to break out of the sundered dimension and dodge the overwhelming palm strike. Boom! Another massive palm print appeared on the ground. The remaining buildings that had yet to collapse in the area began trembling nonstop, seemingly on the verge of falling into the depression created previously by the powerful shockwave. Seeing how the other party was still dashing at him as if a crazed lunatic, Zhang Feng felt deep fear arising from his midst, and he anxiously bellowed, "Luo Xianqing, I am an inceptive sage. If you dare hurt me, that's no different from going up against the entire occupation. You will be hunted down in the future. Not even the Luo clan will be able to protect you. Let them come. In any case, I'll be sending you down to the netherworld today." Boom! Amid another resounding sonic boom, Luo Xianqing vanished from the spot. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before the Zhang Feng once more with a palm strike. This time, he had sealed the surrounding space completely, turning it into a solid cage. Even if Zhang Feng were to drive his Zhang clan's bloodline to its limit, he would still be unable to escape from it. Are you done messing around yet, Luo Xianqing? Don't think that we'll just tolerate everything that you do. Hong long long. Just as the palm was about to strike down on Zhang Feng's head, a resounding bellow sounded, and 3 elders suddenly appeared right before the crowd. One of them waved his hand, and a surge of light deflected the might of Luo Xuanqing's palm strike. This is based on a legend where dragons have a scale on their neck that is inverted against the other scales, and those who touch it will be swiftly killed by the dragon. It eventually became an idiom in reference to those in power, saying that those who dared to prey on their weakness, be it their family or anything else, would have to pay the price eventually. Chapter 1375 Luo Ruoxin is under house Rs, a Saint 8 Dan expert. Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes in alarm. To be able to teach Luo Xianqing a lesson while protecting Zhang Feng completely from the attack, it was truly an exquisite move. He could not be too sure about the other 2 elders, but the one who had made a move was likely at Dimension Sundering Realm Advanced stage at the very least. Those who possessed such strength were ranked at the top of the Master Teacher continent. They would be able to start their own sects and dominate a region of their own. Peng. Under the rebound of his own might, Luo Xuanqing's face paled as he was forced to retreat several steps back to ward off the force. He raised his head to look at the trio in the sky with an awful look on his face. "Elders, Zhang Feng dared insult my younger sister. My rage won't be quelled unless I teach him a lesson." Luo Xianqing bellowed with eyes widened like bells. "Enough." The elder who had made a move earlier roared angrily. "Luo Xianqing, does the Spirit Awakener Hall or the Sanctum of Sages still mean anything to you? In view of the little princess and the Luo clan, we allowed you to get away with destroying our guild without any repercussions. What else do you want other than that? Will you only be content after you wipe our Spirit Awakener Hall completely off the face of the world?" Luo Xianqing stepped forward and clasped his fist tightly. "I bear no ill will toward the Spirit Awakener Hall. The one whom I have a grudge with is Zhang Feng. I'll give the Zhang clan and the Sanctum of Sages a satisfactory explanation after I'm done with him, so I ask of the 3 elders not to interfere in this matter." He simply could not allow the other party to get away so easily after insulting his younger sister. Audacious. Zhang Feng is our guild's inceptive sage. By making a move on him, you are showing blatant disregard for our entire guild. Scram right now, and we can still overlook today's matter. Otherwise, even if you are from the Luo clan, we'll make sure you have hell to pay for your actions today. Another elder berated sharply with an electrifying look in his eyes. It was one thing for Luo Xianqing to reduce the entire Spirit Awakener Hall to such a state, but he even wanted to make a move on their inceptive sage after that. This was truly intolerable. If they allowed such a thing to happen, what would become of their dignity? Are you threatening me? Let me tell you this. I, Luo Xianqing, fear no threat. Luo Xianqing bellowed with his eyes narrowed coldly, and once again, his aura surged. It seemed like even if he had to tap into his bloodline ability, he would make Zhang Feng pay the price for his actions. That fellow really is a lunatic. Seeing his actions, a shudder ran through Zhang Feng's body. Had it been anyone else, considering that even the elders had gotten involved. He would have made use of this opportunity to resolve the matter peacefully. Yet, Luo Xianqing still refused to back down, determined to go all the way through regardless of the consequences. He really was a true psycho. Once he got psychotic, there was no such thing as rationality in his head. Seeing as a battle was about to break out at any moment, Zhang Xian placed his palm on Luo Xuanqing's shoulder and said, "Brother Luo, just leave the rest to me." The crowd thought that the young man who dared talk to the berserk Luo Xianqing would surely be pummeled beyond recognition, but contrary to their expectations, the latter's powerful aura began receding instead. Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief, unable to comprehend the situation unfolding before their eyes. Luo Xuanqing's temperament could be clearly seen from what had happened earlier. Most likely, other than his younger sister, there was no one else in this world who could shake him out of his berserk state. Yet, the 20-year-old young man beside him actually made him back down with just a couple of words? Just what was the background of that young man for Luo Xianqing to actually be so obedient to him? Zhang Shi. Ignoring the shocked crowd, Luo Xianqing turned his head to the young man behind him. The person who was grabbing his shoulder was, of course, none other than Zhang Xian. It was not that he wanted to withdraw his strength, but the palm on his shoulder was pressed on the acupoint required for the activation of his bloodline, forcefully suppressing his strength. "Don't worry, I'll bring justice to the little princess." Knowing what the other party was thinking, Zhang Xian raised his head and looked at the three elders in the sky with a sharp glint in his eyes. "Elders, I don't think that there's any way to resolve this matter peacefully anymore. It's a private matter between the both of them, so I ask of you not to interfere in their affairs." The elder who had spoken up previously harumphed coldly. "Lad, do you know whom you are talking to? Regardless of who you are, I'll just say this once. Step back and allow the both of them to settle this matter among themselves, and I can promise you Zhang Feng's life won't be endangered. Otherwise, I'm afraid that this won't look good on any of us here," Zhang Xian said. He did not like to cause trouble either, but Zhang Feng's mouth was truly horrid. To dare slander his girlfriend's reputation in public, no matter how good his temper was, he still could not let this matter go without giving the other party a good beating. All along, he had tried to steer clear of trouble, never provoking others wherever possible, to the point where humility was etched right into his bones. However, he was fine with going high profile just this once. Very well. Not expecting a 20-year-old young man to act so arrogantly before them, the three elders trembled with rage. Having been in the sanctum of sages for several decades now, they had seen plenty of haughty young masters and talented geniuses, but there were none who had dared speak to them in such a tone barely after enrolling into the academy. "Who do you think you are? The next sanctum head? A celestial master teacher? Know your place. We'll just make it very clear to you right now. If you dare touch even a single strand of Zhang Feng's hair, we'll consider it as waging war against our Spirit Awakener Guild. You can be very sure that we'll make you regret having ever been born." One of the elders replied with a wintry tone. Given that they had already made a move, they would lose respect from their students and peers if they allowed the other party to just beat up their inceptive sage as they liked. The authority they had built up over the years would vanish in an instant. "All right then. Since none of you are willing to back down, I won't stand on ceremony then. Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast, knock those three impediments down." Roar. The next moment, the massive Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast appeared before everyone's eyes. With a resounding roar, it swooped right for the three elders in the sky. Not expecting such a powerful saint beast to be released on them all of a sudden, the three elders were scared out of their wits. Before they could even react, the saint beast had already swiped its claws toward them. Selah. The space before them was immediately torn apart, and a black gorge harnessing rampaging might appeared. The incredible might that Luo Xianqing had displayed earlier was already extremely shocking, but compared to that of this Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast, it was nothing at all. They were not even at the same level as one another. What? Saint 8 Dan Pinnacle. The faces of the three elders instantaneously flushed white. They hurriedly launched their strongest attacks, not daring to hold anything back in the face of an expert of such caliber. The crux to St. 8 Dan Dimension's sundering realm lay in the comprehension of spatial laws, and there was a significant difference in fighting prowess across the cultivation stages within the realm. On top of that, the netherworld azure dragon beast was one of the stronger saint beasts, even possessing the dragon bloodline. Not even a master teacher of the same cultivation realm would necessarily have been a match for it, let alone weak spirit awakeners like them. In an instant, various powers rippled through the air, raining down like a torrent. At the same time, many puppets materialized in the air, but they swiftly exploded one after another. It was just a simple charge for the netherworld azure dragon beast, but its superior might and nigh invincible defense were more than enough to destroy everything that the three elders sent at it. In less than 10 breaths, the heads of the three elders were stabbed into the ground, and white foam was leaking from their mouths. Their bodies were completely stiffened. As powerful as they might have been, they were still far too lacking compared to the netherworld azure dragon beast, who, after defeating the three elders, the netherworld azure dragon beast swiped forward and grabbed Zhang Feng in its hand. With his hands behind his back, Zhang Xian looked at Zhang Feng and said, "I want you to apologize." Even though his voice was calm, it carried inviolable authority to it, compelling others to bow down to him. Zhang Feng bit his lips so tightly as fresh blood was flowing down his chin. "What I have said is the truth. Why should I apologize? The little princess of the Luo clan has already confessed that there's someone she likes, and she intends to cancel the engagement with our Zhang clan. This is a matter that the top echelons of the Luo clan and the Zhang clan are aware of. If you don't believe my words, you can get Luo Xianqing to send a message back to his clan to ask about it. **T. If my younger sister has someone that she likes, how can I possibly be unaware of it?" Luo Xianqing said with veins popping from his head. Cough, cough. "Brother Luo, there's no need to get so agitated." Zhang Xian quickly held the almost rampaging Luo Xianqing back. While Luo Xianqing distrusted Zhang Feng, he thought that it was more likely that what Zhang Feng had said was the truth. Considering that Ruoxin had agreed to become his girlfriend, it was indeed possible for her to have told both clans that she wanted to cancel the engagement with the Zhang clan. He knew his girlfriend very well. She was a silent and perhaps even cold person, but she was extremely decisive and headstrong when it came to crucial situations. Just like him, as long as she had decided upon something, she would never back down or look back, no matter how great the difficulties that lay ahead were. Even if the entire world were to block her path, she would continue marching forward without fear. Recalling what Zhang Feng had said earlier, with a tight knit between his eyebrows, Zhang Xian asked, "You said that the little princess is likely under house arrest in the Luo clan. What does that mean?" He could not allow Ruoxin to be wrong because of him. As a man, he would have to step forward and bear the responsibility. If he could not even protect the woman that he loved, what was the point of being a master teacher? What was the point of growing strong? Being held tightly in the grasp of the netherworld azure dragon beast, Zhang Feng knew that even if the duo did not kill him, they could easily inflict great suffering upon him should he choose to remain silent. Thus, he gritted his teeth and eventually revealed everything that he knew. Half a month back, an elder of our Zhang clan sent over a betrothal gift, as per usual, but the little princess suddenly appeared then and personally rejected the gift. She told him that she already has someone whom she loves, and she doesn't intend to proceed with the engagement with the Zhang clan. Thus, she said, there's no need to waste time no such matters anymore. Her comments caused huge ripples. It didn't take long for the upper echelons of the Zhang clan and the Luo clan to learn of the matter, and soon after, the Luo clan dispatched several elders to subdue the little princess and place her under house arrest. This, Zhang Xian's body jolted. Someone of Ruoxin's wits must have known the consequences of saying those words, but even so, she still unhesitatingly spoke them out loud. Just how much courage would it have taken her to go against the will of two of the strongest sage clans on the master-teacher continent, not to mention that one of them was her family? Zhang Xian clenched his teeth and asked, "Where is she being held?" "I'm not too sure either. I only heard of this matter from an elder in my clan," Zhang Feng replied anxiously. On the other hand, Luo Xianqing was still unable to believe what he had just heard. **T. Everything that you have said is **T. How can my younger sister possibly fall in love with someone else? Who in the world can possibly be worthy of her? Cough, cough. Seeing the extreme reaction Luo Xianqing had toward this matter, Zhang Xian could not help but turn his head over and say, "Brother Luo, calm down. I know that the little princess is outstanding, but there's bound to be someone worthy of her." Someone worthy of her? A glint flashed across Luo Xuanqing's eyes as he turned to Zhang Xian and snorted. "You?" Chapter 1376, The Dancing Golem. Zhang Xian suddenly fell silent. For a moment, he was tempted to admit that Ruoxin was indeed his girlfriend. However, he eventually still swallowed those words back then. Considering how the Zhang clan and the Luo clan were already in a mess after hearing that the little princess had someone that she fancied, he would only be making things worse if he revealed the matter right now. He would have to reveal his relationship with Luo Ruoxin eventually, and now was definitely not a good time. First and foremost, he would require an identity that would allow him to withstand the pressure exerted from the Zhang clan. This way, Luo Ruoxin would be able to face her family as well. Otherwise, if others knew that the person whom she liked was just an ordinary person from a humble, unranked kingdom, not only would it not ease the predicament they were in, it would only be complicating it. It was traditional thinking, but marriage had to be between two equals, or else there was no way Luo Ruoxin's family would be willing to accept him. He did not wish to see his girlfriend falling out with her family over him, criticized by the world. "Zhang Shi, I am thankful for what you have done, but I am in no mood to joke with you," Luo Xianqing said grimly. He turned to Zhang Feng and said, "You said that this incident happened half a month ago?" All in all, their journey to obtain the Dongshu gourd had taken roughly 20 days. If the incident had happened half a month ago, it would mean that it had happened right after he left the Sanctum of Sages. If that was the case, it would explain why he had not caught wind of the matter. "That's right." Zhang Feng nodded. Luo Xianqing stood on the spot with a livid expression on his face for a while before he suddenly turned his head to Zhang Xian and said, "Zhang Shi, I'll leave this fellow to you. Make sure to give him a good lesson so that he learns how to watch his mouth in the future. I'll be right back." After which, he leaped up into the air and flew off in a certain direction. Before Zhang Xian could say a word, he had already disappeared into the distance. "Brother Luo?" Zhang Xian frowned, not expecting the other party to leave just like that. The other party moved so quickly that even the execution of the unbounded voyager would have been insufficient for him to catch up, so he could only hold back the urge to chase him. He turned his gaze to the netherworld azure dragon beast and said, "Teach him a lesson, but don't kill him." Roar. Nodding, the netherworld azure dragon beast was just about to make a move when a whiz sounded. The three elders who had been planted into the ground had flown back up into the sky. "This friend over here, Zhang Feng, is our guild's inceptive sage. Hurting him is no different from going against the entire Spirit Awakener Guild. I hope that you can think things through before making a move," an elder said through gritted teeth. Furthermore, the system of inceptive sages is something that is determined by the Sanctum of Sages. To show public defiance for it is equivalent to opposing the Sanctum of Sages, and you'll be expelled for it. Expelled? Indeed. Luo Xianqing is one of the core members of the Luo clan, and his cultivation had reached half-dimension Sundering Realm, so expulsion from the Sanctum of Sages doesn't really mean anything to him. However, it's different for you. Judging from your age, you must be a freshman who has just enrolled this year, right? You still have a long future ahead of you. So why ruin your entire life just to vent a moment of anger? Another elder added. Ruin my entire life? Zhang Xian shook his head with a light chuckle. He turned to the three elders and said, "Since we are in the Sanctum of Sages, let's settle this matter by the rules of the Sanctum of Sages then. I am currently an 8-star Spirit Awakener, so as long as I replace him as the Inceptive Sage, it won't be considered a violation of the rules no matter what I do to him, right? Of course. If you can become the Inceptive Sage, even if you were to beat him to death, our guild will help you cover up the matter," an elder replied with a nod. An Inceptive Sage could be considered the most outstanding member within a certain occupation among the younger generation, so if there were to be any conflicts with others, they were inclined to help him. With the current situation, for example, if not for the fact that Zhang Feng was their Inceptive Sage, they would not have rushed out at all. After all, it was apparent that both Luo Xianqing and the young man before them were tough nuts to crack. In all honesty, the collapse of the Spirit Awakener Hall was not a big matter. They could easily have it fixed by enchanting a couple of puppets. However, having their inceptive sage beaten up would really be a huge slap to their face, and this was something they could not accept. I see. Zhang Xian nodded. I'll have to trouble you all to tell me how the test for the inceptive sage works then. I still have some matters to attend to after this, so I don't have much time to waste. There was no backing out of this matter anymore given how far they had come. In order to ensure that there would be no negative implications from the day's events, he would have to replace Zhang Feng as the next inceptive sage. After all, what he was aiming to do was build up his reputation in preparation for his inauguration as the Sanctum Head, not sully it. How embarrassing would it be if he were to become the next Luo Xianqing, hated by the entire student populace? You want to challenge the inceptive sage? Hearing those words, the three elders nearly snorted their beards off. They had seen plenty of arrogant people in the past, but they had never met one that was so conceited. Only those who were the greatest of geniuses would be able to become the inceptive sage of an occupation, and Zhang Feng was one who had even broken many of their records. Initially, they had still intended to have him represent their Sanctum of Sages branch to challenge the candidacy for the position of the headquarters hall master, but who could have known that he would end up being nearly beaten to his death by someone else instead? And the culprit was even planning to replace him. Even though Spirit Awakener was not an upper nine paths occupation, it still had a complete heritage to it, and it was considered one of the top occupations of the master-teacher continent. For someone who had merely cleared the 8-star Spirit Awakener examination just 6 hours ago to spout such arrogant words, the trio felt that the young man was simply taking Spirit Awakeners too lightly. Gritting their teeth, they were just about to berate Zhang Xian to put him back in his place when they suddenly noticed the Netherworld Azure Dragon beast looking at them intently with malicious intentions in its eyes. It seemed as if it was ready to swipe its claws down on them should they speak a single unnecessary word. Knowing that they were no match for the Netherworld Azure Dragon beast, one of the elders suppressed his anger and explained, "The challenge to become the inceptive sage is very easy. As long as you can enchant the guardian golem and have it move more than the previous record holder, it'll be considered your victory. Zhang Feng, this young man over here says that he wants to challenge your position as the inceptive sage. Are you willing to accept his challenge?" With irrepressible fury in his eyes, Zhang Feng glanced at Zhang Xian before nodding. "I'll accept his challenge." He had been beaten up for no good reason earlier, and even though it was Luo Xuanqing's doing, this fellow was an accomplice. Since this fellow was looking for trouble, he did not mind teaching him a lesson and showing him what a true expert was. "There are 2 golems right in front of our Spirit Awakener Hall, and the both of you can choose either one of them to enchant. If you manage to get your golem to travel further than Zhang Feng's, you will be able to replace him as the next inceptive sage of our Spirit Awakener Hall," one of the elders said as he pointed forward. "First and foremost, I'll have to ask you to let go of Zhang Feng." Tracing the elder's finger, 2 guardian golems sat where the entrance to the Spirit Awakener Guild used to be. Even though they were slightly tilted due to the various prior events, they were not damaged in the slightest. Upon hearing that the rules of the challenge were so simple, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief before waving his hand. The Netherworld Azure Dragon beast nodded as well before releasing Zhang Feng. Nevertheless, it still continued glaring at the other 3 warily, as if saying that it was ready to crush them into minced meat should any of them dare make a move against its master. Zhang Feng shot a spiteful glance at Zhang Xian and the Netherworld Azure Dragon beast before walking over to one of the golems. A sharp glint flashed across his eyes, and he waved his hand grandly. "Let's waste no time and begin right away." "Very well," Zhang Xian replied calmly as he made his way over to the other golem. He had taken a look at the golems before, and it would indeed be rather difficult to enchant them considering their sizes and the materials that they were made of. However, after reading through the 8-star Spirit Awakener books, he had managed to gain a deeper understanding of spirit enchantment, so it would not be too difficult for him to succeed anymore. "On my count, start." At the elder's command, Zhang Xian suddenly sensed a huge disturbance in the surrounding spiritual energy, following which, Zhang Feng's primordial spirit leaped out from his glabella and entered the interior of the golem. I guess his title as the Inceptive Sage of the Spirit Awakener Hall isn't just for show. His primordial spirit is indeed rather strong, Zhang Xian remarked internally. While the other party's primordial spirit was still far from comparing to his, it was still a sight to behold. Just its very presence was able to exert immense pressure upon others. One's ability to enchant was deeply related with the strength of one's primordial spirit. The stronger one's primordial spirit was, the easier it would be for one to enchant an artifact. In terms of cultivation, Zhang Feng was far from a match for Luo Xianqing and Zhang Chun, but when it came to the strength of their primordial spirit, he was much stronger than the both of them. Tzzzzzzzzzz. As soon as his primordial spirit seeped into the guardian golem, a unique energy began gathering and diffusing all over it. A slight gleam appeared on the surface of the golem, and it looked as if it would come to life at any moment. Even though Zhang Feng had already started his enchantment, Zhang Xian was in no hurry to start. Instead, he activated his Eye of Insight and observed Zhang Feng's actions closely. It had to be said that while Zhang Feng's personality was so, his ability as a spirit awakener was indeed notable. He pulled forth the various abilities of an 8-star spirit awakener perfectly with grace and elegance, such that there was even a peculiar kind of beauty to his actions. All right, it's about time for me to start too. A while later, Zhang Xian turned his eyes back to his own golem and placed his hand on it. Tzzzzzzzz. Submerging a hint of his consciousness into the golem, he was immediately plunged into a world of endless darkness. Driving the heavens path spirit enchantment art, he tapped his finger forward, and a ball of flames was immediately conjured before him. The ball of flames was not too big, but it was expanding to the surroundings at a steady pace. Expand! Zhang Xian willed with raised eyebrows, and in an instant, the ball of flames exploded into a sea of flames that rapidly spread across the area. Even though the golem was steadily absorbing in the flames as well, the area which the flames covered was simply too great such that the rate it was growing at far exceeded the rate at which it was being absorbed. It did not take long for darkness to be fully vanquished from this space, replaced with radiant light. Seeing that the enchantment was a success, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. It wasn't too difficult after all. Even with a leaking pail, as long as one's influx of water was fast enough, it was still possible to fill it fully. After mastering the 8-star Heaven's Path Spirit Enchantment Art, the speed at which he could enchant artifacts had become much faster than before. He was able to easily exceed the speed that the golem was undoing his enchantment at. Turning his head to look at Zhang Feng, he saw that the latter was just about to finish as well. With a light chuckle, he snapped his finger, and a sliver of his consciousness flew over. Right after he was done making preparations, he heard a voice beside him. "Elder, I am done." After which, a primordial spirit slipped out from the golem and floated in midair with a look of agitation and excitement on its face. "Good. Make it move, and we'll count how many steps it can take. Let's see if we can break your previous record." One of the elders nodded. Yes. Zhang Feng nodded as he gestured his hand forward grandly. Voila! The stationary golem abruptly opened its eyes, and amid a cacophony of noises, it stood up. Dong, 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 dong. The golem began to walk forward, and each time its massive foot stepped down on the ground, the surrounding area would tremble under its sheer weight. With every step that it took, the spirit harnessed within the golem would dissipate considerably. Nevertheless, it still continued to make its way forward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The elder in the sky counted as the light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter. Dong, 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 dong. The golem continued forward, and soon, it came to its 7th step. In the sky, agitation could be clearly seen on Zhang Feng's face, and his fists were tightly clenched together. He willed with all of his might for the golem to make the 7th step. Boom! Zhang Feng's golem lifted its leg with great difficulty and took a small step forward before finally losing consciousness with a resounding buzz, collapsing back to the ground. A triumphant look emerged on Zhang Feng's face as he turned to Zhang Xian with a gleeful smirk on his lips. The golem I enchanted has managed to take 7.5 steps in total. It's your turn. All right, Zhang Xian replied casually before snapping his fingers. Voila! His golem stood up, but despite moving its arms here and there, it did not advance forward at all. Your golem hasn't moved a step at all, so I'm afraid that we'll have to consider this your. One of the elders began announcing with a frown. However, before he could finish his words, another elder beside him exclaimed with a shrill voice tinged with disbelief. It's not that his golem isn't moving, it's dancing. Chapter 1377 Luo Xuanqing's Dimension Sundering Ordeal. Dancing? Astonished, the other two elders quickly took a closer look, and indeed, the movements of the golem had a unique rhythm to it, as if it was doing some kind of exercise. They quickly turned their sights to the young man and saw that he had stood up at some point in time as well. His hands were placed behind his back, and he seemed to be muttering something beneath his breath. Chest expansion exercise. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 2 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 3 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 4 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 Hip twisting exercise. 1 2 3 4 Side stretch exercise. Toe touch exercise. The three elders looked at one another as they felt their mouths dry up. It took a long while before one of them managed to find his voice. Rather than dancing, it seems like the golem is doing warm-ups. That does seem to be the case. The other two elders nodded stiffly. They could not help but wonder if their eyes were playing tricks on them. It was simply too difficult to enchant the guardian golems, such that even those who succeeded would only be able to get it to move a few steps. Yet, after enchanting the golem, the young man actually made it do warm-ups instead of moving forward. Are you messing with us? Not only were the three elders frenzied by what they saw, even Zhang Feng was so dumbfounded that he forgot to return his primordial spirit back to his body. Instead, his primordial spirit trembled so intensely that it seemed like it would succumb to shock very soon and dissipate. He had nearly died from exhaustion just by having his golem move 7 steps, but that fellow was actually making the golem do warm-ups. Aren't you way too arrogant? Seeing the frenzied crowd clutching their hair in the air, Zhang Xian shook his head in disapproval. Just one look, and I know all of you lack basic understanding about exercising. These golems have been stationary for far too long. If they get up without doing a short warm-up, they could be easily injured. Did your physical education teachers not teach you to first warm up your body first before exercising? That's elementary knowledge, you know? Even little children know that they have to warm up prior to exercising, and yet, these elders and geniuses actually still made the golem proceed without warming up. Honestly, where did their common sense go? As he criticized the crowd internally, Zhang Xian continued instructing the golem. All right, warm-up is over. Now, 2 sets of high knees. Go. Pung 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 pung. The golem raised its knees up to chest height one at a time, causing endless tremors to ripple through the ground as a result of its movement. It felt as if it would soon create a massive basin in the area. Seeing that the golem's form was perfect, Zhang Xian nodded in approval before issuing another instruction. Good. 2 sets of frog leaps, go. Pung 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 pung. This time, the tremors on the ground was even worse. Under the relentless shaking, those buildings that had barely managed to survive the previous calamity eventually caved in and collapsed to the ground, raising a dust storm. Even the library, which had been completely intact a moment ago, also collapsed under the intense shaking of the ground. All right, warm-up is over. We shall start running around the Spirit Awakener Hall. You are only allowed to stop when I tell you to. Got it? Zhang Xian said in an imposing voice reminiscent of a strict instructor. Puha, puha, puha. The golem nodded excitedly as it began running. Every step it took felt as if a new comet had just crashed down onto the world, causing the earth to cave in and mountains to shake. More and more buildings fell victim to this bizarre sports meet. The minds of the 3 elders and Zhang Feng had completely turned blank from shock. They could hardly process what was going on at all. Ever since the founding of this Spirit Awakener Hall, Even the most talented of spirit awakeners had only been able to allow the golem to move a few steps. Yet, not only did this fellow make it complete an entire set of warm-up exercises, he even made it sprint laps around the Spirit Awakener Hall. Is this considered my victory? While the crowd was still at a loss as to what to make of the situation, the young man's calm voice suddenly rang out. Oh, of course. Swallowing their saliva, the three elders nodded with uncanny harmony, almost a little like little chicks pecking on rice. The golem had already completed quite a few laps, and the buildings of the Spirit Awakener Hall had already collapsed to the point where there was nothing left to collapse. If this still could not be considered his victory, what else could? So, am I the new inceptive sage of the Spirit Awakener Hall now? Zhang Xian asked. Yes, of course. The elders nodded once more. Good. I hope that you don't have any qualms about me settling my own private grudges then, Zhang Xian said. Then, he turned his gaze away from the three elders over toward Zhang Feng and said, Since you have a foul mouth, let's start with 100 slaps for your mouth. Make sure to use your full strength for that. Hearing the order from Zhang Xian, Zhang Feng was appalled. He quickly turned his sights over to the netherworld azure dragon beast, and to his relief, the latter was not moving at all. Just when he was about to retort, he suddenly heard a series of pa-pa-pa noises. Lowering his head, he saw that his physical body had stood up at some point in time, and his hands were striking his face forcefully one after another at a certain tempo. In just a few moments, there was already a long stream of blood flowing down his chin, and a couple of his teeth had been knocked out as well. You. Zhang Feng widened his eyes in shock, and he bellowed with a hint of fear in his voice. What kind of sorcery did you use on me? Why is my body obeying your orders? Considering that his primordial spirit was still up in the sky, his body should have been completely unconscious, reminiscent of a corpse. Why would his hands suddenly start slapping his face? Well, I had some free time after enchanting the golem, so I enchanted your body while I was at it, Zhang Xian said leisurely before turning his gaze back toward Zhang Feng's body to instruct. Yes, that's good. That posture is perfect. Don't stop. Harder. Harder. Pa-pa-pa-pa. The slaps grew even sharper. You enchanted my body? Zhang Feng's primordial spirit jolted upon hearing those words, and he nearly lost his sanity in that instant. He was not even dead yet, and that fellow actually successfully enchanted his body. Just how did he manage to do it? My body. Unable to watch on any longer, Zhang Feng rushed back toward his body and began wresting control over his body from the spirit Zhang Xian had enchanted into it. However, the spirit that Zhang Xian had enchanted was simply too powerful. While he was still in the midst of fighting for control over his body, the spirit finished the 100 slaps, and after that was done, it maneuvered his body to lie on the floor, allowing the sprinting guardian golem to step on it every now and then. An hour later, Zhang Feng had finally wrestled back control over his body, but for some reason, cactuses and flowers had started sprouting on his head. At the same time, his body was also in a tattered state after all of the horrors it had been through. Most of the bones in his ribcage were shattered, and his face was swollen to twice of its previous size. Even his own brother would have to stare intently at his face before finding any traces of the previous him at all. All right. I am done settling my grudge. Farewell. After teaching Zhang Feng a lesson, Zhang Xian placed the netherworld azure dragon beast back into the myriad ant hive nest with a wave of his hand before leaping into the sky, heading off in the direction in which Luo Xianqing had left. Most likely, Luo Xianqing must have headed back to his clan in order to check on Luo Ruoxin. However, with how long he had been gone for, Zhang Xian could not help but worry that something might have happened to Luo Ruoxin. Zhang Shi. Upon seeing that Zhang Xian was going to leave, the three elders hurriedly rushed forward to stop him. While young man before them was busy settling his grudge with Zhang Feng, they had managed to gather some information on his background. It had only been 6 hours or so since he had cleared the 8-star Spirit Awakener examination, and he already wielded the ability to make the Guardian Golem run laps around the Spirit Awakener Hall. His talent in spirit enchantment had really reached a level far beyond their imagination. It was not easy for them to stumble by such a talented Spirit Awakener, so how could they allow him to leave so easily? Seeing that the crowd was blocking his path, Zhang Xian frowned in displeasure. What? Are you all planning on exacting vengeance for Zhang Feng? Of course not, of course not. It is Zhang Feng's own fault for having such a foul mouth. He deserves to be punished for that, an elder hurriedly said with a smile. Spirit awakeners were not as particular about rules and conventions as master teachers. While Zhang Feng was a formidable genius as well, he was lacking compared to the young man standing before them. Naturally, they knew full well whom they should side with. Then, hearing that they did not stop him for Zhang Feng, Zhang Xian frowned in confusion. It's like this. In 3 months, there will be a selection in the Spirit Awakener Guild headquarters for the selection of our next Hall Master. Our Sanctum of Sages initially intended to dispatch Zhang Feng, but since you possess such astounding mastery in enchantment, we would like to send you there instead, one of the elders said. Selection for the next Hall Master? Zhang Xian frowned. That's right. The 3 elders hurriedly nodded in unison. The Spirit Awakener Hall and the Sanctum of Sages could be considered a branch of the Spirit Awakener Guild as well. If the person they dispatched became the next Hall Master, they would stand to benefit greatly as well. Not only would there be a massive boost to their reputations, they would stand to earn handsome rewards. It was for this reason that they had been determined to protect Zhang Feng regardless of the cost. However, after witnessing Zhang Xian's unbelievable mastery in spirit enchantment, they swiftly redirected their high expectations from Zhang Feng to him. 3 months? I'll give it some thought, Zhang Xian replied, neither accepting nor rejecting the offer. It was the 10th month at the moment, and 3 months from now would be the 1st month. There was still some time before the agreed marriage date between Luo Ruoxin and the young prodigy of the Zhang clan. If he could pay a visit to the Spirit Awakener Guild headquarters, he would be able to meet Wang Ying. He hadn't heard anything from that lass ever since she left with the envoy from the Spirit Awakener Guild headquarters, so he had no idea how she was doing at the moment. Hopefully, the Spirit Awakener Guild was treating her well. Otherwise, he did not mind enchanting everything there was in the headquarters and tearing everything down. Do give the matter serious consideration. This is a very good opportunity for you. Speaking of which, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Han Fu, and this is my communication jade token. I'll check up with you sometime later to hear your decision, one of the elders said as he passed a jade token over. Zhang Xian took it and threw it into his storage ring before hurrying away. Luo Xianqing had left roughly an hour ago, and his trail had mostly vanished. On top of that, he had intentionally concealed his trail, making it difficult to track him down. Even when using his Eye of Insight, his trail was extremely faint, abruptly vanishing at some points. It took Zhang Xian some fumbling around before he was able to find where the trail reappeared. The Sanctum of Sages covered an area far greater than the Qingyuan conferred empire. Even with the considerable rise in his cultivation over the past few months, it still took him quite a while before he was finally out of its perimeters. 10 minutes later, he arrived before a mountain range. It was a true sight of devastation before him. As if someone had torched the area with flames, black patches of charred land and billowing white smoke could be seen here and there. A battle broke out here not too long ago, Zhang Xian thought grimly as he scanned the wreckage around him. Judging from the various marks, it should not have been more than 15 minutes since the battle ended. Considering how Luo Xianqing had been heading in this direction, could the damage have been left behind by him? But Luo Xianqing had left in order to find Ruoxin and his own clan. So who could he have been fighting against? Eye of Insight. Zhang Xian examined the marks carefully, and a moment later, a grim look appeared on his face. These marks are indeed from Luo Xianqing. Through analyzing the various marks around in detail, he could tell that some of the marks had been caused by Luo Xuanqing's abilities. The opponent he had crossed blows with seemed to be rather powerful as well, a Saint 8 Dan expert at the very least. It can't be that something has happened to Ruoxin, right? Such a thought surfaced in Zhang Xian's mind, and it immediately sent him into a state of anxiety. Just as he was about to quickly follow the trail ahead, he suddenly noticed a huge, ominous cloud looming over a valley not too far away. Countless streaks of lightning crackled frighteningly, ready to unleash their devastating might on the world. Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes in alarm. That's a lightning tribulation. Having just cleared one himself not too long ago, he was extremely familiar with it. Turning his gaze to the storm clouds, Zhang Xian swiftly saw a familiar figure. Is that Luo Xianqing? But he hasn't finished reinforcing his cultivation yet. Could it be that he has encountered something that left him with no choice but to call forth his dimension-sundering ordeal prematurely? In any case, this doesn't seem good. The other party was currently standing at the very center of the storm, and countless streaks of lightning raged around him, threatening to reduce him to ashes. Luo Xianqing was going to face his dimension-sundering ordeal. Chapter 1378 The Shameless Gourd. The dimension-sundering ordeal was incomparably dangerous. Luo Xianqing had intended to challenge it in the Sanctum of Sages, where he would be protected by Kong Shi's will, thus making him less susceptible to inner demons. However, he had ended up calling the lightning tribulation in the middle of this mountain range instead. Without a doubt, something unexpected must have happened, leaving him with no choice but to face his dimension-sundering ordeal prematurely. After making sense of the situation, Zhang Xian did not rush forward to assist Luo Xianqing. Instead, he activated his Eye of Insight and assessed the surrounding area, and a moment later, a frown surfaced on his forehead. There was no one in the surroundings at all. Was he mistaken? Or did the person Luo Xianqing was fighting with previously flee in fear upon seeing the arrival of the lightning tribulation? Seeing that there was no one in the area, Zhang Xian quickly turned his sight back to the young man standing amid the sea of lightning. Forget it, there's no time to think about that now. Luo Xianqing has a rather irritable temper, which makes him very prone to the assault of inner demons. Facing the dimension-sundering ordeal without ample preparation could be extremely dangerous to him. The dimension-sundering ordeal was dangerous not just because of the lightning tribulation, but also because of the transformations in the surrounding space and the inner demons. Even he would have some trouble clearing it. At this moment, Luo Xuanqing's eyes were already crimson, and it was apparent to anyone looking at him that he was not in the right state of mind. Forcefully challenging the dimension-sundering ordeal in his current condition could very well spell failure and even death. I have to save him. Without any time to hesitate, Zhang Xian rushed straight toward the lightning. Shortly after he flew into the area of the lightning tribulation, just 300 meters away from where he had been standing before, two figures slowly materialized into existence. It felt as if they were non-existent beings that were squeezed out of the void. Not even sweeping across them with one's spiritual perception would allow one to perceive their presence. One of them was an elder dressed in a golden robe. Looking at Zhang Xian's disappearing back with a tight frown, he asked, "Who is he?" The other elder standing behind him clasped his fist and explained, "Elder, that young man is Zhang Xian, a friend whom young Master Xianqing recently got acquainted with. The both of them have set out to find the Dongshu gourd together, and that's what allowed young Master Xianqing to successfully make a breakthrough to half-dimension-sundering realm." "Zhang Xian? The Zhang clan?" the golden-robed elder asked. "According to our investigations, he isn't from the Zhang clan, but an orphan from an unranked kingdom. It's said that he's Yang Shi's direct disciple." The second elder replied, "Yang Xian? That fellow has started taking in disciples too?" The golden-robed elder was slightly surprised to hear those words. A moment later, he shook his head in incomprehension and said, "Since that young man is Yang Xian's disciple, he should know better than to charge right into the lightning tribulation. Did he think that he would be of any help to Xianqing with his leaving Aperture Realm pinnacle cultivation? A cultivator had to clear their ordeals with their own strength. Help from others would only cause the lightning tribulation to grow larger and larger, possibly causing the situation to run out of control. While it was true that the young man would not make much difference to the might of the dimension-sundering ordeal, considering how weak he was, charging in recklessly was just plain suicidal. Just what in the world was he thinking? Based on the rumors, this Zhang Xian is a rather hot-tempered person who causes destruction wherever he goes. It might be due to their similar personalities that they forged a tight bond. Thus, when he saw that young Master Xianqing was facing the lightning tribulation, he couldn't help but leap in to offer his help, the second elder explained. Couldn't help but leap in? The golden-robed elder harumphed coldly. Courageous, but lacks wit. Tell Xianqing to steer clear from such reckless individuals, after he clears his dimension-sundering ordeal. In the first place, he was already extremely displeased by how Luo Xianqing was causing destruction everywhere he went. Naturally, hearing that he was friends with someone of a similar nature, his anger only intensified further.
Yes.
The second elder nodded. Oblivious to the two figures who had escaped the detection of his eye of insight and materialized behind him, Zhang Xian had already arrived at a location not too far away from Luo Xianqing. Upon seeing Zhang Xian, Luo Xianqing anxiously bellowed, "What are you doing here? You won't be able to clear the dimension-sundering ordeal in the current state you are in." "I'm here to help you," Zhang Xian explained. "Help me? This is my lightning tribulation. What can you possibly do to help me?" Luo Xianqing shook his head. "Get out of here fast. I'm not even certain if I can withstand the lightning that is gathering above, much less protect you." Before Luo Xianqing could finish his words, the lightning bolt in the sky had finally finished charging up its power, and it abruptly bolted down with imposing momentum. Kacha! Kacha! A 10-meter-wide streak of lightning tore open a black gorge through space as it fell straight for Luo Xianqing. "Don't even think about it." Luo Xianqing hurriedly gathered immense might in his palms and thrust them upward to fend off the lightning strike. The overwhelming might he wielded as a half-dimension, sundering realm expert collided head-on with the lightning, causing the surrounding space to crumble layer by layer. Kacha! Even though he managed to ward off most of the energy harnessed within the lightning bolt, there were still some remnants that breached his defense and struck his head, causing his hair to stand up and his body to be charred black. The dimension-sundering ordeal was many times stronger than the leaving aperture ordeal that Zhang Xian had summoned previously. Even with his recent breakthrough to half-dimension-sundering realm, he still felt a numbing sensation rippling through his body, and the zhenqi within his body nearly dissipated under the zap. "Hurry up and leave the area. I really won't be able to withstand this lightning tribulation." Luo Xianqing panted rapidly as he howled with reddened eyes. He had spent nearly half of his entire capacity of zhenqi just to fend off that single streak of lightning, and the zap of lightning that struck him caused a feeling of weakness to spread throughout his body, making him feel as if there was lead in his arms and legs. There was a total of 6 lightning streaks that one had to face in the dimension-sundering ordeal, and every single streak was more formidable than the last. Even the first one had left him nearly incapacitated, so he did not know how he could persevere through the remaining 5. "You don't need to worry about me. I'll just head up to take a swift look." Paying no heed to Luo Xuanqing's words, Zhang Xian suddenly leaped up, diving straight toward the storm clouds. "You!" Not expecting the other party to leap into the most dangerous region of the lightning tribulation just to save him, Luo Xianqing could not help but feel a little touched inside. Really, it was only in a life-and-death situation that a person would be able to tell their true friends apart from their fair-weather friends. In fact, putting aside friends, most cultivator couples would also choose to abandon their companion in times of danger. The fact that the other party was willing to dive deep into danger in order to save him at this crucial moment truly meant a lot to him. Zhang Xian was a person who was truly loyal to his friends. Wait a moment. A thought suddenly came into Luo Xuanqing's mind, and he shuddered. Could it be that he likes me? Looking back, it really felt like Zhang Xian had treated him exceptionally well, to a point that was already beyond the normal relationship between friends. Could it be that he harbors lustful thoughts toward me? Regardless of what he's thinking of, there's no way I'll submit to him, not even at the cost of my life. Humph. Luo Xianqing quickly shook away the thoughts in his mind as he swallowed a pill and quickly replenished the zhenqi that he had lost. He had to prepare himself to face the second streak of lightning. Is that fellow insane? Not only was Luo Xianqing taken aback by Zhang Xian's actions, the 2 elders spectating outside were dumbfounded as well. They had seen cultivators dashing into their lovers' lightning tribulation to shoulder the suffering together, and they had also seen those who stood resiliently in the face of the lightning, determined to protect their loved one even if it meant death. But not once had they seen anyone charging straight into the storm clouds to seek death. How in the world did a master teacher as formidable as Yang Xian end up with such a crack-brained disciple? Not even Saint 8 Dan experts would dare dive into the midst of the storm clouds of a dimension-sundering ordeal. For a mere St. 5 Dan leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle Cultivator to dive right in, that's practically suicide. The golden-robed elder shook his head. Forget it. Let's collect his corpse later on and bury him well. This was the first time he had seen such an irrational individual. This was no longer saving others, but leaping to one's death. Tzzzzzzzzz. Unaware of the frenzy he had induced among the crowd, an excited gleam surfaced in Zhang Xian's eyes as soon as he dived into the clouds. Little tribulation. Big brother Zhang Xian is here. Zhang Xian's voice quivered in excitement as he opened all of his acupoints and began taking everything around him in. It had taken them 5 to 6 days to find the Dongshu gourd, but the return trip had taken them 10 days in total. It had taken him only a couple of hours to help Bai Hongyin and the others achieve a breakthrough, and he did not waste the remaining time either. He had been using the Dongshu gourd to expand his dantian, creating a looped space. Hard work never fails. He did manage to succeed with the construction of the looped space prior to returning to the Sanctum of Sages, but a new problem had swiftly arisen. The creation of the looped space increased the capacity of his dantian more than tenfold, and all in all, his zhenqi was only sufficient to fill 1/10 of it. Just as he was racking his brain to find a way to fill it up, this lightning tribulation came his way. How could he possibly not be excited? With this, he would be able to fill his zhenqi right to the brim. Tzzzzzzzz. The lightning that seeped into his body was swiftly converted into lightning zhenqi before being deposited into his dantian. Sensing the sudden influx of power, the lazily lying Dongshu gourd jolted upward, and it swiftly leaped out of his body. What are you going to do? The sudden appearance of the Dongshu gourd immediately left Zhang Xian feeling wary. Nothing good seemed to happen whenever it appeared. Paying no heed to Zhang Xian's question, the gourd let loose a joyful exclamation as it began to circle around the area. Along with its circular motion, the surrounding lightning was swiftly drawn toward it, and as if falling into a black hole, the lightning disappeared from the world. The heck? Slow down. You are just a mere gourd. Do you really need that much energy? It was his clone the last around, and now, even a mere gourd was stealing the lightning tribulation from him. What the heck is this? It wasn't easy for me to bump into Luo Xuanqing's lightning tribulation, you know? There's still a huge vacuum within my dantian that I haven't filled up. Don't you feel ashamed profiting off my hard work? As an artifact, shouldn't you learn to respect your master's will? Zhang Xian soon realized that there was no way he would be able to stop the Dongshu gourd, so he eventually gave up on talking to it and focused back on absorbing as much lightning energy as he could. But soon, he suddenly felt a rapid decline in the concentration of lightning around him. Turning his head, he saw another vortex forming within the storm cloud. At some point in time, the vine that he had stored inside his storage ring had flown out, and it was gobbling down the lightning energy at an insane rate as well. Screw this. All this lightning is mine. Zhang Xian was on the verge of going insane. All of you are really too shameless. How can you snatch my stuff publicly? While Zhang Xian's face was still twitching from rage, his clone suddenly popped out beside him, and after directing a cold harumph toward Zhang Xian, as if blaming him for not inviting him to the party, he dashed to the center of the lightning tribulation and began absorbing the lightning energy too. Seeing how each of these fellows was absorbing at a rate far quicker than him, Zhang Xian knew that it would be foolish to waste his time getting angry. He could always berate them afterward. Thus, gritting his teeth, he drew out his primordial spirit and began absorbing the surrounding lightning energy furiously in unison with his body. Zhenqi was swiftly deposited into his dantian, filling up the void in his body. But barely after he had filled up 1/3 of his capacity, he sensed that the surrounding lightning had already grown pathetically thin. Taking a swift look around him, he saw that the rate at which the gourd, the vine, and his clone were devouring the surrounding lightning was increasing, causing the initially concentrated sea of lightning to turn so thin that it looked like a thin layer of mist instead. You bastards! The more he thought about it, the more furious Zhang Xian felt. Gritting his teeth, he hastened his rate of absorption as well. And while he was on the verge of exploding of anger, Luo Xianqing, who had spent his time desperately replenishing his energy, finally heralded the arrival of the second lightning streak. Pai, A sound reminiscent of flatulence echoed in the air, and a finger-thick streak of lightning weakly fell upon his head. Puha! With a might that was probably insufficient to snap a branch, it dissipated after finishing its job. Luo Xianqing. The Two Elders. Chapter 1379. No one is worthy of her. What happened? It took a while before the two elders finally recovered from their shocked states. Nevertheless, the disbelief in their eyes remained apparent for all to see. Having lived for several centuries, they had witnessed plenty of lightning tribulations, and they had undergone quite a few themselves too. Each time it appeared, they still couldn't help but tremble slightly in trepidation before its overwhelming might. But what the heck was the fart-like thing they had just seen? Could it be that the lightning tribulation has a problem releasing the energy it has charged up? The second elder couldn't help but ask, "Are you trying to tell me that the lightning tribulation is constipating?" The golden-robed elder glanced at the second elder sharply. Lightning tribulation was the retribution that the heavens brought upon those who stepped beyond their own boundary. The purpose was to establish its authority and instill fear into all life forms. The immense energy it had charged up would eventually be channeled into a devastating streak of lightning to strike down the offender who dared to overstep his boundaries, and Luo Xuanqing's lightning tribulation had been charging up for quite some time already. Yet, the eventual lightning streak released ended up being so unimpressive. Most likely, the earlier streak of lightning is just a starter. It should be releasing a much stronger streak very soon. What's going on? In the midst of analyzing the situation, the golden-robed elder suddenly widened his eyes, as if he had just seen the impossible being realized. The second elder hurriedly turned his gaze toward the sky too, and he saw the storm clouds covering several dozen li of the surrounding sky billowing furiously all of a sudden, as if an ill patient coughing violently. This coughing continued for quite a while before it abruptly jolted forward, and a figure was puked out of the clouds. It was the same young man who had dived into its midst earlier. Seemingly enraged at being coughed out, the young man bellowed furiously as he wagged his finger threateningly at the storm clouds. "You rascal, you sure have grown arrogant. How dare you puke me out?" While saying those words, the young man dashed back toward the storm clouds. But before he could even come close to it, the fear-inducing storm cloud suddenly trembled intensely, as if falling into a state of panic. Following which, Tzila, it whizzed off into the distance, vanishing from view in the blink of an eye. He actually made the lightning tribulation flee in fear? The two elders glanced at one another, and the overwhelming shock coursing through their minds nearly caused them to lose control of their strength and appear from their invisible state. All this while, they had thought that the young man was doomed to die after diving into the midst of the storm clouds. Yet, when the young man placed his hand on his hip and berated with lightning tribulation with a wagging finger, not only did the latter dare not to retaliate, it even fled frantically as if a terrified ostrich. This sight made them realize that it wasn't that there was a problem with Luo Xuanqing's lightning tribulation, but that this seemingly ordinary young man wasn't as ordinary as they thought him out to be. That fellow is a true talent. No matter what, we must pull him over to our Luo clan's side. The golden-robed elder said resolutely. As unbelievable as the matter may seem to him, the Sanctum of Sages was still a place where geniuses all over the master-teacher continent gathered. It wasn't completely impossible for a person who possessed the unique ability to deal with heavenly tribulations to appear here. No matter the cost, they had to bring this talent over to their Luo clan, so that they could study the secrets behind his means. But he's Yang Xian's disciple. It won't be easy for us to pull him over to our side. The second elder shook his head. Yang Xian was one of the grand elders of the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters, and naturally, his student was bound to enter the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters. There was no reason for the young man to join their Luo clan at all. That's true. The golden-robed elder sighed in pity. As much as they wanted the young man to join their clan, they dared not to vie with the Master-Teacher Pavilion headquarters, and they didn't have the ability to do so either. After some thought, the golden-robed elder was still unable to think of any viable solution to the matter at the moment. So he waved his hand and said, It'll do to just report this matter to the clan head. Yusin should have been escorted back at the clan by now, so we should be hurrying back too, so as to not hold up the elders' conference. The second elder nodded. With a slight wave of his hand, something similar to a massive teleportation formation appeared before the duo, and stepping into it, they vanished from the spot, as if they had never been there before. Zhang Xian cursed and cursed, but the rage in his heart couldn't be quelled. However, there was nothing he could do about it either. With the size of the lightning tribulation, it should have been more than enough to fill up his dantian fully. However, due to the Dongshu gourd, the vine, and his clone messing around, he only managed to fill up half of it. The more he thought, the more stifled he felt. It seemed like he would just have to rely on Luo Xianqing and Zhang Chun's yet-to-arrive pinnacle spirit stones for that then. It was only the filling up of his dantian for the first time that would require the purest of energies. For subsequent times, there was no need to go through so much trouble anymore. To make an analogy, this was similar to expanding one's territory and developing new grounds. It was only the first time that would require an immense inflow of resources. Subsequently, once the foundation was laid, one would only have to put in minimal resources in order to maintain it. It was for this reason that he had to use resources harnessing spiritual energy, far more concentrated than concentrated spiritual energy for the first charge up, and subsequently, even absorbing the spiritual energy from ordinary spirit veins would suffice to replenish his zhenqi. Sighing deeply, Zhang Xian lowered his head and saw the Dongshu gourd lying gleefully in his dantian, shaking its bottom from time to time, as if challenging him. At the same time, his clone had also returned back to the folded space, lying contentedly on the ground and letting loose a majestic burp. As for the vine, its reaction was a little more normal. It lay motionlessly in his storage ring, seemingly still trying to assimilate the energy it had just taken in. These bastards! Zhang Xian couldn't help but curse beneath his breath as he shook his head helplessly. If any cultivator wielded the power to absorb the energy harnessed within lightning tribulations, they would surely be the envy of others. And yet, even just the artifacts he carried was capable of doing that, and on top of that, it turned out that he was the weakest of them all in contrast. Deep indignance filled Zhang Xian's mind. Just when could he be more awe-inspiring? Hi, it seems like I'm too ordinary after all. Zhang Xian sighed deeply. It was one thing for him to lose out to his clone, girlfriend, and clone, but now, even a clone and vine that he had picked up on a whim turned out to be so formidable too. If not for his resilient mental fortitude, he would have killed himself out of embarrassment by now. Zhang Shi. Just as Zhang Xian was feeling deeply stifled inside, a voice suddenly sounded not too far away. Turning his head over, he saw Luo Xianqing staring at him with his mouth agape. All this while, Luo Xianqing thought that Zhang Xian only wielded the ability to scare away his own lightning tribulation, but to think that he had the ability to do the same to others too? Didn't this mean that if he were to look for Zhang Xian each time he was to face a lightning tribulation, he would be able to clear it without any danger? Brother Luo. Seeing through Luo Xuanqing's thoughts, Zhang Xian's reddened face quickly turned slightly pale, and his legs trembled feebly beneath him. I hope that you won't speak of this matter to others. I had to use a secret art earlier, and similar to the side effects from the activation of your unique bloodline. This secret art carries severe side effects too, so it would be unsafe for me to use it recklessly. Luo Xuanqing's cheeks twitched wildly. Do you think that I'm blind? Putting aside how superficial your acting is, the very least you could do is to put up the act right from the start, not when I approached you. However, seeing how the young man before him was unwilling to talk about the matter, Luo Xianqing inwardly gave the latter a thumbs up for being as humble as him before dropping the matter from his mind. Zhang Shi, you have my deepest gratitude. If not for your help, I could have very well lost my life to the lightning tribulation. Luo Xianqing clasped his fist and said. At the same time, a shudder ran through his heart, and he imagined what would have happened if the young man hadn't been here. It was out of a moment of anxiety that he triggered the dimension-sundering ordeal, paying no heeds to the consequences at all then. It was only when the lightning tribulation appeared did he realize what kind of frightening force he was going against. If the young man had been any later, He could have very well been electrocuted to death. Not even his bloodline ability would have been able to save him. Brother Luo, weren't you intending to challenge your dimension-sundering ordeal back at the Sanctum of Sages? Why would you? What happened? Zhang Xian asked with a deep frown. I came here to look for my younger sister, wanting to ask her if what Zhang Feng said was true. Halfway through his words, Luo Xianqing couldn't help but shake his head glumly. Forget it, there's no point talking about it. The little princess, is she? Seeing how Luo Xianqing stopped halfway through his words, Zhang Xian couldn't help but panic a little. Is she injured? Where is she? Injured? Luo Xianqing shook his head. How can that be? My younger sister has assimilated the dimension silencer. If she were to tap into its full prowess, not even our father will be able to do anything to her. It's no exaggeration to say that no one in the Luo clan is able to hurt her even in the slightest. Then, a thought suddenly came to Luo Xuanqing's mind, and he raised his head and glared at the young man before him warily. Why are you asking me this? Zhang Xian was caught off guard by Luo Xuanqing's sudden question. I'm warning you right now. Even though I think of you as a brother, you better not dream of touching my younger sister. May I ask the reason for that? Unable to take it anymore, Zhang Xian asked with a frown. You know that she's unwilling to marry the young prodigy of the Zhang clan, so why would you still go along with that? I know that she's unwilling to do that too, but being born in the Luo clan means that there are responsibilities that she cannot shirk off. There's simply no other way around it. Luo Xianqing shook his head. Let's drop this matter here. I don't want to talk about it anymore. But, Zhang Xian exclaimed anxiously. There are no buts. Speaking of which, I happen to have a matter which I have to trouble you for. Luo Xianqing raised his head and said. Zhang Xian was still a little reluctant to drop the matter with the answer he had been searching for dangling just ahead of him, but seeing the stern look on Luo Xuanqing's face, he could only give up on it. Brother Luo, feel free to speak. As long as it's within my means, I'll definitely accomplish it. I want you to help me find the person whom my younger sister insists to be with even at the defiance of the entire clan, Luo Xianqing said with a sharp glint in his eyes. Zhang Xian's lips twitched. He hesitated for a brief moment before probing carefully. What do you intend to do after finding him? What do I intend to do? Luo Xianqing gnashed his teeth together as he spat. If I don't break his third leg, my surname won't be Luo. Veins popped up all over Zhang Xian's temples. What's wrong? Noticing the bizarre expression on Zhang Xian's face, Luo Xianqing asked doubtfully. It's nothing much. I'm just a little curious. Considering how much you dote on your younger sister, why would you want to beat up the person whom your younger sister loves? Zhang Xian asked. As a legitimate Siscon, Luo Xianqing should wish for his younger sister's happiness. So why would he make a move on his younger sister's boyfriend then? Isn't the reason obvious? It's because he's unworthy of my younger sister. Luo Xianqing harumphed. Unworthy? You haven't even met him before. How would you know that he's worthy of your younger sister? Zhang Xian replied indignantly. It was understandable how the likes of Zhang Chun and the others were unworthy of his younger sister, but surely he should be able to meet the mark. He might still be a little weak at the moment, but with sufficient time, he would become the next sanctum head and rise to the very top of the master-teacher continent. Humph, the man who is worthy of my younger sister hasn't been born in this world yet. Luo Xianqing replied adamantly. But, surely your younger sister has to marry someone eventually? You can't possibly stay by her side for life, right? Zhang Xian questioned on. That's for the future. In any case, I just don't think that there's anyone in this world who is worthy of her. Not to mention, according to what I heard, the person whom she likes isn't too strong either. Luo Xianqing said. Isn't too strong? Zhang Xian's heart skipped a beat as he asked carefully. Did she say who the person she likes is? Of course she did. Luo Xianqing suddenly turned his head to Zhang Xian as killing intent flared from his body. Chapter 1380. Only the blind would be interested in you. She said it. Zhang Xian cowered his neck back as a prickling sensation broke out all over his scalp. He hurriedly drove his shunqi furiously, ready to escape immediately should the other party charge at him. This future brother-in-law of his could be rather unreasonable at times, and Zhang Xian had no intention of getting pummeled for no good reason either. Naturally, the wisest course of action was to flee first and return to communicate only after the latter had calmed down. Indeed, Luo Xinqing waved his hand in irritation. Seeing that Luo Xinqing didn't make a move on him, Zhang Xian hesitated for a brief moment before asking warily, "Then, who is he?" "I don't exactly know who it is, but it's a person that she met in the period that she left home. According to her, he's a master teacher who has a heart vast enough to embrace the entire world, never hesitating to help those who are in need. Despite his low cultivation, his character is nothing short of perfection. On top of that, his mastery in pill forging is unrivaled in the world, unprecedented even in history." The more he spoke, the more furious Luo Xinqing became. In the end, he swung his sleeves backward angrily as he exclaimed, "But she refused to reveal his name. So, I have no idea who he is either." "She didn't reveal his name?" Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel deeply touched inside. He would have never thought that he would appear to be so perfect in Luo Ruoxin's heart. As expected of his soulmate, she was able to discover the goodness in him. Harboring such thoughts in mind, Zhang Xian turned to look at Luo Xinqing once more and said, "Since the little princess has described that person to be so perfect, what else do you have to worry about?" It was incomprehensible to him why this future brother-in-law would reject such a perfect man. It would be impossible to find another person as outstanding as that out there in the world. If Luo Xinqing was going to reject such a guy, just who in the world could catch his eye then? Perfect? Humph. The more she says such words, the more apparent that she has been scammed by that fellow. How can there be any perfect man in the world other than me? Luo Xinqing waved his hand indignantly. Cough, cough. Zhang Xian's eyebrows twitched upon hearing those words, and he nearly choked to death on his saliva. He didn't think that this future brother-in-law of his would be so narcissistic. Perfect? A person who wreaked havoc across all halls in the sanctum of sages, becoming a figure whom the entire school has picked up their pitchforks against. Is that your definition of perfect? Do you really have no idea what other people think of you? With such thoughts in mind, Zhang Xian couldn't help but shake his head and say, "When it comes to perfection, I'm afraid that you still have much to work on. Perhaps only I have come the closest to it." "You." Those words immediately induced Luo Xinqing to send a disdainful glance over. "Stop daydreaming over here. I admit, you do possess incredible means, commanding formidable capability in formation, beast taming, and dealing with lightning tribulations. However, with your eccentricity and lack of common sense dealing with situations, your lack of thought before speaking, and your pathetically weak social awareness, I really have no idea how you can the cheek to call yourself perfect. In fact, I doubt whether there would ever be a girl in the world who would be interested in you. Even if there is one, she must most definitely be blind." Even though he had only known this young man for roughly 20 days, he had already gained a deep understanding of the other party from the time they had spent together. Poor social awareness, lack of sensitivity to his surroundings, often choking others with his words, and not to mention, a complete lack of response that an ordinary man should have when facing the ladies. This had led Luo Xinqing to deeply suspect if the young man had some kind of weird interests. If anyone could fall in love with such a person, she must be blind. "You." Black lines streaked across Zhang Xian's face. "Speak for yourself. Aren't you very much single? Given your hot-tempered personality, it would take a miracle for any girl to be interested in you. I only speak to you politely out of respect for you as my future brother-in-law, but how can you say that there's no one in the world who would like me and even claim that your own younger sister is blind? The one who is blind is you. The same bloodline, the same clan, and the same parents. How could there be such a huge difference between the both of them? It is no wonder why you are still single despite already treading into your 30s. You. Bullshit. It's not that I can't find a girlfriend, but that those who get close to me are usually due to my identity as the young master of the Luo clan." Luo Xinqing bellowed with eyes bulging in agitation. Stop finding excuses for yourself. There's just no one who is interested in you as a person. That's all there is to it. Zhang Xian harumphed. You. So furious that his lips were quivering nonstop, Luo Xinqing was on the verge of erupting. Just like that, the two men glared at one another angrily with a fiery inferno blazing in their eyes, seemingly wanting to tear the other party apart. Sometime later, Zhang Xian waved his hands and harumphed coldly, "To tell you the truth, I have a girlfriend, and my girlfriend loves me a lot." Haha, Luo Xinqing. What I'm saying is true. My girlfriend is really pretty, and she's strong at that. Zhang Xian continued. Haha, Luo Xinqing. Are you doubting me? Just think about it. How can someone as outstanding as me possibly not have a girlfriend? Black lines were starting to emerge on Zhang Xian's forehead. Haha, Luo Xinqing. Zhang Xian. A while later, to tell you the truth, I have a girlfriend too, Luo Xinqing said. Haha. Zhang Xian. She's extremely pretty, and she possesses great strength on top of that, Luo Xinqing said. Haha. Zhang Xian. You. Luo Xinqing gritted his teeth furiously. Just like that, the duo glared at one another furiously once more. The standstill continued for quite a while before Luo Xinqing finally waved his hand and said, I won't waste my breath with you anymore. Anyway, help me look into the person whom my younger sister likes. This was the matter which he wanted to entrust to Zhang Xian. You want me to help you look into the matter? Zhang Xian frowned. As the young master of the Luo clan, you possess a much wider information network than I do. Why would you want to go through me instead? Even though Luo Xinqing appeared to be extremely reckless, often acting without much thought, through the matter with the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast, Zhang Xian knew that that was only how he appeared on the exterior. In truth, he was a rather meticulous person on the inside. I have already promised my younger sister not to investigate that man. However, it can't really be helped if you were to investigate the matter and unwittingly speak of it before me, and I accidentally overhear that man's background, right? Luo Xinqing said. It was not that he didn't want to look into this matter himself, but that his younger sister had pleaded with him not to disturb the man whom she loved. He was unwilling to accept her request initially, but looking into her sorrowful eyes, he still eventually succumbed to her request. But still, he couldn't let this matter go just like that. If he were to go through another person instead, that wouldn't be considered as breaking his promise, right? Zhang Xian fell into deep contemplation. Most likely, Ruoxin knew that it would be impossible for him to stand against Luo Xinqing and the entire Luo clan with his current strength, so she chose to keep his identity hidden so as to prevent him from being harassed and hurt. Hi. Zhang Xian sighed deeply. He felt like he really owed the other party far too much. All right, I'll help you find the other party. However, do you have any clues? Zhang Xian hesitated for a moment before nodding. By agreeing to the other party, he would be able to forge a long-term connection with Luo Xinqing, possibly allowing him to inquire into Luo Ruoxin's current situation at any moment. At the same time, he would also be able to control the flow of information that got to Luo Xinqing, thus placing him in a safer position. The clues are as I have told you before. The person she likes is a master teacher, and it seems like he's of good personality and his looks are fairly decent too. As for where she has been to during that period of time, I'm not too sure yet. I'll get to you if I manage to hear anything about that. Luo Xinqing paused for a moment before saying. His younger sister had concealed herself so well that there was completely no news about her during the period of time she left home. As such, not even he was aware of her whereabouts then. Perhaps there might someone in the clan who was aware of the matter, but he would have to ask around. All right, I'll be waiting for your news then. Seeing that Luo Xinqing didn't know much about the matter, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. This meant that there was still some time for him to bring up his cultivation before his relationship with Ruoxin got out. He wasn't ready to appear before the Luo clan as Ruoxin's boyfriend yet. At the very least, he would have to clear the 8-star Master Teacher examination and officially become the Sanctum Head before then. Only then would he be qualified to stand beside Luo Ruoxin and stand against the will of the two sage clans. I have just achieved a breakthrough, so I need some time to reinforce my cultivation. Here is the pinnacle spirit stone I have promised you a while back. Luo Xinqing flicked his hand and passed a jade container over. It seemed like he had met his clan members earlier and received the pinnacle spirit stone from them. Thank you. As this was what they had agreed on earlier, Zhang Xian didn't hesitate to take it. As soon as he placed his hand on the jade container, he immediately felt a pure surge of spiritual energy flowing into his meridians, and the heavens path Zhenqi in his body began to tremble in excitement. As expected of a pinnacle spirit stone, it could induce such a reaction in him even without opening the jade container. There was truly a vast difference between it and concentrated high-tier spirit stones. I'll find you after reinforcing my cultivation. After saying those words, Luo Xinqing activated a formation plate before sitting down to cultivate. Since he had survived his lightning tribulation, it meant that he had already successfully achieved a breakthrough to Dimension Sundering Realm. Seeing that Luo Xinqing had already made preparation measures, Zhang Xian decisively left the area and returned in the direction where he came from. Returning back to his living quarters, he was just about to use his pinnacle spirit stones to replenish his zhenqi when he saw Sun Chang rushing over. Young master, someone has been waiting for you here for quite a few days. Waiting for me? Zhang Xian frowned. He had been too busy ever since he enrolled into the Sanctum of Sages, such that he hadn't even returned to his residence for quite some day already, let alone getting to know others here. Just in the world was looking for him? Not to mention, to be so determined as to wait day after day for him? That's right. Sun Chang nodded. Who is it? From what power? Zhang Xian asked. He's a young man in his 20s. I'm not too sure what power he's from, but he did mention his name. At this point, Sun Chang pondered for a moment. I think his name, Fengzi. Fengzi? Isn't that Yang Shi's real student? Getting. Zhang Xian's heart skipped a beat. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.